Boom, boom, boom. In the nomological space of Area 51, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. In the surroundings, the Shen Heaven domain, the land of battle techniques, and the experts from the Federation were scattered around. They were looking at the battle in front of them with shock and awe. It was more like a group of ants challenging the godly king who was standing high above them. Wang Xian hovered in the air and waved his palm slightly. Below him, a huge law palm was attacking the experts from the famous sword domain and the city in the sky. 30 experts at the peak of the godly monarch tried their best to resist, but they couldn't do anything in front of Wang Xian. Their attacks landed in front of Wang Xian and were directly blocked by the powerful law power without causing any ripples. Our God King will avenge us. Dragon King. Just you wait. Just you wait. After killing over a dozen peak Godlord powerhouses, the experts from Sky City and the Sword Domain started to despair. They all let out unresigned roars. Especially the experts from the Sword Domain. They stared angrily at their Sword Master. It was all because of this fellow. If you don't stand out, how could we be killed? How could the Sword Domain provoke an immortal godly king powerhouse? They died with grievance. I will kill him in the city in the sky. I will also kill the Sword Domain's Sword God King. Wang Xian heard their roars and his face was filled with a cold light. The Sky God King wanted to kill him? Then let's see who would kill who. When the experts from the Sword Domain and the city in the sky heard Wang Xian's shameless words, their faces became even more desperate. It seemed that the other party was going to kill them completely. The experts from the Federation's Shen Heaven Domain and the Land of Battle Techniques pretended that they didn't hear what he said. However, the few experts from the Shen Heaven Domain who had some understanding of Wang Xian were extremely shocked in their hearts. They remembered that back then, Wang Xian only had the combat strength of a level 8 Divine Lord. How long had it been since he became an immortal godly king? He was in existence on the same level as their Xian Tianzi godly king. Boom! At this moment, Wang Xian's palms slammed down heavily on the Swordmaster and Commander Duan, suppressing them firmly on the ground. The two of them had lost all signs of life. They died in despair and unwillingness. Who would have thought that Wang Xian would suddenly advance to the Immortal King realm? The heavens were going to kill them. When the rest of the people saw the last two Swordmasters and Commander Duan being killed and saw the more than 1,000 corpses on the ground, they took a deep breath. They looked at the figure hovering in the sky and their faces were filled with awe. What's going on inside? Why did such a terrifying material law suddenly appear in Area 51? Is it a sea monster rushing over? Could it be that the experts of Sky City are looking for trouble with General Wang? At this moment, nearly 10 million people were gathered around the law space in Area 51, which had a circumference of more than 10,000 kilometers, and they were discussing with shocked faces. How can it be that our Sky City is causing trouble for General Wang? If our Sky City really wants to cause trouble for General Wang, we will be able to destroy General Wang and his army in less than 3 minutes. Some people from Sky City heard others guessing their actions and said directly with some displeasure, that might not be the case. Everyone knows how many peak stage God Lord sea monsters General Wang has led his disciples to destroy. An expert from the mysterious Sky territory mocked coldly. Many people were very dissatisfied with the actions of the general from the 50th region of Sky City. Naturally, they also had some opinions about the entire Sky City. HMPH, our Sky City will not kill someone who is not on the same level as us at this juncture. If you want to kill General Wang, you can kill him at any time after the calamity ends. The Sky City warrior heard it and said coldly, the law space is disappearing. This space is about to disappear. What's going on in there? Some people stared at the center of the law space. The law space slowly disappeared, and a vast silhouette appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing that silhouette, everyone couldn't help but feel a powerful pressure. Greetings, Dragon King. Congratulations, General, on advancing to the Undying God King realm. The entire space slowly appeared in everyone's sight. But at this time, the highest commander's voice suddenly sounded. Greetings, Dragon King. Congratulations, General, on advancing to the Undying God King realm. Following that, respectful voices sounded. The sudden voice caused everyone around to reveal shocked expressions. They looked over and all the experts from the mysterious sky domain, battle techniques land, and the Federation half knelt on the ground and bowed. This, General Wang has advanced to the undying godly monarch realm. My God, General Wang has become a godly monarch. Hiss, my God, General Wang has advanced to a godly monarch. Our Tianzhe continent has another godly monarch. Everyone widened their eyes, their faces filled with surprise and excitement. Look at the corpses on the ground. They are the corpses of all the experts from the Sky City and the Sword Domain. At this moment, a shocked exclamation came from an expert's mouth. He pointed at the ground and shouted in shock. What? Oh my God! It's the corpses of all the experts from the Sword Domain and the Sky City. Oh my God! What's going on? Everyone's bodies trembled violently. Those were experts from the Sword Domain and Sky City, and they were peak experts above the 8th level of a godlord. These were the pillars of the entire Sword Domain and Sky City, and now they were actually killed. The experts from the Sky City and the Sword Domain offended the Dragon King and were killed by the Dragon King. All the citizens of the Tianzhe continent immediately pay their respects to the Dragon King. At this moment, the Supreme Commander swept his gaze across everyone around him and said in a deep voice, "Now, the safety of the entire wall of protection and the entire Tianzhe continent depended on Wang Xian. Naturally, he had to curry favor with him at this moment. He did not want the Dragon King to abandon them and leave at this moment. After all, they were here to ask the Dragon King to hand over that powerful array formation. Greetings, Dragon King. Greetings, Dragon King." Everyone from the Federation, the people from the Mystic Heaven Domain and the Land of Combat Techniques were the first to react. They immediately half knelt on the ground and shouted respectfully. A godly monarch was worthy of everyone's great respect. Furthermore, this godly monarch might be their last hope. No, you actually dared to kill people from our Sky City. Our Sky Godly Monarch will not let you off. The powerhouse who said that the Sky City wanted to kill General Wang with ease just a moment ago could not help but retreat when he saw the current scene. He roared angrily in a low voice. The eyes of many other powerhouses from the Sky City and the Sword Domain flickered as their expressions kept changing. Humph! When Wang Xian saw the powerhouse from the Sky City, disdain appeared on his face. He grunted softly. At the same time, waves of terrifying pressure pressed down on all the experts from the city in the sky. In an instant, thousands of corpses fell to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bodies colliding with the ground seemed to crash into everyone's ears. This sound directly smashed into the hearts of everyone in Sky City and the Sword Domain, especially the people of Sky City. When they saw their experts instantly killed, their faces were filled with paleness and cold sweat. They looked at this scene in horror and felt their scalps go numb. That General King, Godly King, and Dragon King had actually killed so many of their experts in an instant. Those Godly Master experts didn't even have the ability to resist and were instantly killed. This terrifying strength made people despair. Greetings, Dragon King. Greetings, Dragon King. The bodies of the people from the Sword Domain and Sky City trembled as they hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted loudly. They lowered their heads and propped their hands on the ground as if they were prostrating. Their faces were filled with horror. Wang Xian's gaze swept across them. His face was filled with indifference. I will clear the sea monsters in front of the wall of protection. The catastrophe this time should be over very soon. He landed on the ground and said to the Supreme Commander and the rest, All right. Thank you, General Wang, for your help. The Supreme Commander said to Wang Xian excitedly. The rest of the people were extremely excited when they heard what Wang Xian said. They were really afraid that Wang Xian would leave immediately because of the matter just now. Now, as long as Wang Xian was willing to help, it would be easy for a godly king to guard this place and clean up the sea monsters here at the protective wall. Thank you for your help, General Wang. Our Tianzhe continent is eternally grateful. The rest of the experts also quickly cupped their hands to express their gratitude. No need. Wang Xian shook his head and swept his gaze around. With a wave of his arm, he collected all the corpses. There were 30 peak stage Eternal Masters and more than 1,000 Eternal Masters above level 8. There were also a few thousand Eternal Masters. Just these corpses were enough for the Dragon Palace to increase the combat strength of 3 immortal godly monarchs. Adding Ao Xingmu and himself, that was the combat strength of 4 immortal godly monarchs. This was not counting the sea monsters in front of the wall of protection. If that was included, the strength of the Dragon Palace would undergo a terrifying qualitative change. Perhaps, by then, the strength of the Dragon Palace could rival the entire Tianzi continent. With this thought in mind, Wang Xian moved his body and immediately came to the top of the city wall in Area 51. All members of the Dragon Palace returned to the Dragon Palace to upgrade. Ao Yao, you guys should return as well. Wang Xian ordered the members of the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. All the members of the Dragon Palace nodded their heads. Supreme Commander, send someone to help me keep an eye on the sea monsters in front of the wall of protection. If they show signs of escaping, let me know. Wang Xian said to the Supreme Commander. It's the Dragon King. The Supreme Commander immediately nodded his head. Buzz. Wang Xian nodded his head and flew towards Area 58 in a flash. He had already cleared the sea monsters here. So after General Wang advanced to the Godly King level, he started to clear the sea monsters in the surroundings. No wonder all the sea monsters in Area 51 and the surrounding areas have disappeared. When everyone saw Wang Xian's back disappearing, one of the generals could not help but look at the ocean on the left. At this moment, the ocean on the left was a few million kilometers away. It was already calm and there was not a single sea monster. Initially, they were speculating if the sea monsters were up to something. Now, it seemed that the sea monsters here had been eliminated. That's right. We are still researching how to request for reinforcements. General Wang, who is in the ocean, should be a little dumbfounded if he knew about this. I'm afraid that after a few more hours of discussion, the sea monsters have already been cleared. Xian Chan said mockingly. That's true. However, with General Wang here, this disaster will pass without any accidents. A general said. He couldn't help but let out a huge breath. That's right, this disaster, we'll be able to pass it very quickly. The rest of the group also got excited. Smiling, General Wang has advanced to Undying, defending the wall of protection for our Tianzi continent, helping us get through this disaster. Congratulations to our Tianzi continent. Congratulations to General Wang. The highest commander's body moved. Floating in the air, he roared loudly. His voice resounded throughout the wall of protection. When the rest of the people who hadn't arrived heard his words, they were all stunned. They couldn't help but get excited. General Wang has actually broken through to the Undying Emperor realm. He's too powerful. Haha. Our Tianzi continent is saved. He's about to win. General Wang was very powerful in the beginning. He killed many pinnacle godlord sea monsters. Now he's actually broken through to the Undying Emperor realm. Long live. Congratulations, General Wang. At the same time, for our Tianzi continent, we have a huge chance of surviving this disaster. According to the latest news, General Wang is killing sea monsters at a rapid pace. Upon hearing the voice of the highest commander, everyone's faces revealed an extremely excited look. At the same time, some news was also transmitted over. Everyone's faces revealed an extremely excited look. While everyone was cheering on the wall of protection, Wang Xian was killing sea monsters at a rapid pace at the bottom of the sea. In order to prevent him from killing too many sea monsters and preventing them from escaping, Wang Xian had unleashed his full strength. He was killing sea monsters one by one at a terrifying speed. There were 500 to 600 level 8 Divine Lord level 8 devouring netherworld sea monsters in a region. After clearing more than a dozen regions, there were around 50 to 60 of them. Among them, there were more than 20 sea monsters at the peak of the Eternal Divine Lord level. A large number of sea monsters' corpses entered the Dragon Palace. With the addition of the corpses from the beginning, the dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool was almost full. The dragon transformation pool that was hundreds of kilometers long was almost full. What kind of concept was this? One by one, the members of the Dragon Palace entered the dragon transformation pool. The improvement of their realms was as simple as drinking cold water. Now, as long as Wang Xian wanted to, all 150,000 to 60,000 members of the Dragon Palace could step into the Eternal Divine Lord level. However, the main focus of the Dragon Palace was to improve their high-end combat strength. After this, the strength of the Dragon Palace can crush any force in the Tianzi continent. In just 15 minutes, Wang Xian cleared out all the areas beyond Area 51. His body moved and he teleported rapidly towards Area 50. He did not hide anything. Facing the hundreds of millions of sea monsters in front of him, he floated directly on the surface of the sea. Boom! 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 Waves of substantial laws sealed off an area of more than 10,000 kilometers. In the entire area, all the sea monsters were captured in one go. More than 10,000 kilometers. Wang Xian did not even need a minute. In less than a minute, he immediately changed to another place. In front of each region, everyone saw the terrifying scene of Wang Xian. Their faces were filled with shock and awe. This was the strength of the immortal God King, and this was the strength of General Wang. One person facing billions of sea monsters. News of victory. The front lines have won a huge victory. General Wang has advanced to Undying Emperor level. He alone stands guard over the Wall of Protection, killing trillions of sea monsters. The Wall of Protection has won. General Wang has become Undying Emperor. He alone stands guard. Congratulations to humanity. Victory, victory, ha ha ha, this time it's all thanks to General Wang. Not long ago before he advanced, he had killed many pinnacle god-level sea monsters. This victory is all thanks to General Wang. The battle situation at the Wall of Protection, under the orders of the highest commander, was transmitted to the AI. When everyone saw the news on the AI, their faces were filled with excitement. The worry and fear of the entire Tianzi continent had finally been released. News of victory. For General Wang to level up to the Undying Emperor level, for him to guard the entire Wall of Protection, all the people of Tianzi continent were filled with gratitude and excitement. General Wang was a hero of humanity. He's too strong. This time it's all thanks to General Wang. General Wang wasn't originally from Tianzi continent. To be able to defend our Tianzi continent, he's our benefactor and hero. Right? The people of Sky City and Sword Domain still wanted to suppress General Wang and get help from an array. Now that they've been killed, they deserve it. In front of the Wall of Protection, everyone looked at the majestic figure on the sea and sighed with respect. The entire Wall of Protection was filled with excitement and joy. Only the people from the Sky City and the Sword Domain had ugly expressions. Now, on the Wall of Protection, everyone knew that all the experts from the Sky City and the Sword Domain had been killed by General Wang. Especially Sky City. There weren't many Eternal God Lord level warriors left. The rest of the two forces had ugly expressions. They looked at the powerful figure in front of them, clenching their fists. Grandpa and Patriarch are dead, killed by the Dragon King. Almost all the warriors of Sky City have been killed. Now, we can only wait for the God King to return and kill him. When the godly monarch comes, we will definitely be able to kill him. He has just stepped into the undying godly monarch realm. Our godly monarch has already stepped into the realm for hundreds of thousands of years. In a corner of the Wall of Protection, dozens of youths stood there with clenched fists and faces filled with hatred. They were the most powerful group of children in Sky City. However, their grandpa, all of their reliance, had been killed. Such hatred was irreconcilable. However, with their strength, they were like ants compared to the vast figure in front of them. They could only pray that the God King would return and kill him. They looked into the depths of the ocean, where vast energy blotted out the sky and the sun. The Undying God King's battle was still going on. Our God King is fighting with the Undying God King sea monster in the depths. He's here hunting ordinary sea monsters, and he even killed our Sky City and Sword Domain warriors. Now, why is he the hero of the entire human race? He killed so many of our Sky City and Sword Domain warriors. What right does he have to be called a hero? The youths were filled with unwillingness as they listened to the discussions around them, looking at the cheers of everyone in the AI. Tell them what happened here, hero? He killed so many of us. He doesn't have the right to be called a hero. That's right. They killed so many of us. Yet they can still enjoy such glory and glory. It's not fair, it's not fair. The expressions of the youths were somewhat distorted. Very soon, the matter of General Wang killing a large number of Sky City and Sword Domain experts spread through the AI. This was nothing but a little surprise to the citizens of the Mystic Heaven Domain, the land of combat arts, and the Federation region. However, to many people from Sky City and the Sword Domain, they felt extremely furious. Why would a godly monarch kill all the experts in the Sky City Sword Domain? Even if you were a hero of humanity, you could not kill their experts wantonly. Especially after learning that all the godlords above rank 8, and even more than 80% of the godlords in the Sky City had been killed. Many people were extremely furious. The entire AI seemed to be boiling. Many of the upper echelons of the Federation noticed this too, but they ignored it. This news was just a small matter to the Undying God King. It didn't affect the Dragon King at all. Only the Sky God King and Sword God King had any influence. However, this wasn't something the upper echelons of the Federation could consider. The 4 God Kings were all high and mighty. Now that there was one more God King, these matters had to be settled by the God Kings themselves. They had no right to interfere. In fact, the noise on the AI had no effect on the godly monarch at all. Roar! 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 At this moment, a series of extremely terrifying roars sounded in the ocean. Roar! 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 When this roar was heard, the countless sea monsters in the surrounding echoed the roar at the same time. The roar reverberated throughout the entire sky. Everyone immediately covered their ears and looked over in shock. This group of sea monsters is? Wang Xian saw the sea monsters roaring in the distance and was astonished. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a roar came from the depths of the ocean in response. Roar! Roar! The sea monsters looked at Wang Xian in horror. Buzz! 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 At this moment, the sea monsters were disappearing. The sea monsters are escaping. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly as he flew forward quickly. At this moment, he completely gave up on the weak sea monsters and attacked the powerful sea monsters directly. He had already killed his way from the 50th region to the 20th region. The number of level 8 sea monsters that had died at his hands had reached tens of thousands. There were even hundreds of sea monsters at the peak of the Master God realm. We won. We won. The sea monsters have escaped. The sea monsters have escaped. Yes, we won. Ha ha. General Wang single-handedly killed hundreds of millions of sea monsters. They have escaped. Although Wang Xian was very disappointed by the escape of the sea monsters, the humans on the wall of protection were filled with excitement. This time, even the people from the Sword Domain and the city in the sky heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. This war lasted for 11 days. More than 100 million humans had died. This was the lowest number among the 3 catastrophes. The reason why there were so few losses was naturally due to Wang Xian's advancement to the Immortal King realm. Today, the Dragon King was the only one who didn't even make a move after killing the sea monsters. Due to the existence of the Dragon King, the humans of the Tianzi continent had suffered a great loss. Forget it, let's just escape. I have gained enough this time. Wang Xian looked at the escaping Eternal Lord sea monsters and shook his head slightly. Some of the powerful sea monsters sensed that something was wrong and gave up on the invasion. Apparently, the Immortal Lord sea monsters had also responded. Even though the sea monsters had escaped, the rewards this time were enough. We won, ha, we won, we won. Cheers rang out on the wall of protection. When Wang Xian heard the cheers, a smile appeared on his face. He flew over from the surface of the sea and landed on the wall of protection. His gaze swept across the humans of the Tianzi continent who were cheering and celebrating. Thank you, Dragon King, for helping our Tianzi continent to withstand this calamity. The highest commander and a group of experts flew over and thanked Wang Xian excitedly. Okay. Wang Xian nodded at them. Thank you, Dragon King, for saving our Tianzi continent. The people of the Tianzi continent who were gathered around shouted at Wang Xian respectfully. You guys handle the rest of the matters. I'll go to the depths of the ocean and take a look. Wang Xian looked at the highest commander and said, Yes, yes, General Wang. Everyone immediately nodded their heads. Let's go and take a look. Senior Shen Tianzi is actually able to fight against 4 people by himself. He has a very deep foundation. If I were to master all the formations that I gave him previously, he should be able to fight against those of a higher level. Wang Xian thought to himself. With a move of his body, he flew towards the depths of the ocean. The terrifying energy there blotted out the sky and covered the sun. The entire sky was a battlefield. The closer he got, the more he could feel the destructive power in front of him. When a god-level master got close, just the aftershocks alone could destroy him. Wang Xian looked over. The Sky Celestial King, Sword Celestial King, and Battle Sphinx Elder were fighting against an immortal god-level sea monster respectively. The Sky Celestial King and Combat Master were at a disadvantage while the Sword Celestial King was suppressing the other Immortal King-level sea monster. Their strength could basically be seen at a glance. On the other side, Shen Tianzi was fighting against 4 Immortal King-level sea monsters by himself without being at a disadvantage. One by one, the formations came in handy. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Senior Shen Tianzi, do you need help? Wang Xian asked Shen Tianzi with a smile on his face. The sudden appearance of Wang Xian's voice caused Shen Tianzi to be slightly shocked. A hint of shock could be seen in his eyes. Little brother Wang Xian, I was lucky enough to possess the combat strength of an immortal godly king. I took care of the wall of protection. As Shen Tianzi spoke, Wang Xian interrupted him and replied with a chuckle. What? Shen Tianzi could not help but exclaim in shock. He could not believe it. He already had the combat strength of an immortal king. How long had he been in the Tianzi continent? At that time, he only had the combat strength of an eternal god lord level 2. Now, he had the combat strength of an immortal king in less than half a year. How could he believe this? He was already shocked that Wang Xian had the combat strength of an immortal king. Gulp, good. Haha, little brother Wang Xian, come and help me. However, he quickly regained his senses and couldn't help but laugh out loud. After all, this person had a connection with that god lord. Even with such heaven-defying abilities, he could barely convince himself. Of course, it was just a self-hypnosis to convince himself. The god lord had this little brother Wang Xian who was heaven-defying? If he didn't know more about the Celestial Emperor, he would have suspected that he was the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor. Boom! Wang Xian moved his body, and an extremely powerful substantial law attacked one of the immortal Celestial King's sea monsters. It was a sea monster with a pitch-black body and 18 claws. It was about 5,000 meters in size, and every swing of its claws emitted a powerful law-eroding force. Wang Xian's sudden attack made it panic. Roar. He could not help but roar at the 3 godly king sea monsters around him. Roar. Roar. The godly king sea monsters responded one after another. They trembled slightly and disappeared instantly. They escaped. The catastrophe this time is finally over. When Shen Tianzi saw the few godly king sea monsters escaping, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was already his limit to fend off 4 sea monsters of the same level. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect little brother Wang Xian to break through to the immortal godly king realm. What a surprise! At this moment, Mo Hen's voice rang out from the side. A slightly chubby figure instantly appeared in front of Wang Xian. I was just lucky. Wang Xian looked at the old man and nodded with a smile on his face. He actually advanced to the immortal king realm. Not far away, the Sky King of Sky City looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. His expression kept changing. Sky City had a conflict with him. Now that he had advanced to the immortal king realm, it was definitely not a good thing for the entire Sky City. The Sky King stood there with a sullen face and did not go over. Beside him, Sword Domain Sword God King saw another Undying God King appearing in Tianzi continent. He was just about to go over to greet him when he suddenly realized that there were urgent messages flashing. When he saw the message, his expression changed. He immediately teleported towards the wall of protection. Sky God King saw Sword God King leave and immediately left too. Eh? Why are those 2 fellows so ignorant of the rules? Another Celestial King has been born in our Tianzi continent. They still don't know how to come over and greet us. Mo Hen said coldly when he saw the Sky Celestial King and the Sword God King suddenly leave. Wang Xian looked at the 2 figures meaningfully and revealed a smile. They might not be sure that all the experts under them had been killed by him. Once they found out, they would probably come over and fight him to the death. The city in the sky will definitely be destroyed. If the sword god king of the sword domain doesn't know what's good for him, he will destroy them all. Wuxia thought to himself. Currently, all the members of the Dragon Palace were digesting the resources after the Great War. With the dragon blood in the dragon pool of the Dragon Palace, it was sufficient for the 13 members of the Dragon Palace, other than Ao Xingmu, to advance to the immortal godly king realm. However, Wang Xian was not prepared to use all the resources to gather the godly king experts. The Dragon Palace only needed to increase the combat strength of 5 godly kings. The rest would be used to increase the strength of the other disciples. The combat strength of a peak master god would need at least 20 of them. In 2 days at most, the improvement of the members of the Dragon Palace would be over. At that time, it would be time for him to compete with the city in the sky and even the sword domain. Let's go back to the wall of protection first. This time, it's all thanks to little brother Wang Xian. Otherwise, it would be difficult to defend the wall of protection. Xian Tianzi smiled at Wang Xian and said, I won't be going. Senior Xian Tianzi, in the future, you guys don't have to worry about me, the city in the sky, and the sword domain. I can settle it myself. I'll make a trip back first. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be back in 2 to 3 days. Wang Xian said to Xian Tianzi with a smile on his face. Xian Tianzi was slightly stunned. He didn't understand what he meant. However, Wang Xian waved his hand and disappeared instantly. This time, he disappeared and returned to the Dragon Palace, which was also the boundless galaxy. Eh? What's going on? Mo Hen looked at Wang Xian, who had suddenly disappeared, in astonishment. Dragon King, I will definitely kill you. Dragon King, I will definitely kill you. At this moment, 2 furious roars were heard. Dragon King, I will kill you. Dragon King, I will kill you. Angry roars reverberated in the sky and the ocean. Xian Tianzi and Zhan Famo Hen, who were standing in the depths of the ocean, were slightly stunned. What? What's going on? Why are those 2 guys so angry? Battle Tactic Mo Hen looked in the direction of the wall of protection with a stunned expression on his face. Let's go and take a look. Xian Tianzi raised his eyebrows. He suddenly recalled what Wang Xian said before he left. His heart skipped a beat and he immediately flew towards the direction of the wall of protection. Battle Tactic Mo Hen also followed closely behind curiously. The speed of the 2 of them was very fast. When they had just flown over, they saw 2 figures on the wall of protection looking in their direction with murderous looks on their faces. What about the Dragon King? The Sword God King looked at the 2 of them with a cold face and asked with blood-red eyes. Who are you asking? Be more polite. Seeing the Sword God King's power, Mo Hen curled his lips and said directly, What about the Dragon King? However, to Mo Hen's surprise, the Sword God King asked angrily again, not giving him any face at all. What happened? Xian Tianzi heard his words and frowned. He gestured to Mo Hen not to be impulsive and asked him calmly. He actually killed all the experts above the 8th level of the Eternal Master level in our sword domain. He killed them all. All the experts that our sword domain has accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years have been killed. It's hard for me, the Sword God King, not to kill that Dragon King for this revenge. The Sword God King's tone softened when he heard Xian Tianzi's words. However, his eyes were still bloodshot. Almost all the God Lord experts of my Sky City have been killed. At this moment, the Sky God King flew over. His body was filled with a dense, murderous aura. Dragon King, why did you kill the experts of Sky City and the Sword Domain? Xian Tianzi swept a glance at the 2 of them. He looked down and asked the experts below indifferently. Lord Godly Monarch. The Supreme Commander cupped his hands respectfully and swept his gaze across the Godly Monarchs in reverence. Lord Godly Monarch, I will not be biased or conceal anything from you. If I conceal anything, the Godly Monarchs can kill me directly. He swore to the Godly Monarchs in advance. Now, facing the extremely furious Sword God King and Sky Godly Monarch, he had to say in advance that if he were to be killed out of anger, there was nothing he could do. Speak. Don't worry. No one can break the rules. Xian Tianzi said to him. He also had the strength to say that. Yes. In this calamity, the sea monsters are too powerful. At the end of the defense, tens of thousands of God Lord rank 8 sea monsters suddenly appeared at the bottom of the sea. We have no way to activate the defensive array formation that Lord Xian Tianzi God King set up. Activate the defensive array formation. Can withstand for more than a day. We have to find help within this one day. Commander Duan of Sky City said that he has a way. The Supreme Commander recounted everything that had happened without any favoritism. Grandpa, this kid can testify that it's true. Commander Shen said immediately after he finished speaking. Does that mean that they have provoked the Dragon King? They are simply courting death. Shen Tianzi said indifferently. Shen Tianzi, the experts of the city in the sky and the sword domain are also thinking for the sake of the entire natural selection continent. They are not courting death. The Sword God King retorted angrily when he heard Shen Tianzi's words. That's right. Now, the Dragon King is also the hero of the entire Tianzi continent. Haha, he can be a hero. But the experts of the city in the sky can't die in vain. Almost all the God Lord level experts in the entire Sky City have died. Ha ha ha, such a feud is irreconcilable. It's either him or me. The Sky God King roared maniacally. Many experts in the 18 cities of Sky City were his descendants. Now, Sky City was completely crippled. It was even worse than the sword domain. There were many experts below the God Lord rank 8 in the sword domain, and Sky City was completely gone. In the future, he would be the only one holding up the Sky City in the Tianzi continent. It would only exist in name. The force he had established was almost destroyed. Why wasn't he crazy? All the top experts in my sword domain have been killed. Only blood can be repaid. The Sword God King held the divine sword in his hand tightly. His face was ghastly. Shen Tianzi frowned slightly when he saw the violent expressions of the two. The Dragon King has already returned to his divine kingdom. His divine kingdom is not in the Shen heaven domain. Besides, he said that he will be back in a few days. We from the Shen heaven domain will not be involved in this matter. Shen Tianzi said indifferently. It could be considered as a declaration of his position. If Wang Xian had not said that earlier, he would definitely stand on Wang Xian's side. However, since he had said it, it meant that he was confident. For someone to be able to raise his combat strength from level 2 Eternal Celestial Master to Immortal Celestial King in just a few months' time, he did not think that Sword God King and Sky Celestial King could do anything to Wang Xian. Furthermore, if Wang Xian wanted to escape, they only had a 10% chance of killing him. It was basically impossible. All right. When Sword God King and Sky Celestial King heard Shen Tianzi's words, they nodded solemnly. As long as Shen Tianzi did not interfere, they would have a chance to kill that Dragon King. Let's go. Sword God King swept his gaze over his subordinates and left with a sullen face. Although the calamity had ended, it was not something worth being happy about. Instead, it was a calamity that was even more severe than the calamity. Sky God King did not say a word and left immediately. Because there were no more subordinates around him, only a bunch of dead fish and shrimps. Sky City was about to fall. However, at this moment, the main character, Wang Xian, had returned to the Dragon Palace in the Endless Star Field. This was the first time he had returned after leaving for over 3 months. Over 3 months, his strength and the Dragon Palace's strength had received a crazy increase. Ao Qitian, Ao Qi, Ao Xingmu, Ao Yao, Mu Zisen, and a strange demon have increased their combat strength to the Immortal King level. Including myself, there are a total of 7 of them. Wang Xian stood in the dragon transformation pool and looked at the 7 figures in the middle. A smile appeared on his face. With the 7 immortal kings and the 4 godly kings of the entire Tianzi continent working together, the Dragon Palace would be able to contend against them. If you want to kill me, why wouldn't I want to kill you as well? Wang Xian said with a smile on his face. If they returned to the resplendent land and Tianzi continent again, the Dragon Palace would no longer be a nobody. I only need 2 days. He looked at the dragon transformation pool and said softly. He looked at the group of girls beside him and squinted his eyes. Let's go. Let's have a good rest these 2 days, ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, extremely carefree. The catastrophe has ended. More than 100 million soldiers of the Tianzi continent have died in battle. Every soldier is a hero of the entire Tianzi continent. They are all heroes of humanity. On the fourth day of victory, the Tianzi continent will hold a memorial ceremony for the entire continent. We will mourn for our brothers and sisters who have died in battle. We will hold a memorial ceremony for our heroes. On the Tianzi continent, after the catastrophe had ended, joy struck everyone. At this time, the AI announced something. In 4 days, the entire continent would mourn, paying respects to their dead brothers and sisters. It would be broadcasted live. At that time, a group of god kings would also appear, sending off the dead warriors. For days later, the memorial was a huge event for Tianzi continent. The entire natural selection continent was talking about this calamity war. General Wang, who had just reached the undying emperor realm, was called Dragon King by his subordinates. And now, he was also called Dragon King by the Tianzi continent. The invincible Dragon King appeared out of nowhere and quickly settled this catastrophe. At the same time, Sky City, which had almost all the God Lord realm warriors killed by the Dragon King, all the top warriors of the sword domain were also discussed by many people. Everyone on the Guardian Wall was also very familiar with this situation. While everyone thought that they were courting death, they also felt some sympathy. After all, the experts of the Sword Realm and Sky City were also thinking for the sake of the entire Tianzi continent. Although they had been killed by the Dragon King, it could not be denied that the other party was not a hero. They had also sacrificed a lot in order to fend off the powerful sea monsters. In the AI, the people from the city in the sky and the sword domain were the most furious. They said that the Dragon King was too cruel. Everything was for the humans. Why didn't they give them a chance? Why did they have to kill all of them? There were all kinds of voices in the AI. There were even many experts from the city in the sky and the sword domain who hoped that their godly king could kill the Dragon King as soon as possible. The calamity had won, but many people guessed that there might be internal strife. Back then, the Sky Godly Monarch and Sword Godly Monarch had roared that they wanted to kill the Dragon King. However, many people did not know that this was an internal strife because the Dragon King did not belong to their Heavenly Lake continent. Of course, many people still believed that the Dragon King was the hero of the entire Heavenly Lake continent. The end of the calamity this time was all thanks to the Dragon King. The artificial intelligence system was abuzz with discussion. At this moment, the Sky God King and the Sword God King were trembling in anger. This was especially so for the Sky God King. In a palace located at the highest altitude of 300,000 meters, the Sky God King was leaning on his throne. In the middle of the hall in front of him, there was an old man who was prostrating himself. Lord God King, currently we only have over 100 divine lord-level experts in Sky City. Among them, the strongest one is an eternal divine lord at level 7. The groveling old man reported to the Sky God King while trembling. In this catastrophe, there were 3,000 to 4,000 god-level masters who died at the sea monster's place. However, there were 5,000 to 6,000 who died at the hands of Wang Xian. There were only more than 100 god-level masters in Sky City who were under the control of Sky City. In other words, there were only more than 100 god-level masters under the control of the Sky God level. The strongest god lord was at the 7th rank. It could be said to be extremely miserable. There was a time when the Sky City had more than 10,000 God Lord experts under its jurisdiction. Retreat, the Sky God Lord said to the old man emotionlessly. It's Lord God King. The old man nodded and hurriedly retreated. Wang. Just as the old man left, a sword god king, whose entire body was like a sharp sword, floated in the air above the hall and looked at the Sky God Lord from afar. Your Sky City is really miserable, he said indifferently. Pung, Sword God King. How are you guys any better? The Sky God King slammed heavily on the divine seat beside him and growled in a low voice. That Dragon King has combat strength on the same level as us and he doesn't have a fixed territory. How are we going to take revenge for this? Sword God King did not continue to mock. The loss of the sword domain was not something that could be recovered in tens of thousands of years. No matter the price, I will kill him. Sky God Emperor's eyes were bloodshot as he spoke. His energy could not help but tremble. With him trying to escape, it will be too hard for the two of us to kill him. Even if we can get our hands on the encirclement to trap the undying God Emperor and he escapes, it will be hard for us to kill him, Sword God Emperor said with an ugly expression. There's naturally no way for the two of us to do anything. Although he has just stepped into the undying godly monarch realm, with the strength of a godly monarch, it would be very difficult to kill him. Sky God Emperor suddenly smiled sinisterly. Oh? Sky God Emperor. What do you mean? Sword God Emperor raised his eyebrows slightly. The Heaven Beast Corporation contacted me just now and asked me why the deal that we had agreed on suddenly stopped. I told them to continue, but the target has changed. Sky God King said with a grim expression. What you mean is, the Heaven Beast Corporation sent people to assist us? But even though the Heaven Beast Corporation is powerful, they wouldn't provoke a God King for no reason, right? Sword God Emperor revealed a puzzled expression. You've underestimated the allure of that array formation. Furthermore, we only need them to send 2 godly monarchs to assist us. We need them to take out the imprisonment ring that imprisons immortal godly monarchs. They are currently considering it, but they will eventually agree. Sky God Emperor smiled coldly. As long as we have 2 godly monarchs to assist us and use the imprisonment ring to imprison them and seal the surroundings, would we not be able to kill a brat who has just broken through to the godly monarch realm? As he spoke, his gaze turned to Sword God King. As long as we can get our hands on that precious confinement ring and prepare for a 4-on-1 situation, we have a 90% chance of killing him. Sword God King's eyes flickered as he slowly raised his head. Of course, if the Heaven Beast Corporation can send 2 level 2 and 3 immortal godly monarchs over, it will be even easier. Ha 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 ha, there's no need. I want to kill him myself. I want to pull out his tendons and pull out his bones. I want to make him suffer. I'm not willing to let him die so easily. Sky God King laughed maniacally. His laughter was a little crazy. He strongly requested the Heavenly Beast Corporation to send a stronger God King over. The other party might really agree for the array formation. However, he did not need to. He wanted to do it himself. The Dragon King had destroyed his Sky City, so he wanted to destroy the Dragon King as well. He wanted to make the Dragon King extremely regretful and extremely painful. To deal with a guy who had just advanced to godly monarchs, he had a 99% chance of killing the other party without escaping in a 1-on-1 situation, not to mention the joint attack of 4 people. All right, I'll let him experience my sword. Sword God Emperor's eyes gleamed coldly. He was stronger than Sky God Emperor. He was even more confident that he could kill him. The 2 of them had been in the Undying Emperor realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if they hadn't reached level 2, their strength wasn't something a God Emperor who had just become a God Emperor could compare to. Boom, boom, boom. Boundless Galaxy. In the Boundless Sea Dragon Palace, waves of terrifying energy were transmitted from the Dragon Transformation Pool. At this moment, 6 figures were hovering above the Dragon Transformation Pool. Terrifying laws were condensed on top of it. The 6 figures were extremely vast. Wuxia stood at the edge of the Dragon Transformation Pool and looked at the figures of the 6 members of the Dragon Palace with a smile on his face. Below the 6 figures were the powerhouses of the Dragon Palace, who were also exuding a strong aura. There were 20 peak stage Master Level Combat Strength members, 100 Master Level Level 9 Combat Strength members, and 500 Master Level 8 Combat Strength members. There were even more Master Level 7 and Level 6 Combat Strength members behind them. After the catastrophe, the strength of the Dragon Palace had received a huge boost. Greetings, Dragon King. The members of the Dragon Palace looked at Wuxia and flew over respectfully. They greeted him loudly. Very good. Wuxia looked at them with a satisfied expression on his face. With the members of the Dragon Palace, he would be able to build a Dragon Palace in the underground sea. By then, the combat strength of the 7 immortal godly monarchs of the Dragon Palace would be able to occupy an entire ocean. Even if they were to face the undying godly monarch sea monsters in the underground sea, there was nothing to be afraid of. There were more than a dozen undying godly monarch sea monsters in the underground sea, and there were 7 in the Dragon Palace. Wuxia could definitely lead his subordinates to kill those undying godly monarch sea monsters. As long as he killed them, the Dragon Palace would become stronger and stronger. Finally, they would unify the entire underground sea. Once they unified the underground sea, the Dragon Palace would truly enter the greater world and compete with the powerhouses of billions of planets. Only when the Dragon Palace was established in the underground sea would the Dragon Palace truly have a foothold. Xiaoxian, are we going back now? Guan Shuqing and the rest stood at the side. When they saw such a powerful Dragon Palace, they smiled and asked him, "Yes, we are going back now. When we return, we will establish the Dragon Palace. When that happens, the Dragon Palace will be transferred to that resplendent world." Wang Xian nodded at them. Once the Dragon Palace was transferred over, the group of girls would also be transferred over. This way, they would only be able to see each other once every few months. Okay. Be careful then. The group of girls also understood this logic and nodded at him. Wang Xian smiled and looked at Ao Xingmu, Ao Qitian, and the rest. Swoosh. He moved and charged out of the boundless sea. The 6 combat strength members of the godly monarch of the Dragon Palace moved and immediately transformed into human form to follow closely behind Wang Xian. Boom. 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 They flew towards the entrance of the energy tide at a terrifying speed. Along the way, everyone felt the terrifying speed and their faces were filled with astonishment. A Master God-level powerhouse had such a terrifying speed? Let's go. After entering the energy tide, Wang Xian entered the long black hole directly. With his current speed, it was much easier for him to pass through this black hole. In just an hour, they had passed through the black hole and arrived at the Emperor's Parish battlefield. The Emperor's Parish battlefield was the battlefield where the god-level Emperor of Tianjingzi had fallen. The entire battlefield was filled with all kinds of chaotic energy. Even with Wang Xian's current strength, it was extremely dangerous here. This was the place where a celestial emperor and more than 100,000 immortal godly monarchs had fallen. More than 100,000 celestial monarchs. Even now, Wang Xian still found it hard to imagine. Little friend Wang Xian, I really didn't expect you to be able to raise your strength to such a level in such a short period of time. The divine dragon inheritance is really heaven-defying. At this moment, the voice of the celestial emperor Tianjinzi rang out in Wang Xian's mind. Don't worry, Senior Tianjinzi. It won't be long before I can fight against the celestial emperor. When the time comes, I will find a chance to resurrect you. Wang Xian said with a smile. You have the combat strength of an immortal celestial king. Now you can try to make a witch weapon. Tianjinzi suddenly said. Make a weapon? Wang Xian asked with slight doubt. It's a wizard weapon. A wizard weapon is a powerful weapon that is made by combining a divine weapon. It's much more powerful than a divine weapon. I don't know much about how to make a wizard weapon, so I'm not very proficient in it. However, according to the conditions of making a wizard weapon, you must first use a divine weapon to let the weapon spirit control the formation and set up a formation on the divine weapon. The weapon spirit will activate the formation to fight the enemy. It's said that the weapon spirit of a great wizard can set up a formation on a weapon that is extremely heaven-defying. The 5 elements grindstone in your hand can be easily made into a magic weapon. It can help you to control some formations. Little friend Wang Xian, you can give it a try. The Heaven Formation Master said to Wang Xian. He was extremely envious of Wang Xian's 5 elements grindstone formation. It was the top-notch origin weapon in the universe. If the 5 weapon spirits were to teach them about formations, it would be extremely powerful in the later stages. He could easily fight against an expert of the same level as Wang Xian with just one 5 elements grindstone. I can give it a try. The speed of my improvement is too fast. The 5 elements grindstone can't keep up with the speed. As Wang Xian spoke, he suddenly had a thought. Senior Tianjinzi, do you think I can let my clones replace the artifact spirits of the 5 elements grindstone? Wang Xian had 8 clones now. The only thing missing was the earth attribute of the 9 attributes. The clones of the wind and thunder attributes were integrated into the inceptive sage wings. Currently, 6 of them were cultivating in the Dragon Palace. However, entering the 5 elements millstone was not a big problem. Allowing the clones to enter the 5 elements millstone to control and set up the formation could make the 5 elements millstone even more powerful. Moreover, there was another point. Due to the rapid improvement during this period of time, Wang Xian did not have the time to study the formation. Instead, he allowed the clones to start comprehending and learning. Once his doppelganger understood it, he would be able to grasp it. This way, the 5 elements grinding which weapon will become stronger. There's no need for your doppelganger to fuse with it. All you need to do is guide the spirit of the weapon. Your lack of earth attribute doppelganger is also a flaw. It will be much easier to guide it. Tian Zhanzi said immediately. That's good. However, the strength of the few doppelganger and the 5 elements grinding which weapon are still a little weak. If they were to set up an array formation that could threaten the Immortal King level, it would take them more than 10 days. Wang Xian said. As they were his clones, they could set up a formation that could threaten the Immortal King level. However, the speed of setting up the formation was a little impressive. Setting up a formation that could threaten the Immortal King level in less than 10 days was useless. This could only allow them to set up the formation in advance. During the battle, they could also release 5 formations that could threaten the Immortal King level 1. It was very impressive. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and immediately took out the 5 elements millstone. He summoned 5 clones over. The combat strength of the 5 clones was only level 9 of the Eternal Godly Monarch. If they worked together to set up the formation, coupled with the power of the 5 elements millstone itself, they could deal with a peak stage Godly Monarch on their own. Not bad. If Wang Xian set up the formation on top, it could threaten the Godly Monarch. After setting up a black hole space-disturbing formation, Wang Xian did not set it up again because he did not have control over many formations either. I'm here. I wonder if the people from the city in the sky and the sword domain will find trouble with me when I return this time. Hee. After flying for 3 hours, the Tianzi continent appeared in his line of sight. He looked at the gigantic continent with a smile on his face. This time it was completely different from the first time he came to this world. Aya Bing Bing, do you think Teacher Wang will still be our teacher in the future? That's right, Bing Bing, Teacher Wang is the Dragon King. Teacher Wang has actually become the 5th Undying God King of our Tianzi continent. Who would have thought that we are actually the students of the Dragon King? Xiantian Academy Freshman Class 1. With the outbreak of the calamity, the Dragon King becoming an Undying God King was a huge shock to the Freshman Class 1. Their teacher actually became the 5th Undying Emperor of the Tianzi continent. They would never even dream of it. The group of girls asked Yu Bingbing, Huang Jiajia, and the others. After all, from their point of view, Yu Bingbing, Huang Jia, Sita Yen Xiaolan, and the others were close to their teacher. They were half disciples. We don't know either. Teacher becoming an Undying Emperor, he shouldn't be coming. Yu Bingbing and the rest shook their heads. There was both pride and disappointment on their faces. A godly king would continue to teach them? It was obviously impossible. Buzz. However, at this moment, a group of figures suddenly appeared beside them. Ah! When the group of girls saw the figure that suddenly appeared and Wang Xian who was in the middle, everyone was slightly stunned. Teacher Wang. The group of girls hurriedly shouted at Wang Xian. Yes. Wang Xian nodded at them. His gaze swept across the group of girls and a smile appeared on his face. This group of people could be considered as his students, but he was clearly not a qualified teacher. After this, it was unlikely that he would come here to teach them for a period of time every month. I'll stay here for 2 days. If there's anything you don't know, come and ask me. I'll make arrangements for the future. Wang Xian said to them and walked into the room. The group of girls looked at each other when they saw Wang Xian walking into the room after saying that. Looks like Teacher Wang won't be teaching us in the future. Don't think about it. Teacher Wang is the godly king who is high up in the sky. It's already a gift from the heavens that we can become the students of the godly king. Did teacher just come back from outside? Will he go to the continent to pay respects to teacher tomorrow? All the girls said with some disappointment and doubt. However, they did not dare to enter and disturb him. After all, he was the immortal godly king, one of the strongest people on the continent. The hearts of the girls were still filled with respect. My young friend Wang Xian. However, not long after Wang Xian sat down, a voice rang in his ear. Senior Xian Tianzi. Wang Xian looked at the figure that was slowly gathering in front of him and revealed a smile. Wang Xian, you're back so soon. Are you preparing this time? Xian Tianzi looked at Wang Xian with a smile and said, I'm preparing to participate in the memorial ceremony tomorrow. Also, Senior Xian Tianzi, I'm preparing to establish a faction in the underground sea. I'll announce it when the time comes. Wang Xian spoke directly to Xian Tianzi. He had already seen some news from the AI earlier and knew about the furious roars of the two godly monarchs. He did not take it to heart. Ha! Xian Tianzi was slightly stunned. He never expected Wang Xian to make such a move. Participate in the memorial ceremony? Establish a faction? Little friend Wang Xian, you have to be prepared. The godly monarch of the sky, sword godly monarch, hates you to the bone. Xian Tianzi said to Wang Xian with a serious expression. The two godly monarchs were holding a grudge. Even if it was difficult to kill Wang Xian, it was still a powerful threat. Especially when Wang Xian dared to establish a force, he was almost certain that the godly monarchs of the sky and sword would definitely attack him. If he were to establish a force at this time, 90% of it would be destroyed by the two godly monarchs. Senior Xian Tianzi, don't worry. Since I dare to establish a faction, I'm not afraid of the sky and sword godly monarchs. I'll be attending the memorial ceremony tomorrow. Please spread the news out so that the sky and sword godly monarchs can prepare themselves. Wang Xian said to Xian Tianzi with a smile on his face. Oh! Xian Tianzi was slightly stunned. He looked at Wang Xian in a daze and asked, Are you confident? The celestial king of the sky and the godly king of the sword are from the Tianzi continent after all. I might not be able to help you when the time comes. I would like to thank Senior Xian Tianzi for his kindness. I will make preparations. I hope they won't disappoint me. Wang Xian said to him confidently. All right then. Since you are confident, I won't say anything. Your potential and talent are not something I can compare to. Be prepared for everything. Xian Tianzi took a deep look at Wang Xian and said, I will. Wang Xian nodded his head as well. Then, I shall not disturb little friend Wang Xian. I will congratulate you personally when your faction is completed. A smile appeared on Xian Tianzi's face as he vanished instantly. Godly king of the sky and godly king of the sword. I hope you won't disappoint me. Wang Xian mumbled as he watched the two of them leave. Both of them did not know the strength of his dragon palace. Since the other party was here to attack him, he could take care of them. If the strength of the dragon palace was exposed, he was confident that he could destroy one of them. However, the other party would definitely run away. The other party was afraid that he would run away, but he was also afraid that the other party would run away. The news of Wang Xian's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. However, 2 hours later, the AI sent out a notification and message. Tomorrow, the 4 godly monarchs and the Dragon King would personally attend the memorial service for the heroes of the humans of the Tianzi continent. The moment this news was released, it caused quite a stir. What? It's not surprising that the 4 godly monarchs are here. However, if the Dragon King is here, wouldn't a battle between the godly monarchs break out? That's right. Didn't they say that the Dragon King has left the Tianzi continent? Why is he suddenly announcing that he will attend the memorial service tomorrow? Will the extremely angry Sky God King and Sword God King let the Dragon King off? Will there be a battle? Many people on the AI were discussing worriedly. It was not impossible to have a battle between the God Kings during the memorial ceremony. The God King was high and mighty, but no matter what the occasion was, even if there was a battle, who would dare to say anything? That Dragon King still dares to appear? As long as he dares to appear, we, the God King, will definitely kill him. After killing the Dragon King, my grandfather was killed by him. Tomorrow, we will use the Dragon King's life as a sacrifice. Some people from the city in the sky and the sword domain were venting their frustrations as they posted messages on their AI. Clearly, many people from the sword domain and city in the sky were filled with hatred towards the Dragon King. I never expected this. I really never expected this. At this moment, in the sword tomb of the sword domain, a sky-reaching sword beam instantly shot into the sky, flying towards the city in the sky. Sky God King, that Dragon King, is extremely arrogant. He actually dares to participate in the memorial ceremony tomorrow. Since that's the case, let's use his blood as a memorial. Sword God King directly charged into the highest palace in Sky City as his voice sounded. He is indeed a little arrogant. He is very confident that the two of us will not be able to stop him. A towering figure appeared in the divine seat in the hall. Let's wait here for a few hours. In the highest palace of Sky City, Sky God King was leaning on his throne while Sword God King was sitting cross-legged on a 3-meter-long giant sword. The two of them didn't say anything. They were waiting for the experts of the Heaven Beast Corporation to arrive. They knew that it was easy for them to defeat the Dragon King, but it was very difficult to kill him. Even with the confinement circle around him, it would still be hard to keep him alive. Reaching the Undying Emperor realm, he could hide his undying country within the space crack. His speed and life force had reached a terrifying level. Even if he couldn't return to his undying country, just with his speed and life force, it would be hard for the two of them to keep the Dragon King alive. However, if the four of them attacked him together, that wasn't necessarily the case. They could instantly seal off the surroundings. Escape? Where to? Up and down? That was obviously impossible. As long as they spent a certain amount of time, they would definitely be able to catch up and kill him. Hence, now that they could kill the Dragon King, they could only wait. Time slowly passed. The two of them weren't anxious at all. Buzz! For hours later, the Sky Celestial King, who was leaning on the divine seat, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked outside and could not help but smile. Ha ha ha! Everyone from the Heaven Beast Corporation, welcome! A carefree voice came out of the Sky Celestial King's mouth. He immediately stood up and flew forward. Sky Celestial King, Sword Celestial King, right? At the entrance of the hall, 3 figures slowly walked in. 2 old men and a middle-aged man looked at Sky Celestial King and Sword Celestial King in the hall and asked indifferently, "That's right. Oh? The 3 of you are all Celestial Kings." Sky Celestial King swept his gaze across the 3 people and was slightly taken aback before he said, "There are only 2 of you. We were afraid that you were too weak to keep the other party. So we sent an additional person." The leading elder said indifferently, not giving them any face. "One of you doesn't have to make a move tomorrow." Sword God King, who was sitting cross-legged on the huge sword, heard their words. A sword light flashed in his eyes as he said coldly. The surrounding void seemed to be filled with sharp swords floating in the air. "Eh? Then maybe we really only need 2 people to make a move tomorrow." The old man in the lead looked at Sword God King with a hint of surprise on his face. Clearly, he was also very surprised by Sword God King's strength. "Hee. 3 of you from the Heaven Beast Corporation will be even more foolproof. Tomorrow, all you have to do is stop them from escaping. Leave the rest to us." Sky God King smiled and said loudly, "Don't worry. It's impossible to escape from us." The middle-aged man beside him said confidently, "This is a confinement ring. Don't forget your conditions. You will have to pay a price for deceiving our Heaven Beast Corporation." The leading elder threw a confinement ring to Sword Celestial King and said indifferently, "Of course." Sword Celestial King caught it. "Listen to our orders and cooperate with us tomorrow." "Okay." The 3 of them nodded and began to discuss some details. Time passed very quickly. From the outbreak of the catastrophe to the end, it was a rebirth for everyone in the Heavenly Lake continent. The more than 100 million soldiers who died in battle were the heroes of the entire Heavenly Lake continent. It was because of their deaths that the Heavenly Lake continent was now in perfect condition. Everyone was filled with admiration for the heroes. On the day of the memorial service, the entire continent had been preparing for the memorial service. It was located in the center of the continent, where the federal government was located. There was a huge square with white flowers on it. At the very front was a huge tombstone. There were 3 tombstones that were tens of thousands of meters tall, and the first 2 were filled with countless names. Similarly, on that brand new tombstone, there were also many names recorded. There were more than 100 million of them. These were all soldiers who had died in battle. These were the tombstones of heroes. The tombstones of heroes. Early in the morning, countless soldiers had lined up neatly to come to the memorial square. At the entrance, the 4 major factions and countless people from the Federation were dressed neatly. They walked into the square. The entire square was slightly solemn, with silent music playing around it. Fighter jets hovered in the sky as if they were sending them off. The number of people participating in this memorial ceremony had reached around 50 million. The rest of the people were watching the live broadcast through the AI. The atmosphere was slightly solemn. Grandpa, the Dragon King is also here today. There won't be any big trouble, right? In the command room at the very front, a middle-aged man said to the Supreme Commander with a frown, "We can't interfere in this either. However, with Senior Xian Tianzi here, ordinary people won't be involved." The Supreme Commander frowned slightly and shook his head helplessly. They had no way of handling this matter. Everyone was a hero of the Heavenly Lake continent. The Dragon King's appearance had averted this calamity. However, the Sky and Sword godly monarchs also contributed greatly. They had also guarded the Heavenly Lake continent for hundreds of thousands of years. They could not interfere in the feud between the three godly monarchs. Even in such a situation, it was not appropriate for Xian Tianzi to interfere. I really don't know if the appearance of the Dragon King is a good thing or a bad thing. The middle-aged man sighed silently. It's a good thing. At the very least, we have survived the calamity. The Supreme Commander looked at his grandson and patted him on the shoulder as he walked out. He was going to preside over today's memorial. Stepping on the road paved with white flowers, his gaze swept his surroundings. The godly monarchs had yet to arrive. Perhaps they would only appear in the end. He slowly walked forward with his subordinates following behind him. The Continental Memorial Ceremony could be considered to have begun. Under this kind of atmosphere, the 50 million people who came to the memorial ceremony did not speak. After all, under this kind of atmosphere, they could not speak either. The Supreme Commander walked forward and began to give a speech, giving a speech for the heroes. The speech was not short. It lasted for a full half an hour. Everyone was listening attentively. On the tombstone of the heroes, the names began to shine from top to bottom. The memorial ceremony was going on. The 5 God Kings have arrived. They are the pillars of humanity in the Tianzhe continent for hundreds of thousands of years. They are the saviors of humanity and our reliance. In this tribute, our godly monarchs will be giving their tributes. We pay our respects to the 5 godly monarchs. Half an hour later, the highest commander looked around and said as he slowly half-kneeled on the ground, "We pay our respects to the godly monarchs." The rest of the people also half-kneeled on the ground respectfully and shouted in unison, "Boom! Boom! Boom!" The next moment, 5 figures came from different directions. In the sky, the godly king of the sky and the godly king of swords looked at Wang Xian with sparkling eyes. Wang Xian looked at them with a smile on his face as well. It had begun. We humans have been fighting against the sea monsters for millions of years. Countless predecessors have died in battle, and countless successors have come one after another. All the soldiers who have died in battle are fighting for our Tianzi continent for a better home. Today, I hope that all the humans of Tianzi continent will remember the home that our predecessors protected with their lives, remember their blood, their sacrifices, and their fearlessness. Work hard and become stronger. One day, we humans of Tianzi continent will be able to pacify the entire underground sea and wipe out all the sea monsters. For the soldiers who have died in battle, this is a salute. In the memorial grounds, Wang Xian and the 5 godly monarchs flew over. Xian Tianzi's gaze swept across everyone in front of him and spoke first. As the strongest existence in the entire Tianzi continent, Xian Tianzi's reputation and dignity was the best among all the godly monarchs. Especially Xian Tianzi's array formation. It was the defense line of the entire Tianzi continent. Everyone followed and saluted. All the humans of the Tianzi continent should fight. The blood that is flowing now is to reduce the blood of future generations. In the future, everyone, cultivate, fight, fight. Only when the underground sea has calmed down can we stop our blood flow. I hope that in our generation we can remove the hidden dangers of the Tianzi continent. Blood, let us flow. After Xian Tianzi finished his sentence, Mo Hen took a step forward and roared with a cold face. Fight! In an instant, everyone was ignited by Mo Hen's fighting spirit. They clenched their fists and roared angrily. If the underground sea was not pacified, the humans would shed another day's blood. As long as they pacified the underground sea, their descendants would not continue to shed blood. This was almost the wish of all the parents in the entire continent. Hee hee. Wang Xian looked at the humans of the Tianzi continent who were full of fighting spirit. A smile appeared on his face. He looked at the celestial king of the sky and the celestial king of swords. Seeing that they did not want to say anything, he took 2 steps forward indifferently. Dragon King. The Dragon King is about to speak. What would the Dragon King say? When everyone saw Wang Xian taking a few steps forward, their eyes flickered slightly. The higher-ups of the Federation looked over as well. Then they looked worriedly at the godly monarch of the sky and the godly monarch of the sword. Would there be any accidents during today's memorial ceremony because of these 2 godly monarchs? In front of the AI, everyone also saw Wang Xian walking out. Some of them were filled with respect, some were filled with complicated feelings, and some were filled with hatred. My name is Wang Xian. You can call me the Dragon King. The end of this calamity is mainly due to my breakthrough. I have 2 things to announce with this memorial ceremony. Firstly, I have decided to establish a force in the underground sea. I will name it the Dragon Palace and guard a region. Secondly, this memorial ceremony should be the last one. Before long, the underground sea will be pacified and swept away by the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian's gaze swept forward. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A strong sense of confidence and dominance appeared on his face. A faint sense of authority rose from within his body. Such strong confidence. The Dragon Palace is able to pacify the underground sea? Is that possible? When everyone heard Wang Xian's words, a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. Establishing a force in the underground sea. Pacifying the entire underground sea. There was no godly king in the Tianzi continent who had such great confidence. Dragon King. You killed countless experts from the city in the sky and the sword domain just to pave the way for the establishment of your Dragon Palace. At this moment, just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, a cold voice came from the side. Pave the way? Our Dragon Palace will not recruit any subordinates from the Tianzi continent. How can we pave the way? Wang Xian looked at the celestial king in the sky and said with a smile, every time there is a catastrophe, hundreds of millions or even billions of us humans will die at the hands of the sea monsters. Usually, tens of thousands or tens of thousands of soldiers have died at the hands of the sea monsters. We have died in battle at the hands of the sea monsters, but we have no regrets. This is fate. However, if we die at the hands of humans, we will not be able to live up to it. There are only soldiers who have died in battle. How can there be soldiers who have been killed by humans? Our Tianzi continent has its own laws and rules. Anyone who kills innocents will have to pay the price. Dragon King, do you know your crime? The Sky God King locked his gaze on Wang Xian and shouted with a cold expression. They're here. Oh no. In front, everyone's expression changed slightly when they heard the Sky God King's words. This scene had finally arrived. Know your crime? A bunch of people who are courting death. So what if they die? Wang Xian looked at the Sky God King and said with disdain. Haha, so what if you were good? All the top-notch experts in my sword domain and Sky City have been killed by you. Today, I will tell you how it is. Today is the day of the memorial ceremony. I think it is just right to use your blood to pay tribute to the dead heroic spirit. The celestial king of the sky laughed maniacally and roared with killing intent in his voice. Use your blood to pay tribute to the heroic spirit. Boom! The Sky God King let out a low roar from the side. An incomparably terrifying aura shot straight into the sky. Buzz! Don't affect the others. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Shen Tianzi waved his arm and sealed off his aura as he spoke indifferently. Mohen looked at Shen Tianzi and frowned. He didn't say a word. You think you can kill me? Aren't you too confident? Wang Xian looked at the godly king of sword and the godly king of sky and asked coldly. Ha ha ha, Dragon King, you killed all the god lords in Sky City. I will definitely take your blood for today's sacrifice. You will know very soon whether the 2 of us can kill you or not. Didn't you want to establish a force to pacify the underground sea? Then let us see your strength. If you can't even withstand our judgment, forget about pacifying the underground sea. Go to hell. The Sword God King moved and instantly appeared on the left of Wang Xian. A huge sword floated above his head and locked onto Wang Xian. The two of them stared at him coldly, one on the left and one on the right. In an instant, the atmosphere around them changed drastically. Everyone in front of them turned slightly pale. Sky Celestial King, Sword Celestial King, the two of you won't be able to keep the Dragon King alive. What's the point? Shen Tianzi looked at them and said with a frown. Shen Tianzi, the ones who died were all the experts from our Sky City and Sword Domain. They were the blood and sweat of hundreds of thousands of years. What do you think? Sky Celestial King said to Shen Tianzi with bloodshot eyes. I'm not wrong. The two of you won't be able to keep the Dragon King alive. It's just a waste of time. Shen Tianzi said indifferently. Since we are going to make a move, we will naturally be prepared. Let's make a move. The godly Sword King smiled sinisterly and roared loudly. Buzz. The next moment, a resplendent imprisonment ring flew towards Wang Xian at a terrifying speed. It came directly to the top of his head and imprisoned him. Buzz. 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 Following that, figures suddenly appeared in front and behind Wang Xian. Even in the sky, there was a middle-aged man floating in the air. When everyone saw the three figures that suddenly appeared, their expressions changed drastically. What? These are three godly monarchs. Hiss, why did three godly monarchs suddenly appear? Who are those three people? Are they the helpers Sky Godly Monarch and the others found? These three godly monarchs suddenly appeared. The moment the three people suddenly appeared, everyone revealed shocked expressions. Three godly monarchs had actually appeared. Even during the calamity, it was extremely difficult for the Tianze Great Land to invite a godly monarch. Now, the Sky Godly Monarch and Sword Godly Monarch had actually invited three godly monarchs. This was completely beyond everyone's expectations. 3. Even Xian Tianzi and Mo Hen's expressions changed when they saw the scene. They knew how difficult it was to invite a godly monarch to help them. Now, there were three godly monarchs helping them kill the Dragon King. It's not good for outsiders to participate in the matters of our Tianzi continent. Xian Tianzi's expression changed as he said to the Sky Godly Monarch and Sword Godly Monarch in a deep voice. Outsiders? Xian Tianzi, Godly Monarch, the Dragon King is also an outsider. Can he kill people from our Sky City and Sword Domain? Sky Divine King roared with a gloomy face. Xian Tianzi. Battle Technique Mo Hen. If any of you stop us from killing the Dragon King today, don't blame us for having a life and death struggle. Sword Divine King stood straight with a sword as he threatened with a sinister tone. Xian Tianzi and Invincible Battle Technique's expressions changed slightly. Sky Divine King and Sword Divine King could really do such a thing. Almost all the powerhouses that they had built up in their lifetime had been killed. They would definitely not be so satisfied. Three celestial kings. I, the Dragon King, should have no enmity with you, right? Wang Xian was surprised when he saw the three celestial kings that had suddenly appeared. There were three foreign celestial kings, including the Sword Celestial King and the Sky Celestial King. There were a total of 5 celestial kings. Hee hee. How can there be so many grudges in this world? Just do what you want. If I want to kill you, I will kill you. The old man in front of them said with a carefree expression. He didn't put Wang Xian in his eyes at all. The chances of 2 godly monarchs killing one were not high. It would be easy for the other party to escape. If there were 3 of them, there was a high chance that they would be able to keep the other party here. If there were 4 of them with the imprisonment ring, there was a 90% chance that they would be able to keep the other party here. The 5 of them had a 100% chance of suppressing their opponents. The confinement circle has been locked on. Is there no need for me to make a move? The middle-aged man said with a smile on his face. Are you courting death? Wang Xian swept his gaze across the 3 of them. A hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Make your move as soon as possible. Don't waste time. An old man at the back heard Wang Xian's words and said indifferently. Clang. The sharp sound of a sharp sword rang out. Crash. 2 huge angel swords that were emitting white rays of light. The godly Sword King pointed one huge sword at Wang Xian while the godly Sky King pointed 2 huge swords. A pair of pure white wings appeared behind his back. The killing intent instantly covered a radius of more than 10,000 kilometers. Buzz. Xian Tianzi and battle tactic Mo Hen immediately flew towards the front of tens of millions of people to withstand the terrifying killing intent. Otherwise, just the aftershocks would not be able to withstand the tens of millions of people. They would be severely injured. Do you need help? At the same time, Xian Tianzi immediately sent a voice transmission to Wang Xian with an unpleasant expression. There's no need. A calm voice immediately reached his ears. The Dragon King is doomed. He's locked onto by the confinement circle and is besieged by 5 godly monarchs. He's completely doomed. There's no way he can escape now. There are 5 godly monarchs. Any one of them might not be a match for him. After all, the Dragon King has just advanced to the Godlord realm. The Dragon King is in big trouble now. He might die. He just advanced to the Godlord realm not long ago. He's really unlucky. Who asked him to kill the experts of our Sky City and the Sword Domain? Serves him right. Serves him right. The appearance of the 5 godly monarchs caused everyone behind to panic. When they saw the scene, they were all discussing in shock. Ha ha ha, the Dragon King was still bragging about establishing a force to calm the underground sea. Now he's about to fall. This is what you get for killing my grandfather. Let your Dragon King be arrogant and die. Lord Godly Monarch. Kill him. At this moment on the AI, the descendants of the experts from the Sword Domain of Sky City saw this scene and revealed extremely ferocious expressions. They looked at the scenes on the AI and excitedly sent out messages one after another. When the others saw this, they sighed in their hearts. The Dragon King had just advanced, and it was impossible for him to kill 5 people of the same level. There was even no hope of escaping. Ha, Dragon King, let's see where you can escape to now. Very soon I will use my blood to pay tribute to all the heroic spirits in Sky City. The Sky God King couldn't help but laugh maniacally. His face was filled with bloodlust. Do you really think that 5 God Kings can kill me? Wang Xian looked at them coldly. Make your move. A person who is about to die still dares to shout. The Godly Sword King growled. Don't waste time. He is just a godly king who has just advanced. The old man in front of him said indifferently as well. Ha ha ha, all right. 5 godly kings. Today, my Dragon King will lead the Dragon Palace to kill 5 godly kings and announce the founding of the Dragon Palace. When Wang Xian heard their words, he laughed arrogantly and roared loudly. Disciples of the Dragon Palace. He roared in a low voice. At the same time, he moved his palm and the 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Here. As soon as Wang Xian finished his sentence, Ao Qitian, Ao Xingmu, Ao Qi, and Mu Zixin appeared in all 4 directions. With that, Ao Yao and the other Dragonspur dragon seed hid in the void. Ha, let's fight. Kill them all. Wang Xian roared and moved the 5 elements millstone in his hand. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the 5 elements millstone in his hand rose into the sky. Numerous black holes that seemed to be condensed from laws appeared in the entire sky in an instant. The terrifying formation covered a radius of 20,000 kilometers. The entire memorial square was covered in it. Even tens of millions of people were completely covered. A completely independent world appeared. Roar, roar, roar. The moment the black hole appeared, roars came from all directions. The members of the Dragon Palace who had taken human forms immediately revealed themselves, and a wild and violent aura surged out in all directions. The sudden change made everyone around them look extremely shocked. They looked at the members of the Dragon Palace in shock, looking at the space around them. What's happening? Tens of millions of people were stunned. The upper echelons of the Federation squinted as they looked at the 4 warriors of the Dragon Palace. The strange space, the terrifying beasts, the powerful pressure. The pressure from each of them was no weaker than the God Emperor. For Undyings, another 4 Undyings suddenly appeared. Everyone couldn't help but take in a cold breath. Let me introduce to you the Black Hole Spatial Disturbance Formation. This is also the formation that Sky City has always wanted. They even sent Godlord Level 9 and Peak Godlord experts to hunt me down. The current power of this formation can prevent the immortal God King from returning to his immortal God country. Since you guys want to kill me, let's give it a try. Hee hee. Wuxia's voice resounded in everyone's ears from within the black hole-filled formation. He stood in the middle of the 5 immortal kings. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the shocked people around him with a smile. Damn it! At this moment, the 3 people from the Heaven Beast Corporation revealed an extremely embarrassed expression. Their eyes swept across Ao Xingmu and the rest as they clenched their fists tightly. For more godly monarch warriors had suddenly appeared. They had not placed the Dragon King in their eyes before. Now they were in big trouble. This strange erase space was what they wanted to obtain, however the other party had 5 undying godly monarchs. In a battle, they could forget about winning. Even if they won, how many of them would still be alive? Sky God King, Sword God King, didn't you say that there was only one God King? The elder in front growled with an embarrassed expression. This. At that moment, Sword God King and Sky God King's foreheads broke out in cold sweat. Their expressions kept changing. 5 God Kings, and the Dragon King actually had 4 God Kings under him. There was a total of 5. Today, wanting to kill him was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The moment they couldn't kill him, the moment he retaliated, their Sky City and Sword Domain would have no way to defend. They wouldn't even dare to appear in the Tianzhe continent in the future. Thinking of this, their expressions were extremely dark. They had fallen this time, they had completely fallen. Who would have thought that the Dragon King's Dragon Palace would be so terrifying? For Undyings and the Dragon Emperor actually has 4 God Emperor underlings, my God. My God. Is this the power of the Dragon Palace? This is too heaven-defying. No wonder the Dragon Emperor would say something like calming the underground sea. This Sky and Sword God Emperor have completely kicked a metal board. Below, tens of millions of people stared blankly ahead, swallowing hard. The strength of the Dragon Palace was beyond everyone's expectations. Is this his trump card? Xian Tianzi's expression changed slightly. Including Wang Xian, there were a total of 5 godly monarchs. Even he himself couldn't withstand this force. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. This time, it's our Heaven Beast Corporation's fault. We won't participate in the battle between you guys. In the future, our Heaven Beast Corporation will not have any thoughts of attacking your formation. The 3 people from the Heaven Beast Corporation looked at each other with gloomy expressions. The old man in front of them looked at Wang Xian and said directly, "What? Heaven Beast Corporation? You guys? Shut up. We have been screwed by you guys this time. If it's possible, we really want to kill you guys." Sky Celestial King's expression changed when he heard the Heavenly Beast Corporation's expert's words. He immediately roared. However, before he could finish his words, the elder in front of him interrupted him. This time, in order to obtain the array formation, the Heavenly Beast Corporation did not hesitate to take out a precious confinement ring that could confine a first-level godly monarch. However, the current situation was actually facing 5 undying godly monarchs. 5 godly monarchs were no longer a small faction. They could already pose a threat to the Heaven Beast Corporation. They knew that they could not suppress the other party, so they naturally gave up. Although they had provoked the other party, it was not to the point where they would fight to the death. Taking the opportunity to give up could reduce their losses. When the Sky and Sword godly monarchs saw the Heaven Beast Corporation's decision, a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. 5 against 2, and it was still in this space. If they were to fight, they would definitely die in the end. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to leave, then leave. Wang Xian looked at the 3 immortal godly kings of the Heaven Beast Corporation with a hint of disdain on his face. What do you mean? Just as Wang Xian finished his sentence, the expression of the old man at the front changed slightly. He stared at Wang Xian coldly. What do you mean? Of course. I want to keep you guys here. Wang Xian looked at him and smiled gently. Keep us here. Ha ha ha. Not to mention the Celestial King of the Sky and the Godly King of Swords. Even without them, it's impossible for you guys to keep us here. Dragon King, don't be ungrateful. Don't completely anger our Heaven Beast Corporation. The middle-aged man in the sky shouted with a cold face. His face was filled with killing intent. Ha ha, are all the Heaven Beast Corporation trash? They came to kill me together with the Sword God King, the Sky God King. Now, they are actually fleeing in fear. What a joke. Since they are here, let's fight. Let's see who can get out alive in the end. Ha ha ha. When Wang Xian saw the middle-aged man laughing maniacally, he also laughed maniacally with a cold face. In a battle of the same level, Wang Xian had never been afraid of anyone. The people from the Heaven Beast organization wanted to kill him. Now that he was so strong, they wanted to leave immediately? Was that possible? Since they had made up their minds, they had to pay the price. You! When the people from the Heaven Beast organization heard Wang Xian's words, their faces changed drastically. They scanned the 4 members of the Dragon Palace around them gloomily. They had the same number of godly monarchs, yet the other party wanted to fight to the death with them. This was something that they had never expected. Damn it! The 3 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. This time, their lives might be in danger. Sky Godly Monarch, Sword Godly Monarch, make your move. If you can't destroy me this time, I will smash your high and mighty Sky City to the ground. I will break all the swords in your sword domain. If you want to kill me, you will have to pay the price. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the 5 of them as he spoke with a furious expression. Waves of terrifying killing intent burst out from his body. Tens of millions of people felt the invincible aura from the Dragon King. Their faces were filled with shock as they watched with their mouths agape. 5 godly monarchs against 5 godly monarchs, and they actually dared to fight with their lives on the line. The Dragon King is too fierce. If they fight, the godly monarchs will also fall. This is too. Everyone was at a loss for words. They stared with their eyes wide open. Among them, the people from the city in the sky and the sword domain looked extremely embarrassed. Would their godly monarch be a match for the Dragon King? Would the city in the sky and the sword domain really be destroyed in the future? At this moment, especially on the AI, the scene before their eyes was clearly displayed on the AI. The entire Tianzi continent's 100 billion people watched in a daze. Aghast. Aghast. The comments that had arrogantly said that they would destroy the Dragon King had disappeared. At this moment, everyone in the Sword Domain and Sky City felt endless fear. The strength of the Dragon Palace was no longer something that their godly monarchs could contend against. Next, the Sky City and the Sword Domain would probably face a huge disaster. Was it possible to pray that their godly monarchs would kill the Dragon King and destroy the Dragon Palace? Good, good, good. Dragon King, do you really think we are afraid of you? You have just reached the Immortal God King realm, and a God King who has just reached the Immortal God King realm dares to fight with us. Ha ha ha. The 3 of you from the Heaven Beast Corporation, you have been accused of being trash and the other party won't let you off. Aren't you going to make your move now? Sword God King held the huge sword in his hand tightly and roared at the 3 people from the Heaven Beast Corporation. HMPH, shut up. Today, our Heaven Beast Corporation is going to kill 3 godly monarchs. 2 of them will be handed over to you. The old man at the front of the Heaven Beast Corporation roared at Sword God King with a cold expression. He stared at Wang Xian and said with a cold expression, "Since that's the case, let's fight. Ha ha, leave the Dragon King to me. I want to kill him with my own hands." The Sky Celestial King's face was ice-cold as he locked onto the Wang Immortal and roared in an eerie manner. HMPH, you must leave the Dragon King to us. East Heaven, you take over the Dragon King. The old man at the front of the Heaven Beast Corporation immediately retorted as he spoke to the middle-aged man in the sky. All right. The middle-aged man in the sky nodded and replied loudly. He was still very confident in dealing with a celestial king who had just advanced. He wanted to suppress him and obtain the array formation that was currently trapping them. Humph! The God King in the sky saw that his opponent wanted to deal with the Dragon King. He snorted and didn't continue to fight. He knew that his opponent still wanted to obtain the array. Very good, kill. Wang Xian saw that his opponent was still fighting with him. A smile appeared on his face. He moved his body and instantly attacked the middle-aged man in the sky. His arm instantly turned into a dragon claw. The 7-colored dragon claw tore towards him. You're courting death. A thing that has just advanced to the immortal godly monarch realm dares to fight against me. The middle-aged man shouted and a pagoda appeared in his hand. The pagoda was red and the law flames on it were burning. He waved his arm and the pagoda instantly became bigger and attacked Wang Xian. Boom! A terrifying collision represented the eruption of the battle. Roar! 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 At this moment Ao Qitian, Ao Xingmu and the others roared. A violent aura spread out like a terrifying hurricane. The blood-red energy was filled with blood and brutality. The two of them attacked the Sky Celestial King and Sword Celestial King together. Whoosh! 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 Mao Zedong pulled apart the distance and locked onto one of them with a terrifying bow and arrow. Ao Xingmu, on the other hand, waved his branches and headed straight for the other two godly monarchs of the Heaven Beast Corporation. The two of them joined forces to fight against the two of them. The battle completely erupted. The area affected by the battle between the two godly monarchs could reach a radius of over 10,000 kilometers. The battle between the 10 godly monarchs in this space appeared to be very small. Some of the aftershocks hit the black hole, disturbing the air array formation and set off waves of ripples. This array formation might soon be destroyed by the aftershocks. Wang! Below, Xian Tianzi immediately set up a large array formation enveloping tens of millions of people inside. No one is to walk out of the array formation. He shouted softly as his eyes sparkled as he looked at the battle above. Big brother Xian Tianzi, should we take action to destroy the Sky Celestial King and Sword Celestial King? At that moment, Battle Technique Mo Hen's voice suddenly reached Xian Tianzi's ears, causing him to be slightly stunned as he looked over in astonishment. Our Battle Technique aristocratic clan owes the Dragon King a huge favor. I might take action later. Battle Technique Mo Hen looked at him and smiled, his voice ringing in his mind. Yes, now that I can guarantee that I can destroy the Sky Celestial King and Sword Celestial King, I'm prepared to take action. However, it's not easy to kill the people from the Heaven Beast Corporation. Otherwise, they might deal with our Tianzi continent. Xian Tianzi replied indifferently. All right, find an opportunity to take action. It's best to kill them in one strike. The battle method Mo Hen said. Is this the battle between the God Kings? It's too terrifying. The void seems to be tearing apart with cracks. Substantial laws can cause cracks to appear in the void. The immortal God King's divine kingdom is within the void cracks. If the 5-on-5 battle continues, there might really be a God King dying. From the back, everyone looked at the battle in the sky in shock. This was the first time that a godly monarch's battle was so close to them. I wonder who will win. No matter who wins, as long as the Dragon King doesn't die, the city in the sky and the sword domain will be the biggest losers. After all, the Heavenly Beast Corporation won't protect them. What's going on with the battle now? The speed is too fast. I can't see it at all. Everyone on the AI was watching the video. At this moment, the video was filled with all sorts of colors. They couldn't see the battle clearly at all. Suppress him for me. How dare a trash like you, who has just advanced to the Godly King level, provoke our Heaven Beast Corporation? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. In the middle of the battlefield, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with killing intent. The flaming pagoda in his hand instantly expanded to a radius of more than 1,000 kilometers. The flaming pagoda emitted a loud burning sound. The gigantic pagoda was pressing down on Wang Xian. He stood on the pagoda and infused the power of laws into it. It was as if a god of fire had descended from the sky. Oh no, that fellow's divine weapon is very strong. The Dragon King has just advanced to the Immortal God King level. He might not be able to block it. Below, Mo Hen, who was using the battle technique, exclaimed in shock when he saw this attack. The Dragon King is not his opponent. It's normal that he is not his opponent. After all, the Dragon King has just advanced to the Immortal Godly King level. Those who heard from behind were slightly shocked as they discussed among themselves. This is the time. Wang Xian looked at the flaming pagoda in the sky and revealed a smile. He looked at the middle-aged godly king of the Heaven Beast Corporation who was looking down on him ferociously. His face was filled with mockery. Buzz. At this moment, Ao Yao's figure appeared behind the middle-aged godly king. Provoking your Heaven Beast Corporation? You are courting death. Remember, Don't provoke me in your next life. Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged godly king and said indifferently. Ha! The middle-aged godly king was slightly stunned when he saw Wang Xian's confidence. Suddenly a death threat shrouded his heart. This caused him to be filled with horror. What was going on? Why did he feel the threat of death? His body instantly burst out with terrifying fire laws. However, at that instant, a claw that was as sharp as a dagger stabbed into the top of his head. The side-like claw pierced straight through his neck. One was light, while the other was darkness. Two extreme energies entered his body, instantly extinguishing his life force. No. The middle-aged godly monarch felt the life force in his body rapidly disappear. He widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. His voice was filled with despair and fear. He could not believe that such a terrifying existence was hiding in this void. What? Eastern sky. The other two godly monarchs of the Heaven Beast Corporation were horrified when they heard this despairing voice. They hurriedly turned their heads and looked over. When they saw a strange black and white shadow attached to the middle-aged man's back, their pupils constricted. They were filled with shock. What? What happened? What's going on? The middle-aged godly king of the Heavenly Beast group roared, causing everyone to be stunned. Below, everyone looked up in a daze. But most of them couldn't see the exact situation. The Dragon King is still prepared. This terrifying assassination of the godly king is so powerful. Mohen also saw the strange black and white figure. Looking at the figure behind the middle-aged godly monarch, he felt his scalp tingling. If this figure suddenly appeared behind him, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. This was too strange. This creature is indeed terrifying and impossible to guard against. No wonder little brother Wang Xian is so confident. Shen Tianzi was also staring at Ao Yao with a solemn expression. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, there was a high possibility of killing him. Oh no, a godly monarch from the Heaven Beast Corporation was actually killed. Damn it, is he trash? The Sky Godly Monarch turned his head and roared furiously when he saw this scene with blood-red eyes. The other party has an immortal godly monarch who is good at hiding and assassinating. Be careful. Everyone be careful. Sword God King looked over, his eyes revealing a trace of fear as he roared loudly. Suddenly, a strange assassination of a godly monarch appeared. Their side instantly lost one person and the current situation was 6 against 4. The moment another person fell, it was very likely that all of them would die here today. Damn it, break this array formation and let's escape. The two godly kings of the Heaven Beast Corporation roared furiously with a face full of shock and anger. They could no longer win this battle. Since they could not win, there was no need for them to fight anymore. They had to escape immediately. The two of them did not hesitate at all. They took on the attacks of Mao Zedong and Ao Xingmu head-on and charged towards the black hole disturbing formation. Ao Yao, let's block them. Don't let them escape. The black hole interference formation could not withstand their attacks. When Wang Xian saw that they wanted to escape, his eyes were filled with coldness. He moved his body and instantly attacked one of the elders. Break it open and resist the attacks from behind. When the elder who was the leader of the Heaven Beast Corporation saw Wang Xian and the rest attacking, he gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. All right. The other old man responded loudly. He clenched his teeth as well and a huge shield appeared behind him. Lock onto one of them. Wang Xian roared furiously and the 4 of them attacked one of the old men. I'll hold them off. Elder Lu, you break the formation. The old man who was attacked sensed the terrifying energy behind him and didn't dare to continue attacking the formation. He immediately turned around and ignited his life force to unleash a terrifying defense. Boom! 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 The attacks of Wang Xian, Ao Xingmu, and Mu Zedong landed on his defense and immediately shattered it. The terrifying power of laws landed on his body and sent him flying backward. He was seriously injured. In a 4-on-1 situation, unless one had a terrifying formation like Shen Tianzi, it would be difficult to withstand it. Clearly, the old man did not have Shen Tianzi's strength. Bang! At this moment, another old man's attack landed on the black hole, disturbing the air formation, causing the entire formation to shake violently. Hold on for another 3 seconds. When the old man saw the violent fluctuations of the formation, a bright light appeared in his eyes, and he immediately roared loudly. Good! The injured old man roared loudly. In 3 seconds he could block it. Wang! However, in the next moment, the threat of death engulfed him. A black and white shadow appeared behind him. Pooh! The old man didn't have any strength to resist. He was instantly pierced through by the sharp claws. He stared wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. Another one. Another undying emperor. Cough, cough, cough. The old man coughed violently as large amounts of blood flowed out. The old man who was attacking the array formation froze. He turned his head stiffly, and when he saw the scene, his eyes were filled with fear and shock. No, Dragon King. If you dare to kill us, our Heavenly Beast Corporation will not let you off. The old man's expression was savage as he roared in fear. 2 of them. In less than a minute, the 2 godly monarchs of the Heaven Beast Corporation were assassinated. He was the only one left. What made him feel the most despair was that there were 7 godly monarchs. 7 of them, a total of 7. Among them, there were 2 terrifying assassins. As for whether there were such terrifying existences in the surrounding void, he was not sure. Surround and kill. When Wang Xian heard his threat, his face was filled with disdain. In the beginning, the 3 people from the Heaven Beast Corporation didn't put him in their eyes. Now, even if they knelt down and begged him, he wouldn't let them off. Boom, boom, boom. With Wang Xian's order, the next moment, all of them attacked the old man directly. 5 against 1. With the strength of Aou and the other dragons it was a piece of cake to kill him. No, no, no. When Aou and the rest appeared around the old man, and when Wang Xian, Mao Zedong, and Ao Xingmu's attack came from the front, the last old man of the Heaven Beast group let out a desperate roar. The gap was too big. It was so big that he could not put up any resistance at all. Ao Yao and the rest had to spend 1.5 times more resources than the other dragon species to raise their combat strength to Immortal King level. Similarly, once they had the combat strength of Immortal King level 1, it meant that they could almost instantly kill those of the same level. This was something that the other dragon species could not do. When the last scream of the Heaven Beast Corporation rang out, it meant that 3 Immortal King level experts had fallen. There are still 2 more. Wang Xian casually put away their corpses and looked to the side. Ao Qitian and Ao Qi were fighting against the Sky God King and Sword God King. However, at this moment they were not fighting together. The atmosphere in the entire space was a little strange. The Sky Celestial King and the Sword Celestial King looked at Ao Qitian and the rest warily from afar. Their eyes were looking in Wang Xian's direction. At this moment, their foreheads were covered in cold sweat, and their faces were extremely pale. Even the sword that the Sword Celestial King was holding was trembling. Gulp! Below them, everyone swallowed their saliva and looked up at the sky in shock. Without the explosion of energy, many people could see it clearly. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 godly monarchs of the Heaven Beast Corporation had completely fallen. They did not have the slightest ability to resist. However, there were 2 more godly monarchs on the Dragon King side, 2 powerful and strange godly monarchs. They looked at Sky and Sword godly monarchs and smacked their lips, looking at their pale faces and despair-filled expressions. The 2 of them were in a daze. Now that it was 2 against 7, 3 undying godly monarchs had been destroyed within 2 minutes. How many seconds could the 2 of them hold out? This time, Sky and Sword godly monarchs were completely defeated. This is over. Sky God Emperor and Sword God Emperor are finished. The Dragon Emperor and Dragon Palace are so strong. They are simply too strong. 7 undying God Emperors and 2 mysterious God Emperor assassins. No wonder Dragon Emperor said that the Dragon Palace can calm the underground sea. 7 undying God Emperors, it might be possible. It's over. Our Sky City is completely finished. Dragon King and the others are actually so powerful. We are completely finished. Within the black hole space, everyone below looked up and gulped. Shock, fear, respect. Especially the people from Sky City and the Sword Domain. Looking at this scene, their bodies trembled. Such a powerful Dragon King. Such a powerful Dragon Palace. How could they defend? They could already predict the outcome. The city in the sky and the sword domain are completely cold. Now pack up and get ready to run. Ha ha ha, just now you arrogantly said that the Dragon King will die. Now it's cold. The city in the sky pill of the sword domain. On the AI, everyone in the Tianzi continent looked at this scene in shock. However, at this moment, some people on the bullet screen began to mock. The two godly kings were the heroes of the entire Tianzi continent. But the Dragon King was also their hero. Now that the Dragon King had displayed such terrifying strength, many people were happy to see it. This was because the Dragon King was preparing to establish his power in the underground sea, which was a good thing for the entire Tianzi continent. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, even if they could not calm the underground sea, they could reduce the danger for humanity. 7 undying godly monarchs, this power was much stronger than the entire Tianzi continent. Sai, pack up and run. Let's go to the mysterious sky territory. The mysterious sky territory is not bad. Now that the godly monarch is dead, the top warriors of our 2 regions have all been killed. Even if we stay here, we will not be able to withstand the invasion of the sea monsters. Let's go. The Sky City and Sword Domain people watched. Many of them started to pack their things. The Sky City and Sword Domain were completely cold. Dragon Emperor, we have something to talk about. As the God Emperor of the Tianzi continent, give us a chance. Within the black hole space, Sword God Emperor looked at the 7 undyings surrounding them. He licked his lips and said with a pale face. His voice was weak and did not have the sharpness of Sword Principle at all. I'm not the God King of the Tianzi continent. And this is what you said. Wang Xian looked at him mockingly when he heard his words. Dragon King, leave a line in your work. In the future, we swear that we will never find trouble with you again. We are willing to take out all our savings to save our lives. The celestial king of the sky stood there and his expression kept changing as he spoke to Wang Xian. I don't believe in you guys. I only believe in dead people. Do it. Wang Xian smiled sinisterly and ordered immediately. At the same time, his body moved and he attacked the celestial king of the sky directly. Boom, 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 buzz, buzz. The next moment, the members of the Dragon Palace took action immediately. AOU and the rest immediately hid in the void and were ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. Oh no! The 2 of them were horrified when they saw Wang Xian and the rest charging over. Celestial King Xian Tianzi, please save us. As long as we are still alive, all of us can work together to calm the entire underground sea. Save us! The Celestial King of the Sky looked at Celestial King Xian Tianzi and pleaded with a face full of pleading. I can't make the decision on this. Xian Tianzi replied coldly when he heard his plea for help. Just now, he was not allowed to interfere, but now he wanted him to save them. Was that possible? If he did not say it, he would not agree, and neither would the Dragon King. The people from the Heaven Beast Corporation had been killed, so they had to die. No, save us. As long as you do not kill us, we are willing to do anything. The Sky Celestial King roared in fear. No one can save you today. You have brought this on yourselves. Wang Xian stared at him coldly. A terrifying energy blasted out. Faced with the attacks from Wang Xian and the members of the Dragon Palace, they kept retreating. As they retreated, they had to be careful of the assassinations around them. Buzz. More than 10 seconds later, Ao Yao and the other Dragonspur appeared beside the Sky Celestial King at the same time. Ah! The moment they appeared, Sky God Emperor's eyes widened as his blood-red eyes roared in terror. How could he defend against that? He might not even be able to defend against 1 Dragonspine's assassination, much less 2. Ah! A scream sounded. It represented the fall of Sky God Emperor. An undying God Emperor that had suppressed the Tianzi continent for hundreds of thousands of years, had fallen under the attention of everyone in the Tianzi continent. Once Sky God King dies, it will be Sword God King's turn. There's no room for resistance. Everyone thought to themselves when they saw this scene. The following battle was just as everyone had expected. 1 against 7, even though Sword God King was much stronger than Sky God King, he was still swiftly killed. Pong! As Sword God King's corpse crashed heavily onto the ground, everyone pursed their lips. The end of the 2 godly kings represented the end of the 2 forces. The city in the sky and the sword domain might soon disappear from the stage of the Tianzi continent. Buzz. Wang Xian landed on the ground and collected the bodies of the two godly kings. With a wave of his arm, the formation disappeared completely. I hereby announce that the Dragon Palace will enter the underground sea of the Tianzi continent. Soon, the Dragon Palace will unify the sea. Wang Xian stood at the front and looked at the tens of millions of people in front of him. Under the gaze of everyone in the Tianzi continent, he announced calmly, "He. Congratulations on the establishment of the Dragon Palace, Dragon King." Xian Tianzi looked at Wang Xian and cupped his hands with a smile on his face to congratulate him. Congratulations. Mo Hen, the battle technique, also said with a smile. Haha, the Dragon Palace will open in 3 days. Welcome, everyone. We will not disturb you anymore today. Wang Xian said with a smile on his face. Ao Qitian and Ao Qi, lead some disciples of the Dragon Palace to the city in the sky and the sword domain. Bring all the eternal and immortal kingdoms of the two major forces to the Dragon Palace. He said the last sentence and flew directly to the underground sea. Everyone heard the last sentence clearly. Xian Tianzi and the rest did not say anything. The winner takes all. The Dragon King and the others deserved the spoils of war. Moreover, the Dragon King didn't kill ordinary people, so they wouldn't stop him. The Tianzi Continent Federation has announced that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is one of the highest commanders in the Tianzi Continent. The troops of the Tianzi Continent Federation are under the command of the Dragon King. The Dragon King has averted this catastrophe. There is a high possibility of pacifying the underground sea in the future. The Dragon King will forever remember the history of our Tianzi Continent and be worshipped by the people of the world. The Supreme Commander of the Federation stepped forward and announced an order. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had completely entered the Tianzi Continent and entered this bright area. The harvest this time is not bad. In the underground sea, Wang Xian was looking around with a smile on his face. The corpses of 5 immortal godly monarchs could increase the combat strength of 5 immortal godly monarchs for the Dragon Palace after being killed. In addition to the treasures in their interspatial rings, they could increase the combat strength of 5 to 6 peak stage godly monarchs for the Dragon Palace. Among them, the Sky God King and Sword God King's immortal god country. Wang Xian was prepared to let Ao Crab devour them all. After he devoured them, he could completely reach the immortal god king level. This was not the combat strength of an immortal god king, but the immortal god king level. At that time, with his strength, he could fight against an eternal god lord level 3 existence. After all, he could directly devour the eternal god country of 2 immortal god kings. Once Ao Crab truly stepped into the level of an undying godly monarch, the underground sea king Immortal would be able to get rid of him immediately. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his face. Next, I have to find a place for the Dragon Palace. Since I have decided to unify the underground sea as soon as possible, the best location would be the central region. Wang Xian thought to himself. He took out his AI and looked at the map of the Tianzi continent. The map of the Tianzi continent was basically 50% split between the land and the ocean. Of course, this did not include the underground ocean beneath the land. Why don't I place the Dragon Palace at the Wall of Protection? Wang Xian was deep in thought. The Wall of Protection was considered to be the border between the ocean and the land. There was an important reason why Wang Xian announced the establishment of the Dragon Palace in such a grand manner. That was to prepare for the gathering of resources for the Dragon Palace. The Fire Hammer clan was a natural-born blacksmith. The weapons they produced could bring a lot of resources to the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, Feng Luan was good at refining medicine. The pills she refined could also bring a huge amount of resources to the Dragon Palace. The improvement of the Dragon Palace would depend on the Dragon Palace itself. This way, it would not drag Wang Xian down and could even feed him back. It's at the bottom of the sea in front of the Wall of Protection. Wang Xian immediately decided to fly towards the location of the Wall of Protection. After his strength had improved, his speed was much faster. Furthermore, he did not have to worry about encountering sea monsters even if he teleported. In the entire underground sea, unless a few immortal godly monarchs gathered together, there would not be any problems. As Wuxia flew towards the wall of protection, the entire Tianzi continent was in turmoil. The Dragon King led his 6 subordinates to kill the Sky Godly Monarch, Sword Godly Monarch, and even the 3 godly monarchs of the Heaven Beast Corporation. Everyone was clear about this. The death of the Sky Godly Monarch and Sword Godly Monarch represented the complete decline of the city in the sky and the sword domain. The 2 godly monarchs of the Dragon Palace brought their men and flew towards the city in the sky and the sword domain. The arrival of the 2 god kings did not kill the innocent. However, all the god lords and treasures that were killed in the Sky City were taken away by the Dragon Palace. No one dared to take advantage of the situation. This was because they were like ants in front of the god kings. Later on, the Federation government sent people over to contact the 2 god kings of the Dragon Palace, hoping that they would not completely destroy the Sky City and the sword domain. They also promised to give 50% of the taxes of the city in the sky and the sword domain to the Dragon Palace in the future. As for the city in the sky and the sword domain, they would be taken over by the Federation. If the sea monsters invaded the city in the sky and the sword domain in the future, the Dragon Palace would help to guard it. Wuxia naturally agreed to such a good thing after he received it. He would be able to obtain a terrifying amount of resources without paying anything. Wuxia was naturally happy to see that. Therefore, he did not order Ao Chitian and the rest to destroy the city in the sky. Everyone in the city in the sky and the sword domain heaved a sigh of relief when they received the news. This was the best thing for them. They did not have to move away. They would still have the protection of the Dragon Palace in the future. It was a pleasant surprise. This is it. At the bottom of the sea 100 kilometers away from the wall of protection. Wuxia, Ao Xingmu, and the rest were standing at the bottom of the sea that was more than 100 million kilometers deep. Their eyes scanned their surroundings. Buzz. Wuxia's heart skipped a beat. The phantom image of the Dragon Palace appeared behind him. The phantom image slowly materialized. Boom. 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 Soon, a dragon palace that was more than 1,000 kilometers in circumference appeared in front of them. The majestic dragon gate and the towering ocean pacifying needle. A vast aura. I finally found my footing in this resplendent land. Wuxia looked at the dragon palace in front of him and smiled. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, good news came from the communication stone plate in Wuxia's hand. The immortal kingdom of the Sky God King and the Sword God King had been found. It was difficult to find the immortal kingdom hidden in the void crack. However, the 2 of them had been killed. Through their auras, they could find the location of their immortal kingdom. This was the effect of the array formation. Wuxia had used the array formation to give them a rough location. 5 immortal king corpses, 2 immortal kingdoms, and thousands of eternal kingdoms. The Dragon Palace's strength this time will receive a huge boost. Wuxia smiled. This time, Ao Crab's devouring dragon race would receive a huge boost. With the least estimation, the peak combat strength of the Divine Lord of the Dragon Palace could reach up to 100. Including himself, the combat strength of the Divine Lord could reach 13. All members of the Dragon Palace prepare to upgrade. Ao Crab prepare to step into the immortal Divine Lord realm. Wuxia growled in a low voice, his voice reverberating throughout the entire Dragon Palace. This is bad, Chairman. Something bad has happened to the 3 chief executives of our Heaven Beast group who are heading to the Tianzi continent. At this moment, on a planet far away, the entire planet was dominated by technology, and many shiny metal buildings rose into the sky. In the sky, there were even many floating metal buildings, and the entire world was filled with fantasy. And in a room on top of a huge steel beast that was more than 100 kilometers in size. The steel beast, a true giant beast, had the appearance of a terrifying and ferocious space beast, and from afar, it was terrifying. This was a terrifying building made of metal. And it was also the lair of the Heavenly Beast Corporation. The Heavenly Beast Corporation was considered a third-rate force in this region. However, even if it was a fourth or fifth-rate force, it was still one of the top 100 billion planets in this region. Inside the head of the steel behemoth, an old man entered a chairman's office to report in a panic. Oh, There was a huge difference between the inside and the outside of the giant beast. The incomparably precious divine grass and divine tree were planted inside. An old man was sitting on a beast bone chair. When he heard his subordinate's report, his expression changed slightly and he immediately stood up. What's going on? What's the problem over at the Tianzi continent? The old man stood up and asked with a somewhat ugly expression. A godly monarch was called the chairman. Such a thing was absolutely strange on Earth in the past. But it was not rare in this resplendent land. The resplendent land created many kinds of civilizations. The person in charge of contacting the three bosses had no contact for a long time, so they went to the Heaven Lake continent to investigate. In the end, they received news that the three bosses were killed. 3 bosses were killed? A puny Heavenly Lake continent has at most 5 undying godly monarchs. How can Chief Lu and the rest be killed? Could it be a scheme of the Heavenly Lake continent purposely luring them over to kill them? Do they dare? In front of the undying godly monarch Beast Bones, the chairman of the Heavenly Beast Corporation stood there with a gloomy expression, growling in a low voice. A thick killing intent surged from his body. 3 undying god kings had fallen. This was a huge blow to their entire Heaven Beast Corporation. Their entire corporation only had a dozen undying god kings. Every god king had spent a huge amount of resources to nurture. Boss. This is a video from the Tianzi continent's AI. The subordinate who came to report also handed over a player with an ugly expression. The chairman of the Heavenly Beast Corporation received it and immediately opened it. When he saw the scene in the video, his face revealed an extremely angry expression. Pong! His palm slammed heavily on the table. Damn it! He could not help but let out an angry roar. His gaze was fixed on the 7 figures in the video. His expression was extremely ugly. Buzz! He tapped on the AI in his hand, and the figures instantly disappeared. Chairman, why did you summon us here in such a hurry? Soon, 5 figures walked into a luxurious room located in the giant steel beast and said to the old man, Old Lu and the other 2 who went to the Tianzi continent have fallen. The chairman of the Heavenly Beast Group said with a gloomy face. What? The 5 of them paused and looked shocked. How is this possible? Old Lu and the others. A middle-aged man opened his eyes wide. Before he could say anything, the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation immediately played the video on the brain of the Heavenly continent. The video was recorded from their appearance until they were killed in more than 5 minutes. The Sky God Emperor and Sword God Emperor from the Tianzi continent do not know the strength of their opponents at all, resulting in Old Lu and the others dying. The chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation roared softly. If those 2 were still alive, he would definitely not let them off. What a terrifying assassination. Is this the array formation? It can actually trap an undying God Emperor. This kind of array formation is something only the Magus Beast Pavilion has. The 5 looked at the footage, their faces filled with seriousness. Chairman, even though they are only undying level 1, there are a total of 7 of them, along with 2 peculiar assassins. They aren't easy to deal with. An old man sat down slowly, his expression changing as he spoke. They aren't easy to deal with. Even if we use all of our strength, it's not easy to destroy them all. A person beside him nodded in agreement. The 7 undying godly monarchs, even if they were only at the 1st rank, were still a considerable force. Their Heavenly Beast Corporation strength was much stronger than this force, but they were not confident in completely annihilating them. Undying godly monarchs were very difficult to kill, especially since the enemy had 2 strange assassins. If they could not wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop, they would be in big trouble in the future, especially those assassins. If they were to deal with the Heavenly Beast Corporation in the future, the Heavenly Beast Corporation would be in big trouble. It was obviously impossible to send people to attack them directly. However, how could the Heavenly Beast Corporation be willing to let the 3 godly monarchs of the Heavenly Beast Corporation die there? The entire Heavenly Beast Corporation only had 18 godly monarchs, and they had lost 1/6 of them. Chairman, is there any information on the Tianzi continent? An elder asked. This can connect to the Tianzi continent's AI. The chairman of the Heaven Beast Group threw an AI over, frowning slightly. For a moment, the entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at the information the elder was searching for. The chances of revenge aren't high. If we fight them to the death. The other two mysterious assassins are a huge problem. The 7 undying godly monarchs are a little troublesome. However, this matter cannot be settled so easily. We can only take some revenge. It's best not to let the other side attack us. The old man controlling the AI said as he looked at the information about the Tianze continent. Continue. The chairman of the Heaven Beast group gestured to him. The dragon palace that killed Chief Lu and the other two will announce its establishment 3 days later. At that time, all the powers and warriors of the Tianze continent will probably head over. At that time, we will know where the other side's nest is. However, that doesn't mean that their undying country is there. According to the information in their AI, there are 15 to 16 undying emperor sea monsters in their ocean, and there might even be undying level 2 beings amongst them. However, some of them don't like the living environment above and haven't attacked humans. However, the Dragon Palace is built in the underground ocean. This is an opportunity. We can attract the undying sea monsters to attack the Dragon Palace. As the old man spoke, he looked at the surrounding people and revealed his plan. More than 10 undying sea monsters attacking them? We can't destroy them. A bald old man frowned. Don't even think about completely destroying them. The ideal is for them to lose a few undying kings. The best is for the 2 mysterious assassins to die. As long as they die, our heavenly beast group can attack them directly. We are not afraid of them taking revenge. The elder immediately said, the chances of exterminating the other party are very small. Old Hong's method is feasible, but we have to be prepared. If the other party really suffers heavy losses, we can directly attack. By making the continent's underground sea undying godly monarch sea monster attack, we can use the ownerless law fragments to attract it. Furthermore, the most important thing is to rely on the Sky Valley King Beast to persuade the desolate beasts to attack. Those who dare to kill our Heaven Beast Corporation will have to pay a heavy price. If we can't destroy them this time, there will be a next time. The chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation immediately decided as he roared with a grim expression. There's no need to rush to deal with such enemies. They are weaker than us to begin with. If we can't find an opportunity in 10 years, then let's wait 100 years. One day, we will be able to completely destroy them. The other 5 nodded coldly. If not for the fear of affecting the business of the Heaven Beast Corporation, they would not be so apprehensive. But even so, the other party had to pay a heavy price. For this, they did not hesitate to use their strongest battle pet of the Heaven Beast Corporation, the Sky Valley King Beast. The Sky Valley King Beast was a level 2 Undying God King battle pet. It was also the strongest battle pet of their Heaven Beast Corporation. Desolate beasts could communicate with each other easily. They were confident that they could make all the Immortal God King sea monsters in the underground sea attack. After all, the Dragon Palace's territory was in the underground sea. If it was on land, this method would not work. Leave this matter to Chief Bei. The chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation looked at the oldest elder and said, the Heavenly Beast Corporation's Northern Demon Life, the second strongest person in the Heavenly Beast Corporation, was also the owner of the Sky Valley King Beast. He would handle this matter and there wouldn't be any problems. The Dragon Palace will open in 3 days. Ao Crab and the rest should be able to complete the upgrade. In the Dragon King's Hall of the Underground Sea Dragon Palace, Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne and looked at the members of the Dragon Palace in front of him. Behind him, there were more than 20 fruits on the ancestral tree. Each of them contained a magical luster. Dragon King, it is estimated that there will be many people who will come and present gifts. At least 100,000 people. We have already arranged a banquet at the east gate of the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue said from below. Since they had invited some powerhouses from the Tianze continent, they naturally had to be prepared. This was also to pave the way for the Firehammer clan to sell their weapons in the future. Yes, that's fine. In addition, Ao Chitian and Ao Chi, you guys lead the members of the Dragon Palace to clear the sea monsters in the surroundings. This is to prevent the sea monsters from coming and disturbing us. Wang Sen nodded and ordered Ao Chitian and the rest. It's the Dragon King. Ao Chitian and the rest nodded immediately and led the members of the Dragon Palace to fly to the surroundings. After Ao Crab and the rest upgrade, they can clear out the sea monsters in the underground sea. If they can devour all the Immortal King-level sea monsters in the underground sea, their levels can be upgraded by 1 level. As Wang Xian spoke, he looked at the dragon transformation pool behind him. Once the underground sea was taken care of, the dragon palace would enter this bright starry sky. They would be competing with the demons, humans, desolate beasts, and space beasts as well as the robots. I heard that the Dragon King has built a powerful base in the underground sea. This is simply too powerful. We are afraid of the sea monsters attacking us on land, but the Dragon King has placed the Dragon Palace in the underground sea. Ha ha ha, the Dragon Palace has 7 undying emperors. The Dragon Palace has the ability. This time when the palace opens, I'll follow my grandfather to take a look. I'll take photos of you. I've never even been to the 5th level of the underground sea. I really want to take a look. The Dragon Palace's power is too strong. I heard that the Dragon Palace is at the lowest level of the underground sea in front of the wall of protection, over 100 million kilometers below the sea. While the members of the Dragon Palace were preparing for the event 3 days later, discussions about the Dragon Palace were going on in the brain of the Tianzi continent. The battle yesterday had made the entire Tianzi continent boil. Everyone was full of respect for the Dragon King. Everyone was curious about the Dragon Palace and wanted to go there to have a look. However, many people were not qualified to go there. The Dragon Palace would be opened 3 days later. Only a Master God Realm expert or a Master God Realm expert would be qualified to go there. Everyone could also predict that those who were qualified to go to the Tianzi continent would go there to express their goodwill. After all, the Dragon Palace was now the most powerful force in the entire Tianzi continent. Even now, the people from the mysterious sky territory and the land of battle techniques were not a match for the Dragon Palace. Time passed very quickly. While the entire Tianzi continent was talking about the Dragon Palace, an old man stood on a giant beast in the sky above the Tianzi continent and stepped into the Tianzi continent's territory. Time is of the essence. Tiangu, look for the aura of a similar species. The old man held a brain and patted the Tiangu King Beast's body. The person who came was naturally someone from the Heaven Beast Corporation. 1 man and 1 beast. They were both level 2 Immortal King existences. Roar roar. The Tiangu King Beast let out a low roar. The underground sea monsters were desolate beasts. They could sense each other when they were of the same species. Especially when they were close, they could sense the other party's territory. The desolate beast's domain awareness was very strong. The Sky Valley King Beast was a little bloated. It was about 3,000 meters long. It shook its body and immediately flew into the underground sea. The Tianzi continent's AI recorded the general location of the 4 Undying God King sea monsters. As long as we find them, with Sky Valley's ability, we can find the other desolate beasts. As for how many we can attract, we aren't sure. However, the Dragon Palace will definitely pay the price. HMH. This is just the beginning. The old man watched as the Tiangu King Beast entered the ocean. His body moved and he flew towards the wall of protection. He had to determine the exact location of the Dragon Palace in the ocean before the wall of protection. Otherwise, if he didn't know the exact location, the sea monsters wouldn't know where to attack. Roar! Time passed slowly. In the ocean of the underground sea, a giant bloated beast came to a spot in the underground sea and let out a low roar. Roar! Roar! Soon, a horrifying monster that was as huge as a sea python came out of the seaweed and stuck out its ferocious head. Roar! Roar! The king of Sky Valley stared at the sea monster in front of him and let out a low roar again. Roar! The sea monster that looked like a sea python responded. The 2 terrifying existences were talking slowly in this way. Soon, the sea python followed the bloated giant beast and flew in another direction. Why are there so many sea monsters in our area today? 2 days later, Aoyasha and the others from the Dragon Palace were patrolling the area within tens of millions of kilometers. What surprised them was that today, the sea monsters in the vicinity suddenly increased. One had to know that in the past 2 days, Leader Ao and the others had led the Thunder Division to kill all the sea monsters in the vicinity, and today there were so many more. And there was even a Pinnacle Godlord. It was a huge surprise. However, even though it was a surprise, Aoyasha and the others swiftly killed the sea monsters they encountered. A radius of over 1,000 kilometers, Is this a god emperor's undying country? Where are the other 6 hidden? Hee hee. The Dragon Palace has announced the establishment of the underground sea. Then I would like to see this place destroyed by the desolate beasts that day. It's really interesting. The corners of his mouth curled up. Chief Bei, how's it going? At this time 5 silhouettes slowly appeared behind him. Are they here? It's done. The Tiangu King Beast has persuaded all the undying sea monsters. A total of 15. 1 undying level 2. Originally many undying sea monsters didn't want to invade humans, but the other side had dug their own grave and built their nest in the underground sea, offending all the sea monsters. This place will no longer exist tomorrow. The old Chief Bei saw the silhouette behind him and smiled as he said, "If we are lucky tomorrow, we can kill them all." An old man said coldly, "Looking at the situation tomorrow, it's mainly those 2 strange assassins. If we are 100% sure that we can kill them, we can take action. Otherwise, try not to take action." Chief Bei said to the others, "It's Chief Bei. We know what to do." The rest of them nodded and looked at the majestic dragon palace at the bottom of the sea with twinkling eyes. In their eyes, this vast dragon palace was nothing but a ruin. Buzz. The 6 of them swept their gaze down and slowly disappeared from the spot. Everything depended on tomorrow. Dragon King, Ao Crab, and the rest have advanced. At this time, in the Dragon Palace below, Prime Minister Gue reported to Wang Xian with a face full of surprise. On the 7th day of the catastrophe, there were no clouds in the sky above the ocean. The sunlight shone on the surface of the ocean, making the entire surface of the ocean look sparkling. I wonder what the Dragon Palace of the Dragon King looks like. The Dragon King and the others are also very powerful since they dared to put the Dragon Palace in the ocean in front of our wall of protection. You should know that the sea monsters will invade from here every time there is a catastrophe, and the Dragon Palace will definitely bear the brunt of it. If the Dragon Palace can really calm down the underground ocean, that would be great. We can enter the underground ocean to play. On the wall of protection, over 100,000 people gathered. Most of them were middle-aged and old. Some of the youths beside the middle-aged man were filled with excitement, going to the residence of an undying god emperor. This was a very exciting thing. If I had known earlier, I would have chased after the Dragon King. What if I caught up with him? Sob, sob, sob. I feel like I missed my second life. Don't even think about it. When I sent a private message to the Dragon King didn't reply to me. It was too difficult for me. Wow. You actually sent a private message to the Dragon King, humph? At the mysterious Sky Territory's expert seats, 50 to 60 women gathered together. Their eyes filled with disappointment and excitement as they said, "Hee hee." An old woman shook her head with a smile when she heard the girls' words. Back then, the old woman had led a group of girls to introduce them to the former Dragon King. But the girls were still unwilling. Now they regretted it. Who would have thought that the young man from the mysterious Sky Territory, who had joined them back then, was now stronger and more powerful than the mysterious Sky Territory? All the experts from our Tianzi continent are here. Teacher has a lot of face. Not far from them, all the girls from the mysterious Sky Academy's freshman class 1 looked around with slight pride on their faces. Most of them were not qualified to come, but because they were the students of the Dragon King. Just this identity was enough. Moreover, the Dragon King also asked them to come, which made the girls very proud. Someone is coming from the ocean ahead. At this moment, hundreds of figures flew toward them. They held long halberds in their hands, and their faces were full of dignity. "Everyone, we are the Dragon Defense Department of the Dragon Palace. Please follow us." Ao Yeka glanced at all of them and said, "Okay, let's go." Shen Tianzi and Emohen nodded at the front and followed behind them. Buzz. Hundreds of God Lord level sea taming Wuxia waved their energy and covered everyone, flying toward the depths of the underground sea. 3 peak God Lord level experts, and 3 peak God Lord level experts from the Dragon Palace. Some experts felt their strength and were slightly shocked. They had never seen these peak God Lords before. In other words, the Dragon Palace was much stronger than they had imagined. The distance of more than 100 million kilometers was not very close. They teleported several times and arrived above the Dragon Palace 10 minutes later. Is this the deepest part of the underground sea? Is the huge building that is emitting seven-colored radiance like it is in a dream the Dragon Palace? Amazing! There is a towering Dragon Palace that is thousands of kilometers wide at the bottom of the underground sea. Everyone looked at the Dragon Palace below with shock on their faces. It was the first time that many Eternal Lord-level experts had come to the deepest part of the underground sea. Now that the Dragon Palace had directly built their base here, one could imagine how powerful they were. Welcome to the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue came up to them with a smile on his face and gestured to them. Wang Xian stood at the entrance of the east gate of the Dragon Gate and looked at the group of people who had arrived with a smile on his face. Haha, my young friend Wang Xian, this is really shocking. In just 3 days, you actually built such a huge base at the bottom of the underground sea. Jean Famohen looked at Wang Xian and laughed out loud. I just moved the other palaces here. Everyone, please come in. Wang Xian shook his head and gestured for them to enter the Dragon Palace. All right. Xian Tianzi's face was full of smiles as he laughed out loud and walked into the Dragon Palace. What a rich spiritual energy. This is more than 10 times more powerful than the spirit-gathering formation set up by our ancestor. When everyone entered the Dragon Palace, their faces were filled with awe and shock. They looked at the huge buildings in front of them and felt the extremely dense spiritual energy. Their eyes were wide open. Everyone, this way please. Wang Xian walked in front and gestured to them with a smile on his face. What a generous gesture. It was not rare to see a palace building with a radius of more than 1,000 kilometers. However, Xian Tianzi and Mo Hen were shocked by the rich spiritual energy in it. Looks like little friend Wang Xian must have received the inheritance of the Celestial Emperor. Xian Tianzi thought to himself, everyone, this is a simple place. Please feel free to take a seat. Wang Xian brought them to a place to receive guests. This place had just been built not long ago and would be used to receive guests in the future. Dragon King, you don't have to be so polite. It's our honor to be here. That's right. It's our honor to be here. Everyone smiled as they spoke. The reason why we invited the powerhouses from the Tianzi continent here today is firstly to get to know each other. Secondly, it's mainly for the sake of our Dragon Palace. Our Dragon Palace is preparing to set up a weapons shop in the Tianzi continent in the future. Please take good care of us. Also, we will prepare some weapons this time. If anyone is interested, we will sell them at 90% of the market price. Also, regarding the Dragon Palace's war pets, our Dragon Palace will provide a large number of god-level war pets in the future. We hope that you will take good care of them too. Wang Xian exchanged a few simple words with the people from the Tianzi continent before he ordered the food. All the meat from the sea monster at the peak of the Divine Lord realm was extremely beneficial to ordinary Divine Lord experts. Following that, the members of the Fire Hammer clan brought over 1,000 weapons. Now that the Fire Hammer clan had mastered the array formation imparted by the Heaven formation, they had obtained a huge improvement in the aspect of crafting weapons. The weapons that were produced now were rare treasures for the Eternal Divine Lord. Over 1,000 weapons were brought over, causing quite a stir. This caused quite a few experts to be envious. A good weapon was definitely the second life of a cultivator. The expensive peak stage God Lord Sea monster meat could be casually eaten and weapons could be purchased one by one. It could be said that it was extremely harmonious. Many people found it hard to imagine that one day they would be so carefree at the bottom of the underground sea. This was the lifelong dream of many seniors. It's quite lively. I hope it will be like this next time. They will probably feel despair next. Ha. While the people in the Dragon Palace were talking and smiling, 6 figures were flashing in the sky. Terrifying sea monsters were charging toward them from all sides of the Dragon Palace. Senior Xian Tianzi, this fruit is a gift to you. Thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. In the underground Sea Dragon Palace, Wang Xian and Xian Tianzi were sitting at the front with their battle techniques. Mo Hen. Wang Xian took out the fruit and handed it to Xian Tianzi with a smile on his face. During this period of time, Wang Xian had a lot of trust in Xian Tianzi's character. Now, he could see why the Arch of Heaven's formation didn't take Xian Tianzi as his disciple back then. His talent was too bad. Of course, this was from the perspective of Wang Xian and the Arch of Heaven's formation. Previously, Wang Xian had given Xian Tianzi quite a number of array formations. These array formations were all recorded by the Arch of Heaven's formation. However, he was still unable to break through the shackles and reach Immortal King level 2. This showed that his talent was up to par. If he consumed the normal embryo fruit, he could reach the level of a Grand Magus and stabilize the pinnacle of the universe. Of course, this also depended on his own luck. Xian Tianzi was slightly shocked when he saw the fruit that Wang Xian handed over. As he felt the terrifying energy from the fruit, his eyes widened slightly. Gulp! What? What kind of fruit is this? Why do I feel like my mind is 10 times clearer when I smell it? On one side of the position, the War Method ink mark 2 eyes light of stare. Xian Tianzi's face is also full of shock, lips slightly move. Reporting Dragon King. A large number of sea monsters are attacking from all sides of our Dragon Palace. At this time, Aochi their figure very fly over, loudly roar way. Ha! Wang Xian slightly stunned. All the people around also stunned. Hurriedly stand up. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, terrifying roars came from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, everyone could feel waves of terrifying water currents surging towards them. Water currents. It was extremely difficult for the seawater to surge at the bottom of the sea that was hundreds of millions of kilometers deep. Even the movement of the Eternal Lord below level 3 was hindered here. It was unbelievable that the seawater was surging. Oh no! What kind of sea monster dares to attack us? The Dragon Palace has 7 immortal kings. At this moment, everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked around in shock. Wang Xian frowned slightly as well. He waved his arm towards the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the scouting images of the Dragon Palace appeared in front of them. There were a total of 5 images. They were the 4 sides and the aerial view. Hiss, how can there be so many sea monsters? Oh my god, look at the position at the front. What is that? There are so many immortal god king sea monsters. When the images appeared in front of everyone, the faces of the experts were filled with shock. Especially the young men and women. Their faces were all pale. Just looking at the images, they felt a strong suffocating feeling. Shit, that's the blue python, that's the cracked desolate fish, that's the dock beast, and that 2-headed god raccoon. That 2-headed god raccoon is most likely an undying level 2 existence. Mo Hen, who was sitting at the side, suddenly stood up, his face filled with shock as he roared in a low voice. A total of 16 undying god king sea monsters. There's a high possibility that there's an undying god king level 2. Little friend Wang Xian, this is bad. When Xian Tianzi saw this scene, his face instantly turned ugly as he roared in a low voice. Roar, roar, roar. Ka, 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 ka. The next moment, the roar continued. A solid law barrier surrounded the entire Dragon Palace. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the terrifying law space. This law space could trap an eternal god lord and prevent him from being teleported to his own god country. Even against a god emperor of the same level, it could affect him a little. Over 10 undying emperors. It's over. We have to escape immediately. Some of them saw the scene and heard Xian Tianzi and the others. Their foreheads were filled with cold sweat. Even many of the eternal god masters were filled with fear. Dragon King, we have to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise we'll be in trouble. Battle Technique Mo Hen said solemnly. If they were to evacuate now, they might have to sacrifice some of them. Why are all the monsters in the underground sea gathered here? Some of the godly king sea monsters never attack humans. Xian Tianzi looked at the scene and was prepared to think about how to escape. 16 of them. Are all the sea monsters in the entire underground sea here? Wang Xian looked at the scene and his eyes sparkled. Dragon King, get ready to escape now. Otherwise, Mo Hen continued to speak to him anxiously. There's no rush. Before he could speak, Wang Xian interrupted him directly with a smile on his face. All members of the Dragon Palace, get ready, he shouted softly, and his voice spread throughout the entire Dragon Palace. The disciples of the Dragon Palace are here. The replies came from the 4 city gates immediately. At this moment, Prime Minister Gue had already made all the preparations. Face the enemy, Wang Xian ordered loudly. It's the Dragon King. The members of the 4 Dragon Palaces responded loudly immediately. All the disciples of the Dragon Palace, prepare for battle. Kill! Prime Minister Gue roared furiously. What? The Dragon Palace is actually preparing to face the enemy. The Dragon Palace is not a match for so many sea monsters. Oh no, the Dragon King is too rash. With so many sea monsters attacking, can they withstand it? Everyone from the Tianzhe continent was stunned when they heard Wang Xian's order, following which, their expressions turned extremely ugly. There were a total of 16 Undying God King sea monsters. How could they withstand it? However, just as they were conversing, the law space barrier had already arrived above them, enveloping everyone within. No one below Undying God King could escape. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces turned even paler. We can only act now. Everyone prepare to face the enemy. Xian Tianzi's expression changed slightly as he immediately roared. Yes. Everyone's faces revealed bitter smiles. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a thing here in the Dragon King Dragon Palace? Could it be that the Dragon Palace was about to be destroyed the moment it announced its establishment? Senior Xian Tianzi, Senior Mo Hen, don't be anxious. Everyone, don't panic. Just sit here and wait. Wang Xian saw the panic on everyone's faces, and a smile appeared on his face. He immediately comforted them. After he finished speaking, he looked straight at the scene in front of him. In the scene, Ao Crab was standing quietly in front of the east gate of the Dragon Palace. He was the only one there, and in front of him was the side with the highest number of sea monsters. The leader was a 2-headed divine raccoon that seemed to be an Immortal King level 2. There were 4 Immortal King level sea monsters around it. As for the Eternal God Lord level sea monsters, there were countless of them. At the east gate of the Dragon Palace, Ao Crab was floating in front of the gate alone. At the west gate, Ao Chitian was leading a battle group of the Dragon Palace. It was not the entire battle group of the Demon Combat Division. There were the Saturn Turtle with the strongest defense, the Heavenly Eye Arrow Division with the strongest long-range attack, the Phoenix Dragon of the Mount Division, and the supporting Dolphin Clan. At the south gate, Ao Xingmu was the leader, the Saturn Turtle Dragon, the Sky Eye Arrow Division, the Phoenix Dragon, the Starwood Dragon, and the support Dolphins. At the north gate, there were more sea monsters, with Ao Qi and Mu Zhe-san as the leaders. The Dragon Palace's various troops were mixed in. As for Strange Demon, he was completely hidden in the void. Such a formation was also the perfect battle formation of the Dragon Palace. Right now, excluding him, the Dragon Palace had a total of 12 Undyings. He alone had 5 Undyings at the East Gate. The rest, 11 Dragon Palace Undyings, were one-on-one. Under such circumstances, the pressure on the Dragon Palace wasn't too great. And right now, the Dragon Palace had over 100 pinnacle godlords. Of course, the strongest foundation of the Dragon Palace was still Ao He. Ao He had truly stepped into the Immortal King level. He could rival or even defeat a level 3 Immortal King level sea monster. Although Ao He was defending the East Gate alone, it would not take long for him to finish the battle here. Everyone was stunned when they saw Wang Xian's relaxed expression. If they were not in a hurry at this critical moment, when would they be? My young friend Wang Xian, there are more than a dozen immortal godly monarchs in your Dragon Palace? At this moment, Xian Tianzi, who had been staring at the scene in front of him, suddenly asked with his eyes wide open. Just from the scene, he could feel the powerful auras of the leaders of the Dragon Palace. That kind of arrogance and fearlessness, the fighting spirit when facing the immortal godly monarchs and sea monsters, was definitely not something that the eternal godly monarchs could unleash. Let's see. Wang Xian smiled and gestured for them to continue watching. What? The Dragon King is confident in dealing with these sea monsters. There are more than a dozen immortal god kings in the Dragon Palace. Wasn't it the full strength of the Dragon Palace last time? When the people from the Tianzi continent heard Wang Xian's words, their faces were filled with shock. The next moment, everyone stared at the 5 images in the sky in front of them. Roar! 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 In front of the 4 dragon gates, the roars and aura of the sea monsters still stifled everyone. However, they did not feel any fear from the experts from the Dragon Palace. There were not many members from the Dragon Palace. There were only a few 100,000 of them, but each of them exuded an invincible aura. Roar! Just when all the sea monsters were about 200 kilometers away from the Dragon Palace at the east gate of the Dragon Palace, the desolate figure in the image suddenly charged forward at a terrifying speed. At the same time, his body underwent a terrifying transformation. He had a ferocious and terrifying dragon head and 18 terrifying claws. His body was 7 to 8,000 meters long, and he was emitting a terrifying demonic might. Ao Crab directly attacked the endless sea monsters at the east gate. Hiss! When everyone saw Ao Crab's body size and his indomitable aura, their faces changed greatly. However, what happened next shocked them even more. The 18 claws were instantly covered by a resplendent law. Dark yellow law energy wrapped around the claws, causing them to grow several hundred kilometers in length. They looked like a centipede with huge claws. The terrifying 18 claws of Ao Crab directly tore towards the entire sea monster army. Howl, howl, howl. The aggressive sea monster army that was giving off monstrous amounts of devil energy looked at the incoming Ao Crab, feeling its terrifying energy. Many sea monsters were stunned. Even the 5 undying sea monsters at the front shook their bodies in fear. However, at the next moment, Ao Crab's claws attacked. The 5 undying sea monsters let out a howl. The terrifying attack immediately met it. Pong, pong, pong. In the next moment, a terrifying scene appeared. Of the 5 attacking sea monsters, 3 of them were instantly pierced through, another was turned into blood mist. Even the 2-headed god raccoon that looked like an undying level 2 was sent flying. Behind, within a 50,000 kilometers radius, all the sea monsters were attacked. Over 10 billion sea monsters were instantly killed. The difference was huge. Howl, howl, howl. The sea monsters at the east gate almost wet their pants. Especially the 5 undying sea monsters. They immediately tried to escape in fear. Howl, howl. However, in the next moment, before an undying sea monster could escape, a claw grabbed it. A terrifying resplendent law rushed into the sea monster's mind. Pong! Its life force swiftly vanished. The other 4 UNYNGS immediately returned to their undying countries in fear. Where they were earlier, a black and white shadow flashed past. Some blood was collected. Howl, howl, howl. The sea monsters that were still alive almost went crazy, wishing they had legs and wings all over their bodies. They fled at an even more terrifying speed. One could even see some sea monsters spitting out a yellow liquid. They were truly scared to death. Ao Crab's attack ended in less than 2 seconds. 1 undying sea monster was killed. The other 4 escaped heavily injured. In just 2 seconds. Rumble. So terrifying, so strong. At this moment, everyone in the Tianzi continent within the Dragon Palace trembled violently when they saw the scene. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. In a few seconds, all the sea monsters in the east were escaping. This terrifying attack, that incomparably huge creature, was simply shocking. This is your underling Dragon King? Battle technique Mo Hen was completely stunned. Undying God King level 3 warrior. Xian Tianzi softly spat out these words, his face filled with shock. Undying God King level 3. Star Source planet strength was very strong. Even the strongest overlord was only at Undying God King level 3. With such strength in this huge region, it was already considered a 4th or 5th tier region. Even amongst the hundreds of thousands of nearby planets, it could be ranked within. Now, there was actually such an expert in the Dragon Palace. In addition to the other godly monarchs, it meant that the Dragon Palace was not much weaker than the Overlord sect. In that case, the Dragon Palace was also equivalent to a 4th or 5th rate force in this greater world. This was too terrifying. Just when everyone thought that the Dragon Palace was likely to be destroyed today, The Dragon Palace actually erupted with such terrifying strength. Terrifying. What? How? How is this possible? However, at this moment, about 1,000 kilometers above the Dragon Palace, the six figures couldn't help but tremble when they saw the scene at the East Gate. Their hidden figures were instantly revealed. Undying God King Level 3. This faction even has an Undying God King Level 3 warrior. Damn it! Damn it! In the sky above the underground sea Dragon Palace, the Heaven Beast organization's people looked towards the East Gate with extremely ugly expressions, their expressions sinking. Undying God King Level 3. Their chairman was only at this level. The mission has failed. We cannot become enemies with this Dragon Palace. Otherwise the losses will be huge. Director Bay, who was in the lead, said with a gloomy face. They couldn't take the opportunity to attack now. Even if they did, they would be courting death. Moreover, they would bring great trouble and even disaster to the Heavenly Beast Corporation. Look! There's someone up there. In the Dragon Palace. A young man suddenly pointed at an image in the center and said in surprise. In that image, due to the fluctuation of the six people from the Heaven Beast Corporation, their figures were clearly detected by the detection formation of the Dragon Palace. There are really people. Who are they? Some people looked over and their faces were filled with surprise. Why would someone suddenly appear in the sky above the Dragon Palace at this time? Who were they? He lock onto the six people in the sky and attack them immediately. When the young man noticed them, Wuxia had already noticed the six figures that had suddenly appeared. These six figures were obviously hiding in that place. Due to special circumstances, their figures were revealed. With the detection methods of the Dragon Palace, unless the opponent was an Immortal King level powerhouse, they would be able to detect them. Could it be that the invasion of the underground sea monsters has something to do with them? Wuxia raised his eyebrows as his eyes sparkled. Roar! Roar! Upon hearing Wuxia's order, Crab did not hesitate at all. He flew towards the top of the Dragon Palace at a terrifying speed. His cold gaze locked onto the six figures above him as his terrifying claws slashed towards them. With Crab's current speed, he arrived in front of them in less than a second. Not good, we've been discovered. Run now. An old man saw Crab's attack and his expression changed drastically. He immediately roared. The Tiangu King Beast is still in the north. Chief Bai's expression changed slightly as he cried out in alarm. Chief Bai. The Tiangu King Beast knows to run. A middle-aged man hurriedly roared and his figure instantly disappeared. Chief Bai gritted his teeth. Sensing Crab's terrifying aura, his body moved and instantly disappeared from the spot. When Crab rushed over, the six figures had already disappeared. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar came from the north. Chi's figure flew backward instantly. Hundreds of members of the Dragon Palace were instantly killed. Dragon King, the sea monster at the North Gate, has the strength of a level 2 Immortal King. Request for reinforcements. Wuxia was shocked when he saw this scene. He immediately shouted at Wuxia. Ha! In the Dragon Palace, Wuxia's expression changed when he saw the scene. What kind of sea monster is that? There doesn't seem to be such a sea monster in the underground sea. Something's wrong. This sea monster doesn't seem to be an underground sea monster from our Tianzi continent. It doesn't have the characteristics of a marine creature. At the side, Xian Tianzi and Mo Hen looked at the powerful desolate beast at the North Gate with a puzzled expression. They had lived in the Tianzi continent for more than 10 years, so they had some understanding of the underground sea monster. It's indeed not an aquatic creature. Wuxia stared at it. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. His body moved and he instantly teleported in the direction of the North Gate. Crab, you must stop that level 2 Immortal King level desolate beast. Wuxia growled and flew out of the North Gate. In the Dragon Palace, Wuxia could reach any place in an instant. Therefore, it did not take him any time to travel from the East Gate to the North Gate. Buzz! Wuxia flew out of the North Gate. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements millstone flew straight up. Currently, there were 5 of his clones hidden in the 5 elements millstone. Each of his clones had the strength of a peak stage godlord. On top of that, Wuxia had set up a black hole space-disturbing formation. This black hole space-disturbing formation could trap a level 1 Immortal King. It would only have a slight effect on a level 2 Immortal King. A level 2 Immortal King could defeat it in an instant. However, what Wang Xian wanted was less than a second. Buzz. A radius of 20,000 kilometers was instantly covered by the black hole disturbance formation. At this moment, Ao Crab rushed over and attacked the Tiangu King beast directly. Roar, roar, roar. The Tiangu King beast felt the terrifying pressure from Ao Crab, and a hint of fear appeared in its eyes. He didn't hesitate, preparing to flee back to his undying country. Wang. His silhouette was slightly blurry. However, he didn't disappear instantly. Howl. The Tiangu beast roared madly. The black hole disturbance formation actually began to crack. However, at this time, Ao's attack had already arrived. The terrifying 18 claws, the savage and terrifying dragon head, they all headed straight for the Tiangu beast. The king of Sky Valley revealed a look of fear in his eyes. He didn't dare to stand still and hurriedly fled to the back. However, his escape didn't allow him to return to his immortal deity empire in an instant. When Wang Xian saw the scene, he immediately set up the formation and reinforced the black hole disturbance formation once again. Among all the formations, Wang Xian was the most familiar with this formation. He only reinforced it for less than a second. Roar! Bang! Ao Crab was exceptionally terrifying when he unleashed his full strength. He had terrifying claws, a ferocious dragon head, and a tail with sharp thorns and dragon scales. One strike landed on the body of the king of Tiangu, causing it to be severely injured instantly. The king of Tiangu, who was filled with raging flames, attacked rapidly one after another. At this moment, the king of Tiangu was filled with fear. The black hole disturbing array didn't allow it to escape immediately, even though it could only stop it for a second. However, in that 1 second, it was enough for Aohe to kill it. Aohe wasn't an ordinary undying level 3. He was an existence close to being able to kill an undying level 3. With such a huge difference, the Tiangu King beast had no room to fight back. Bang, bang, bang. Roar, roar, roar. Facing Ao Crab's terrifying attack, the bloated king of Sky Valley was bleeding all over his body. He let out a desperate roar. Humph, this guy is definitely not an underground sea monster. He should be with that group of people. It seems that the sea monster invasion this time is not so simple. However, this time, this level 2 Immortal King battle pet will stay here. Wang Xian looked at the Sky Valley King beast in front of him and snorted coldly. Ao. Faced with Ao Crab's continuous attacks, the Sky Valley King beast let out a desperate roar. It never expected that it would die here and its master would not come to save it. If its master did not escape and destroyed that strange formation in one strike, the Sky Valley King beast would not have died here. Pong! The huge body of the Tiangu Emperor beast landed heavily on the ocean floor, making a muffled sound. At this time, around the north gate, the 3 undying Emperor sea monsters were shivering in a corner, looking at this scene in fear. Howl. They immediately attacked the black hole space disturbance formation in fear, filled with panic and fear. If they knew this would happen, they wouldn't have listened to that bloated fellow. What other party entering their domain, they would be annihilated in the future. Such a terrifying existence, even if they entered their domain and chased them away, they wouldn't say anything. Howl. Ao Crab let out a furious howl. The 3 undying Emperor level 1 sea monsters trembled. Roar. They suddenly lay on the ground and showed their submission to Ao Crab with respect. It was too ferocious. Ao Crab was simply too ferocious to them. One of their own kind, who was stronger than them, was killed. Even if they didn't submit, they would be killed. To the sea monsters and desolate beasts, it was not wrong to submit to the strong. Ha! Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he saw the 3 sea monsters actually submit. Ao Crab, suppress them and make them submit. Wang Xian flew over immediately and said to Ao Crab, "It's the Dragon King." Ao Crab nodded immediately and looked down at the 3 level 1 Immortal King sea monsters. Submit. A terrifying pressure covered them. At the same time, Wang Xian flew over and squeezed out 3 drops of dragon blood. Devour, don't resist. Ao, he warned with a face full of killing intent. Ao. The three immortal king sea monsters didn't dare to resist at all. They immediately nodded respectfully and didn't dare to move. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. Go and get rid of the sea monsters elsewhere. He continued to order Ao. It's the Dragon King. Ao, he nodded, immediately flying towards the west gate. My God. That undying level 2 sea monster was killed by the warrior from the Dragon Palace. Look at those 3 sea monsters. The Zhonglan Python and the others were actually subdued by the Dragon King. They stood in front of him and didn't dare to move. Hiss, the sea monsters in the underground sea were all escaping. The Dragon Palace is simply too terrifying, especially that lord from the Dragon Palace, he's too powerful. Within the Dragon Palace, the people from the Tianze continent watched the scene, their faces filled with shock. All the Undying Emperor level sea monsters in the entire underground sea attacked, along with countless Eternal God Lord level sea monsters. However, facing the Dragon Palace, they were all killed in a frenzy. 2 Undying Emperor level sea monsters had died, 3 had submitted. With such terrifying strength, it wasn't hard to calm down the underground sea. As for the west and south, everyone could already predict that when the Undying God King level 3 warrior from the Dragon Palace charged over, the sea monster invasion would be completely over. The current Dragon Palace isn't much weaker than the Overlord sect. Xian Tianzi and Mo Hen exchanged glances and exclaimed in shock. It's good to have the Dragon Palace. This way we can go to the greater world to take a look in the future and not have to spend most of our time here. Xian Tianzi revealed a smile. The reason why he hadn't improved all these years was firstly because of his talent, and secondly because of the opportunities. He wanted to guard the Tianze continent all year round. Naturally, he wouldn't get any opportunities. After the Dragon Palace settled the underground sea, he could explore the starry skies and search for his own opportunities. Howl, howl, howl. Outside, the roars of the Undying Emperor could be clearly heard by everyone, just as everyone expected. After Ao Crab arrived, the Undying Sea monsters began to flee madly. The Undying Emperor could barely escape, but the other Eternal God Lords couldn't. The Undying Emperor could imprison the Eternal God Lord, making it impossible for him to escape. Very quickly, a large number of Eternal God Lord sea monsters were killed. This time, as the entire underground sea monster horde was unleashed, there were 500,000 to 600,000 Eternal God Lord level sea monsters, of which there were over 200 pinnacle Eternal God Lord level sea monsters under the attacks of Ao Xie and the rest of the Dragon Palace warriors. They were swiftly killed. Rumble, the sea monster warriors that attacked the Dragon Palace this time took up about 80% of the entire underground sea. At least 80%. Now that all of them have been killed by the Dragon Palace, doesn't that mean that the crisis in the underground sea of the Tianze continent has been solved? The Tianze continent has been fighting with the sea monsters for millions of years. I didn't expect that we could see the underground sea being pacified today. At this moment, everyone in the Tianze continent of the Dragon Palace looked on with excitement. Some of the elders couldn't help but burst into laughter. Humans had been fighting with the sea monsters for millions of years, and more than 10 million humans died in the sea monsters every year. Many of their elders and descendants had died in the mouths of the sea monsters. Now that the crisis in the underground sea was almost resolved, some people were so happy that they cried. This was a historic moment for the entire Tianze continent, and it was also the most exciting moment for the entire Tianze continent. The Dragon Palace, which had pacified the underground sea, would naturally be remembered in the history of the entire Tianze continent. Because of the Dragon Palace, all the calamities and enemies in the history of the Tianze continent had been completely eliminated. Dragon King, these are the blood of the escaping Immortal King sea monsters. They have all been collected. At the northern gate, a few strange demons appeared in front of Wang Xian and handed him the collected blood. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head and smiled. This time, the invasion of the sea monsters has saved the Dragon Palace a lot of time. He looked at the fresh blood in his hand and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He looked at the corpses that were being absorbed by the ground in front of him. With so many corpses, Wang Xian could not predict how much the Dragon Palace would be able to improve. Putting everything else aside, the combat strength of the Immortal King could be increased by at least 30 to 40. AO Crab's combat strength could be increased by at least 4 to 5. As for the Immortal King level 4 combat strength, it required too many resources. These resources were completely insufficient. Even so, Wang Xian was already satisfied. Most importantly, with this fresh blood, the 11 Immortal King Sea monsters that escaped could be captured. However, these Immortal King Sea monsters were not ready to be killed. Instead, they were ready to be tamed and sold. 14 Immortal King Sea monsters, this was a terrifying amount of resources. After being sold, it would be easy for Wang Xian to advance one level. He might even have the combat strength of a level 3 Immortal King. Are those people from the Heaven Beast Corporation? Wang Xian thought of the 6 figures in the sky above the Dragon Palace. Each of them had the strength of an Immortal King. Among the people he had offended, only the Heaven Beast Corporation had such strength. If there's a chance, let them know the price. Wang. The sea monsters attacked quickly and died quickly. In the face of the absolute power of the Dragon Palace, countless sea monsters fell in front of the palace, turning into dragon blood in the dragon pool. With so many sea monsters, it could actually increase the entire Dragon Palace's power by 2 to 3 times, maybe even 4 to 5 times. After all, Aosia's swallowing dragon race, after swallowing large amounts of eternal god country undyings, their power would undergo a qualitative change. I'm sorry, everyone. I can't entertain you anymore. Our Dragon Palace is preparing to take this opportunity to eliminate the dozen Immortal King Sea monsters that escaped. Wang Xian returned to the front of the group of people from the Tianzi continent and said with a smile on his face, "Thank you, Dragon King, for helping our Tianzi continent to solve the problem." "Thank you, Dragon King." At this moment, Xian Tianzi bowed deeply to Wang Xian with a sincere face and thanked him loudly. "Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon Palace, for pacifying the underground sea." Mohen also bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon Palace, for pacifying the underground sea." At the back, everyone was half kneeling on the ground as they shouted out respectfully and gratefully. A few days ago, when the Dragon King said that he wanted to pacify the underground sea, not many people believed him. However, today the underground sea had almost been pacified. It was just the Dragon Palace alone. If the Dragon Palace pacified the underground sea, many fewer people would die in the Tianzi continent every year. "Everyone, you don't have to be so polite." Wang Xian looked at all of them and smiled faintly. "This bow is something that we have to do. Since you are all very busy, Dragon King, we shall not disturb you anymore. In a few days, the Tianzi continent will hold a day of liberation. I wonder if the Dragon King will have the time then." Xian Tianzi shook his head and asked Wang Xian with a smile, "A day of liberation? Let's see then. If I don't go, I will send people from the Dragon Palace over." Wang Xian nodded and said, "All right, we won't disturb you anymore." Xian Tianzi cupped his hands and led everyone from the Tianzi continent away. Behind them, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. This time, not only did they broaden their horizons, they also received this huge piece of good news. Today could be said to be the liberation day of the entire Tianzi continent. In the future, they would no longer need to worry about their own comfort. The soldiers would no longer need to guard the front lines and fight against the sea monsters day and night. If today's matter is announced, I'm afraid that the entire Tianzi continent will be in an uproar. Everyone held back the excitement in their hearts. Some young men and women were prepared to show off on the AI when they returned this time. "Dragon King, all the sea monsters outside have been cleared." Not long after the people from the Tianzi continent left, Aohe and the rest rushed over and reported to Wang Xian. "Get ready. Take the opportunity to finish off the 11 Immortal King sea monsters in the underground sea." Wang Xian immediately said, "It's the Dragon King." The members of the Dragon Palace nodded. Soon, all the Immortal King combat strength members of the Dragon Palace had gathered. "Let's go." Wang Xian took out drops of blood and used the formation to locate the sea monsters. After locking onto a sea monster's location, they moved and flew away immediately. The 12 Immortal King level powerhouses of the Dragon Palace were sailing in the underground sea. No sea monster dared to approach them. Back then, Wang Xian had to be careful when he entered the underground sea. Now, he had no scruples at all. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Xian and the rest arrived at the territory of an immortal king sea monster. The immortal king sea monster's divine kingdom was hidden in the void crack. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to find it. However, Wang Xian had a general location. With more than 10 immortal kings searching together, they could still find it. Now that Wang Xian and the rest had found the nest, it was much simpler. They could either submit or die. Time passed slowly. It was not an easy task to find the nest of the undying godly monarch sea monsters. Some of the nests of the undying godly monarch sea monsters were hidden very well. Even if they knew the general location, they still spent more than 10 hours. And just as the Dragon Palace subdued the sea monsters one by one, the entire Tianzhe continent was in an uproar. Not only did the young men and women who came to the underground sea like to show off, even Emohen Emperor liked to show off. The first thing he did when he came out of the ocean was to roar. The Dragon Palace is invincible. 10 minutes ago. 16 undying sea monsters led 80% of the sea monsters to invade the Dragon Palace. They were killed by the Dragon Palace warriors. With the Dragon Palace's strength, the underground sea will be pacified in a few days. In the future, the entire underground sea will be ruled by the Dragon King. With the Dragon Palace as the main force, our Tianzhe continent will be completely liberated. This shout made battle technique Emohen's face turn red. He had used all his strength. Battle technique Emohen was excited too. A god emperor being trapped in the Tianzhe continent. They weren't happy either. But what could they do? This was their homeworld, his home. His descendants were all here. Furthermore, due to the existence of the underground sea, at least tens of thousands of his descendants had died in battle, or even more. The peace of the underground sea represented the stability of the heavenly swamp continent. Battle Dharma Emohen's voice resounded across half of the heavenly swamp continent. Everyone who heard this voice was immediately stunned. This seems to be the voice of Jean Fa ancestor. It's his voice. What? A dozen undying ocean monsters from the underground sea invaded the Dragon Palace and were killed by the warriors of the Dragon Palace. The underground sea is about to be pacified. Is this real or fake? It can't be a lie. This is the voice of Jean Fa ancestor. Everyone who heard the voice felt unbelievable. More than a dozen godly monarch sea monsters invaded the Dragon Palace? All of them were killed by the experts of the Dragon Palace? The underground sea was pacified? Every piece of news was extremely shocking and unbelievable. Some people even wondered if this was the voice of the Patriarch of War and the Godly Monarch of War. The person in charge of the intelligence system announced this good news to the entire Tianzhe continent immediately. Announced that the Liberation Day will be set in 3 days and the entire continent will celebrate. At the Wall of Protection, the highest commander also grinned and said happily to the old man beside him, "Yes, sir." The old man also nodded excitedly and immediately gave the order. Soon, a pop-up window forcefully appeared on the AI. The Dragon Palace had pacified the underground sea, and the underground sea would be ruled by the Dragon King and the Dragon Palace. The title was accompanied by a simple introduction of the situation just now. When everyone saw the forced image on the AI, their faces were slightly stunned, and then their bodies began to tremble. If Emohen's roar just now had caused many people to have some doubts, then the announcement on the AI would completely announce the liberation of the Tianzhe continent. Today was destined to go down in history. The Dragon Palace and the Dragon King were destined to shake the entire Tianzhe continent. Just as the entire Tianzhe continent was decorated with lanterns and the people of the entire Tianzhe continent were cheering. Wang Xian led a group of powerhouses from the Dragon Palace to clear out the last sea monster in the underground sea. Out of the 11 immortal God King sea monsters, 4 of them would rather die than submit. They were killed by Wang Xian and the rest. The remaining 7 were all subdued. At the same time, in the nest of these sea monsters, Wang Xian had a lot of unexpected gains. 1 young immortal king, 2 immortal king-level godly herbs, and 1 godly tree. There were also large amounts of immortal king-level metal materials. It could be said that all the treasures in the underground sea of the entire Tianzhe continent had been taken over by these immortal king sea monsters. They had been able to break through to their current level mostly because of these treasures. Just these treasures alone could increase the Dragon Palace's strength by 2 Undying Emperor levels. With this, the underground sea has been completely pacified. From now on, Ao Crab's devouring dragon only needs to find the god countries that have been killed by the eternal god lord to devour, and it will be able to increase its strength too quickly. The Dragon Palace needs to settle down for a while. The improvement this time is too fast. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face as he led the members of the Dragon Palace towards the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue, you can make the arrangements for the improvement this time. Upon returning to the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian handed over the allocation of resources to Prime Minister Gue. Prime Minister Gui was dedicated to considering the overall situation of the Dragon Palace. He would not have any selfish motives. Wang Xian was very relieved to leave the matters of the Dragon Palace to him. After the order was given, all the members of the Dragon Palace immediately began to improve. He led his subordinates and began to sweep the entire underground sea, searching for the eternal god country and god-level god country. This time, the devouring dragon was the fastest to improve. Their devouring god country could improve quickly. This time, there were a total of 15 Undying God countries, and there was even a level 2 Undying God country. This Undying Emperor's energy was even higher than a God Emperor. After all, an Undying God country was his energy source. They only needed to swallow 2 Undying Emperors, and they would be able to level up to Undying Emperor. One could imagine how terrifying the swallowing dragon's level up would be. He was only a level 3 Undying Emperor. He could add another 7, along with the other 100,000 Eternal God Lord level swallowing dragons. A single devouring dragon was more powerful than the entire Dragon Palace. The main reason was that the devouring dragons were the core of the Bug Clan's technology. Of course, the devouring dragons had a flaw too. They could only fight 2 levels above them. They couldn't compare to the pinnacle dragon of the Dragon Palace. Even he couldn't fight 3 levels above them. His upper level was lower than the Dragon God. Even so, it was already very terrifying. Back then, the notorious bug race that swept across the universe was no joke. Wang Xian sat on the dragon throne with a smile on his face. He took out Qing Yu and Ling Xiu's hair and cast a formation. After he still couldn't sense anything, he kept it properly. Qing Yu, Ling Xiu, don't be anxious. I will find you guys very soon. Very soon, he mumbled. Before long, the divine dragon's roar would ring out in the starry sky. At that time, the entire greater world would stop trembling. When he arrived at the location of the dragon transformation pool, Wang Xian saw more than 100,000 members of the Dragon Palace entrenched inside. A smile appeared on his face. The group of girls were also cultivating inside. I will rest for a period of time. After that, I will sell 10 Immortal King desolate beasts and 1 young Immortal King. If Wang Xian could devour all the Immortal King sea monsters, his strength would be able to increase by now. However, if he were to sell them, one would be equivalent to about 20 corpses. Naturally, it would be more cost-effective to sell them. Wang Xian could wait. The entire Dragon Palace was improving rapidly. The Heaven Lake continent above was celebrating. The entire continent was filled with joy and excitement. In order to thank the Dragon King for his achievements, the Tianzi continent had built a 10,000-meter-tall divine dragon that was emitting bright light at the position of the wall of protection. The image of the divine dragon was completely based on the image of the divine dragon that was entrenched on the ocean stabilizing needle in the Dragon Palace. Many of them had seen this image before. The 10,000-meter-tall divine dragon looked in the direction of the entire ocean, representing the Dragon King guarding the ocean, representing the achievements of the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King. Even the Federation changed the calendar, changing the first day of Liberation Day to the first year of the Dragon calendar. At this point, the new era of the Tianzi continent had begun. The Dragon Palace and Tianzi continent were filled with jubilation, while the Heavenly Beast Corporation headquarters was dead silent. The Sky Valley King Beast has been confirmed to have been killed. Confirmed to have been killed. Director Bei sat in a luxurious room in the headquarters and growled with a gloomy face. Around him, more than a dozen Undying God King warriors sat around him. This time, Almost all of the Heaven Beast Corporation's experts had gathered together. The Sky Valley King Beast was the strongest battle pet in the entire Heaven Beast Corporation. It was also the face of the entire Heaven Beast Corporation. Most of the time, the publicity was done with the Sky Valley King Beast. Now, they were 100% sure that the Sky Valley King Beast had fallen. Not even a drop of blood essence could escape. The Sky Valley King Beast has been killed. 3 bosses have been killed. Are we just going to let it go like this? An old man slammed the table, roaring angrily. Who? In the leader's seat, the chairman of the Sky Beast Corporation closed his eyes, leaning back on the chair with a helpless expression. The other party has an undying God King level 3 existence. If you want revenge, don't even think about it, he said bitterly. This? Are we just going to let this go? The old man clenched his fists unwillingly. Let it go, the chairman said calmly. Even if they didn't let it go, what could they do? Fight till the end? The difference in strength wasn't huge. Killing 100 enemies would only result in 80 losses. They weren't willing to suffer such heavy losses. They could only forget about it. The rest of the people fell silent. No one said a word. So what if they were unwilling? Fight? They had to be prepared to bear the loss. It was obvious that the Heaven Beast Corporation did not want to bear the loss. Time passed very quickly. 2 months had passed. The advancement of all the members of the Dragon Palace had ended. Wang Xian was floating in the sky above the dragon field. He was looking ahead with a smile on his face. There were more than 150,000 members of the Dragon Palace. The weakest among them had already reached Immortal King level 3. To be able to achieve such a terrifying improvement, he had consumed the entire underground sea's resources. At the front of the group stood 35 figures. Each of them was emitting a terrifying aura. This was the combat strength of the Dragon Palace's God King level. There were a total of 35 of them. Including Wang Xian himself, there was a total of 36 of them. Among them, Aoxia and the other 7 devouring dragons were the most powerful. Very good. The elevation of the Dragon Palace this time is the first step for the Dragon Palace to officially enter the Land of Brilliance. Next, we will make the name of the Dragon Palace resound throughout the greater world. The Tianzi continent is only the first step. Dragon King, these are the resources that we have been searching for during this period of time, as well as some of the things that we have obtained. In the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gui handed some things to Wang Xian. During these 2 months, apart from improving the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace, Prime Minister Gui had also sent people to investigate the outside world. This outside world was the area around the Tianzi continent. The Tianzi continent was only one of the hundreds of billions of planets in this bright land. Although it was not weak in this greater world, it was definitely not strong. Now, Wang Xian did not know much about the outside world. Other than knowing about the Star Source planet and Star Beast planet, he did not know much about the other planets. There was a teleportation formation at the Shen Tian Academy in the Tianzi continent. Through the teleportation formation, one could reach other planets. There one could receive some missions, but Wang Xian did not receive any missions there. This is the artificial intelligence. Wang Xian looked at the item that Prime Minister Gui handed over and asked with some doubt. Yes, Dragon King. However, this artificial intelligence is slightly different from the artificial intelligence in the Tianzi continent. This artificial intelligence is connected to the entire Imperial Star Field. There is an Overlord-level existence in the Imperial Star Field called the Imperial Court. It is ranked at the top among the 7 major fields. This artificial intelligence was promoted by the Imperial Court and covers the entire Imperial Star Field. The AI is connected to billions of planets. Countless people use this AI. Missions in the Xian-Tian domain are all tasks assigned by this AI. Prime Minister Gui gave a brief introduction to Wang Xian. Wang Xian took it over and took a look. The Tianzi continent was located within the Imperial Star Field of the 7 major domains. The entire Imperial Star Field was incomparably vast. There were tens of billions of planets. This only included planets with life, and there were countless planets without life. The artificial intelligence was promoted by the overlord of the Imperial Star Field, the Imperial Court. It was not something that the artificial intelligence like the Tianzi continent could compare to. There were very few artificial intelligence like this in the Tianzi continent. This was because the underground sea within the Tianzi continent had yet to be completed. Hence, they were not qualified to enter other galaxies. This artificial intelligence was a collection of all the mission areas, trading areas, communication areas, and entertainment areas in the entire region. Through the AI, Wang Xian could gain a lot of understanding of the entire Imperial star field. Wang Xian opened the AI and divided it into 4 areas. Each area was divided into other small areas. The mission area had a mission area to announce the mission, and a mission area to receive the mission. There were also different levels of missions, team missions, individual missions, and so on. There were all sorts of things. Wang Xian took a quick look and even saw a reward mission at the top of the mission area. A reward for a peak-level Immortal King-level powerhouse. At the same time, this peak-level Immortal King-level powerhouse was also a wanted criminal in the Imperial star field. The difficulty of this mission could be imagined. It could even be said to be impossible to complete. The trading area also sold all sorts of items. It was similar to online shopping. There was only one thing that one could not imagine, and there was nothing that one could not buy. Wang Xian searched the trading area and found that even the Immortal King Desolate Beast could be bought. Of course, such level of war pets required certain conditions to be bought. Furthermore, there were very few of them. One could count them on one hand. The trading area was an information area. There were discussion forums in each area. One could even buy information here. As for the entertainment area, it was even richer. There were singers, actors, and celebrities in the Imperial star field. Entertainment was essential no matter what era or background it was in. Wang Xian even saw live streamers on it. There were movie zones, novel zones, game zones, and so on. The entertainment methods were very rich. The content on it was on a completely different level compared to the Tianzi continent. The content was too rich. One person would probably read less than 1% of it even after 100 years. Prime Minister Gue, how do you think the Dragon Palace will develop in the future? The more complicated the environment was, the more difficult it would be for the Dragon Palace to develop. The major forces here had divided the industries into different sectors. If they wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, they needed to have the capability. Dragon King, I think that the Fire Hammer clan can forge weapons and sell them. The Phoenix Dragon Queen can lead the Fire Phoenix Dragon Seed to manufacture pills and sell them. In addition, war pets are extremely rare in the entire Imperial star field. It's easier to earn resources than weapons and elixirs. However, precious items usually need to be opened on a planet and have their own name. Otherwise, other people wouldn't be able to buy them without seeing the real thing. Prime Minister Gue suggested to Wang Xian, the higher the level of a civilization, the more perfect the system would be. In this resplendent starry sky, it was impossible for there to be no rules and order. On the contrary, the rules here were very perfect. If you want to sell things, you should at least have a shop. The more powerful ones should have their own businesses and industries. Only then would others be able to trust you. If the Dragon Palace wanted to develop for a long time, they had to get involved in these things. Otherwise, they would have to rely on war to make a fortune. However, who could guarantee a 100% victory in a war? Other than selling weapons and pills, the rest of the members of the Dragon Palace can do missions. There are many missions in the Imperial star field. If one godly monarch completes 1 or 2 missions, the resources obtained would be enough for our Dragon Palace to increase the combat strength of an undying godly monarch. Prime Minister Gui continued to add. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head. Completing missions was indeed a way to increase one's strength rapidly. The price to hire an immortal godly monarch was extremely high. What I need to do now is to open a Dragon Palace pet shop as soon as possible and sell the 10 immortal godly monarch pets I have. Once I sell these pets, my strength will be able to increase by 1 level. Wang Xian thought to himself. After he sold all the war pets, he could lead the members of the Dragon Palace to complete missions and accumulate strength. First, we need to set up some long-distance teleportation formations that lead to a prosperous planet and use this planet as a transit point. Also, Prime Minister Gue, look for planets like the Star Beast planet. It would be best if they are of a lower level. We can let he lead his men to conquer them. The planets that we occupy can build a dragon palace in the ocean. It can also increase the strength of the dragon palace and allow the dragon palace to develop rapidly. Wang Xian thought for more than 10 minutes before giving Prime Minister Gui an order. Firstly, they had to establish a connection between the dragon palace and the outside world. Secondly, it would be best if they could occupy a few more vital planets to build a branch of the dragon palace. It would be a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. It would also allow the dragon palace to be fully prepared. Furthermore, if there were planets like the Star Beast planet, Crab could bring all his subordinates over and directly attack a desolate beast planet. The resources he would obtain would definitely be more than the resources he would obtain from doing missions. These two were the most important problems. As for the issue of selling his war pets, Wang Xian would solve it himself. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui immediately nodded his head. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, a communication stone plate in Wang Xian's interspatial ring trembled. He took it out and took a look. He realized that it was a message from Invincible in Battle Techniques. He sent dozens of messages in one go. He didn't know if it was an emergency or if he was bored from holding it in. Fuck, Boss Wang, you are too awesome. You have reached the Immortal Godly King level. Oh my god, Boss Wang, please accept my knees. I heard from my father and ancestor that you led your men to calm the underground sea and killed everyone. You are invincible in the world. You are too awesome. Boss Wang, I just came out of seclusion when I heard the news from the Tianzi continent. I heard how awesome your dragon palace is. Please accept my bow. Boss Wang, you didn't forget about me, did you? As soon as he opened the message, Wang Xian saw the messages sent by Invincible Battle Technique. When he saw the contents of more than 20 messages, his face turned black. All the messages were of the same type. Clearly, he had just received messages about Wang Xian and the Tianzi continent. You came out of seclusion? Wang Xian asked when he saw how active this fellow was. Wow. Boss Wang actually replied to my message. I'm so excited. He replied in a second. Wang Xian. Buzz, buzz. Following that, the communication stone in Wang Xian's hand trembled. He immediately opened it. Boss Wang, you're simply too handsome. Oh my god, I really didn't expect you to be so powerful. I knew it. My invincible boss with invincible battle techniques. The image of Invincible in battle appeared in front of Wang Xian. He kept spouting out excited words. Wang Xian turned his head to look at the AI beside him and ignored him. Boss Wang, I have come out of seclusion. I am going to the Dragon Palace to visit you. Finally, Invincible in battle said to Wang Xian. No need. I have been busy recently. Wang Xian said to him indifferently. Busy? What are you busy with, Boss Wang? Is there anything I can help you with? Invincible Battle Technique asked eagerly. I need the Immortal King Battle Pet. Alright, you can ask Overlord if you want it. If you want it, sell it at a good price. Wang Xian suddenly said. Overlord was not weak. If they wanted to buy an Immortal King Battle Pet, they could afford it. Immortal King Level War Pet. Invincible Battle Technique was moved. Even though he knew that Wang Xian was extremely powerful, he was still shocked when he heard that he was selling an Immortal King Level War Pet. Let me ask Boss Wang. He might buy it. Invincible Battle Technique said immediately. All right. Let me know if there's any news. Wang Xian nodded and hung up the call. Today is different from the past. Back then, when Boss Wang sent me a message, I didn't reply. Now, no, I want to cling on to Boss Wang's thigh. At the position of Star Origin Planet Overlord Sect, Invincible Battle Technique muttered bitterly when he saw that the call was cut off. However, his face was soon filled with fighting spirit. Master, master! His body moved and immediately flew towards a mountain peak as he shouted loudly. Brat, don't make a fuss. If you have something to say it quickly. On the mountain peak, Overlord Sect Master Morone Kue looked at his disciple with a smile on his face. He felt that he was already very satisfied to be able to take in such a monstrous disciple in his lifetime. After the Bloodline Awakening, he had only been in seclusion for 2 months and reached Eternal God Lord level 5. Looking at the entire resplendent world, his age and strength were already considered top tier. He could totally be compared to the geniuses from the large sects. Master, do you want to buy the Undying God King battle pet? Invincible flew over and looked at his master, smiling as he said, HM? Undying God King battle pet? Why, kid? You want to show off your battle pet again? Morong Kue glanced at Invincible and stared at him as he said. This guy had been arrogant ever since he got an Undying God King cub. No, if you buy it, I can get it for you. Invincible immediately shook his head. Kid, do you really think you're the chosen one, getting used to your own strength? Morong Kue patted his head and lectured him. Master, you are looking down on me. I was Boss Wong's best friend back then. You can even give me a young Undying God King. If Overlord doesn't want to buy it, then forget it. Invincible said with a black face and lowered his head. HM? You mean the Dragon King Immortal? He wants to sell the Undying God King battle pet. Morong Kue was stunned for a moment. He retracted his smile and asked seriously. The other powers on the other planets might not know about what happened in the Tianzhe continent. But the Heavenly Technique sect and FA clan still received the news immediately. They were shocked at the Dragon King and the Dragon Palace. With the Dragon Palace's strength, the Heavenly Technique sect was not even comparable. Of course I'll sell it. It's a pity that I'm too weak. Otherwise Boss Wong would have given me a mature Undying God King battle pet. Invincible Battle Technique pretended to shake his head regretfully. Morong Kue stared at him. Not sure if this kid was bragging. A true Zongshi-level beast tamer. Tell the Dragon King that our Overlord sect cannot afford to buy an Undying God King battle pet if there are too many of them. If you have a good relationship with him, see if you can give one to your teacher. Morong Kue said to him. Cough cough, Boss Wong will agree to give it to me. But if I give it to you, I might not be able to. Invincible Fighter quickly said. Morong Kue waved at him, telling him to get lost. Dragon King, not simple. Watching Invincible Battle Technique leave, Morong Kue muttered. HM? Overlord really wants an Undying God King battle pet. In the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian was pleasantly surprised when he received the news of Invincible Battle Technique. He only needed to devour about 15 level 1 Undying God King sea monsters or these resources to level up. Selling one battle pet was enough. However, to level up again, he needed about 15 level 2 Immortal King level corpses. It was obviously not enough to sell the remaining 9 war pets to obtain resources. He was still short of more than half. Let me level up first. I'll make a trip to the Star Source planet. The Star Source planet is not too far from the nearest commercial planet. Wang Xian thought to himself. Commercial planets were relatively prosperous planets. There was no threat of dire beasts there, and it was extremely prosperous. Wang Xian was preparing to open the first Dragon Palace pet shop on that commercial planet. Prime Minister Gue, I'll leave the Dragon Palace's matters to you. I'm going out for a while. Wang Xian spoke to Prime Minister Gue and immediately flew toward the center of the Federation. Greetings, Dragon King. When they arrived at the teleportation formation, the Federation soldiers immediately bowed respectfully. Bring me to the teleportation formation that leads to the star origin planet. Wang Xian said to them immediately. It's the Dragon King. A soldier immediately brought Wang Xian to the front. With Wang Xian's current status in the Tianzhe continent, everyone would obey him unconditionally. Buzz. When they arrived at the formation, Wang Xian stepped into it and activated the long-distance teleportation. When Boss Wang arrives later, all of you should be more respectful. You should know that he is my invincible boss in terms of combat techniques. And you, Yuyan, when you smile sweeter later, maybe Boss Wang will take a fancy to you, and you will have a meteoric rise. It's Marshal Granduncle. At the long-distance teleportation formation on the star origin planet, Wang Xian heard the voice of Invincible in terms of combat techniques as soon as he came out. Coming, hurry up. Welcome Dragon King to Overlord Sect. At this moment, Wang Xian saw a row of beautiful ladies standing there and greeted Wang Xian respectfully. The girls' faces were filled with bitterness. They were called over by Invincible Battle Technique. They didn't dare to disobey when Invincible Battle Technique called them over. The personal disciple of the sect master, the last disciple, and he also had an immortal godly king battle pet. His seniority and status were frighteningly high. Currently, Invincible Battle Technique was like the little overlord of the entire Overlord sect. Not to mention the Immortal King, this was his master. Even the descendants of their sect master had to greet this young master respectfully. Today, he could be said to have called all the beautiful ladies of the Overlord sect over. "Welcome, boss." Invincible Battle Technique immediately walked over with open arms and enthusiasm. "All right, you're doing well." Wuxia looked at him and said with a smile. "Hee, not bad, not bad. How's it going, boss? How's the lineup? Whichever one I like. I'll let her sleep with me tonight." Invincible Battle Technique raised his head and pointed at 2 rows of nearly 20 female disciples of the Overlord sect. All the female disciples' faces turned black when they heard her words. They stared at him with flames in their eyes. "Let's go and meet your master." Wuxia patted his shoulder heavily and said with a smile. "Let's go, ladies, carry the palanquin." Invincible Battle Technique shouted softly and pointed at the palanquin in front of them. The group of ladies didn't dare to resist under his intimidation. They could only walk over silently. Bang. "All right, don't waste time." Wuxia wanted to beat him up a little, so he said it directly. "Hehe. Boss Wang, am I not doing my duty as a host?" Invincible Battle Technique smiled and brought Wuxia forward immediately. "Huh? You actually broke through to the 5th level of the Eternal Lord." At this moment, Wuxia noticed Invincible Battle Technique's cultivation level and said with some surprise, "Boss, you are already so powerful. As your little brother, I naturally have to work hard and barely raise a few levels." Invincible Battle Technique said with a cheeky smile. Wuxia narrowed his eyes slightly and sized up his body. "Your bloodline is pretty strong." He stared at Invincible Battle Technique in astonishment. In his body, Wuxia could feel a strong bloodline power. This bloodline power was sufficient for Invincible Battle Technique to reach a very high level. "Boss Wang, you can tell? Hehe, keep a low profile." Invincible Battle Techniques raised his head and said loudly. He didn't look like he was keeping a low profile at all. Wuxia didn't pay attention to him. He followed behind him and soon arrived at a mountain peak. "Dragon King, sorry for not welcoming you. Please come in." On the mountain peak, Murong stood there to welcome him. There were a few elders around him who were sizing up Wuxia curiously. "Sect Leader Murong, sorry for disturbing you." Wuxia cupped his hands and replied politely, "Haha. It's not easy to buy an Immortal King war pet in this greater world. It's our good luck to meet the Dragon King." Murong smiled and gestured. Wuxia nodded and followed him in. "Sect Leader Murong, I have 10 Immortal King war pets in my hands. As for the price, 25 Immortal King level 1 Desolate Beast carcasses or 50 Immortal King level 1 elixirs." Wuxia went straight to the point. 10. An old man's body trembled and his eyes widened. "It's 20% lower than the recent Immortal King level 1 battle pets." Another old man opened his mouth and could not help but say, "The price of the Dragon Palace battle pets has always been like this. The rest of the battle pets are sold at this price too." Wuxia said, "With this price, there will be a rush." Murong sighed slightly. "I want one. You can choose one." "Sure." Wuxia nodded his head. The following transaction was much easier. Overlord Sect gave Wuxia the resources for this war pet. Following that, Wuxia spent another 5 hours to help tame it. The time needed to tame the Immortal God King war pet was a little long. After taming it, Wuxia got his Invincible Battle Technique to prepare a room for himself. When he entered the room, he immediately devoured all the resources. Name, Wuxia. Race, Yin Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level, Eternal God Lord Level 6, Divine Dragon Transformation Level 6. Origin, 4-344/50,000. Supernatural ability, ruling the water tribe below one's level. Devour living things to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, Divine Dragon Transformation. Supernatural ability, Soul Absorbing, Spirit Attaching, Yin Yang 5 Elements Dragon Eyes. Aspect, 5 elements great mill, dragon kingdom in the palm, dragon head under the heavens, dragon body of 10,000 miles, yin-yang poles, yin-yang 5 elements alms bowl, divine dragon tail swing. Law, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light and darkness, level 6. Divine kingdom, dragon palace. Dragon palace, level 7. Dragon palace member, 167,693. Half an hour later, Wang Xian slowly walked out of the room. Feeling the vast power in his body, a smile appeared on his face. With his current combat strength that was comparable to an Immortal King level 2, he could easily crush Earth in the past. I'll go and ask Invincible Battle Technique if I can reach Dong Qi planet directly from here. Wang Xian stretched his body and walked out with a smile on his face. Invincible Battle Technique. Scum, I'm here. Very soon, Invincible Battle Technique's figure ran over. Does the star source planet have a teleportation formation that can teleport us directly to Dong Qi planet? Wang Xian asked him. Dong Qi planet was the nearest commercial planet. Boss Wang, you're going to Dong Qi planet too? Upon hearing his words, Invincible Battle Technique revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Huh? You're going? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at him. My master is going to buy me some pills to stabilize my realm and prepare to go to Dong Qi planet. TSK, Boss Wang, not long ago, I obtained an artificial intelligence computer from the Imperial Star Field. You don't know that there are simply too many beauties in it. Those celebrities are just like fairies. Also, I heard that the fairies will be holding a concert on East Lake planet. I will definitely be there to take a look. Invincible Battle Technique said to him excitedly. His words made Wang Xian's face full of greetings. Is there a teleportation formation on the star source planet? Wang Xian asked again. There is a teleportation formation. We can go there directly. Boss Wang, if you want to go, I won't let my master go. When the time comes, we can play there for 2 days together. Invincible Battle Technique said with some excitement. Whatever. It's good that you have a teleportation formation. If it's possible, we can set off immediately. Wang Xian said directly. Wait. I'll let my master know. Let's go, Boss Wang. Master has agreed. We can have a good time this time. Not long after, Invincible Battle Technique rushed over excitedly and said to Wang Xian. Okay. Lead the way. Wang Xian gestured to him. Okay. Invincible Battle Technique nodded and brought Wang Xian to a teleportation formation of Overlord sect. The teleportation formation leading to planet Dong Qi is not in the Overlord sect, but it's not too far away either. Invincible Battle Technique introduced the formation to Wang Xian. Following that, he took out an artificial intelligence with an excited expression. Come, Boss Wang, let me show you something good. As he spoke, he handed the artificial intelligence to Wang Xian. I have one. Wang Xian took a look and said indifferently. So you have one too, Boss Wang. The content in the entertainment zone is so interesting. As Invincible Battle Technique spoke, he began to fiddle with it while flying. This was because the Star Source planet had the potential threat of the Star Beast planet, so they did not promote this AI. There were many contents on this AI that might cause a commotion among some people. It was also not conducive to the development of the Overlord sect and the Heavenly Dharma sect. For example, there was news of a certain sect recruiting disciples on the AI, and some Heaven's chosen disciples might not be able to resist the temptation to join other sects. In order to prevent such things, Star Source Planet banned this AI. However, this AI was very convenient, and one could see all sorts of useful information on it. For example, Tianzhe continent and Star Source planet were located in a small corner in the north of the Imperial Star Field, and Tianzhe continent already belonged to the border of the Imperial Star Field. On one side, there was the famous Di-Yun battlefield. Behind it was the endless desolate starry sky. The Dongqi planet was a relatively large commercial planet in a small corner in the north. At the same time, it was also one of the more than 1,000 commercial planets in the Imperial Star Field. This commercial planet was controlled by a third-rate force. Boss, the teleportation formation is in front. Half an hour later, Invincible Battle Technique looked around and said to Wang Xian. Okay. Wang Xian looked ahead and landed on a square. The square was huge and there weren't many people on it. A few thousand disciples from the Overlord sect and the Heaven Dharma sect were guarding there. As it was a long-distance teleportation point, there weren't many people using the formation. Young Master Invincible. Seeing Invincible battle technique's arrival, the people from the Overlord sect immediately greeted him respectfully. Yes. Invincible battle technique smiled and nodded his head. Nowadays, everyone in the Overlord sect knew that he was Invincible battle technique. Junior Sister Lengyu, are you guys going to Dongqi Planet? Yes, we are going to buy some things. At this moment, a voice came from the side. Invincible battle technique turned his head and immediately narrowed his eyes. Beauty Lengyu, you guys are also going to Dongqi Planet. That's too much of a coincidence. We are fated. Upon seeing Lengyu, Invincible of battle tactics immediately ran over with a smile. Wang Xian shook his head when he saw her like this. This guy was shocked when he met Lengyu in the Tianzi continent. It seemed like this guy had a heart. Young Master Invincible, what are you guys doing? Lengyu was obviously stunned when she saw Invincible of battle tactics. She looked at Wang Xian and asked curiously, Boss Wang and I are going to Dongqi Planet. Let's go together. Invincible battle technique said with a chuckle. Sure. Lengyu nodded at him. Even if it was Leng Ruichuang, she knew the identity of Invincible battle technique. He was much more honorable than her. Furthermore, he was handsome and very interesting. All right, let's go together with our brothers and sisters from the Heavenly Dharma sect. Invincible battle technique said with a smile. Lengyu and the others nodded and walked towards the teleportation array. Roar. At this moment, a muffled roar was heard. Everyone was slightly shocked and immediately raised their heads to look to the side. It's Crocodile God King. Everyone looked over, and when they saw the figure riding on a terrifying war pet, a hint of surprise flashed across their faces. I heard that the Crocodile God King has opened a war pet shop in the Star Beast Hall on the East Pool planet. That's true. It seems that the Star Beast Hall is shifting their focus to the East Pool planet. There aren't many war pets left in the Star Beast Hall on our star origin planet. The surrounding disciples of the Heavenly Dharma sect and Overlord sect whispered to each other. Pong! The Crocodile God King rode on the Scarlet Flame Golden Lion and landed on the ground. He walked towards the teleportation formation expressionlessly. Oh! When he came to the front of the formation and saw Wang Xian, he was slightly stunned. Then, he narrowed his eyes and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The Scarlet Flame Golden Lion suddenly stopped there. Oh no, the Crocodile God King and young Master Wang have a huge grudge. When Lengyu saw him suddenly stop, her expression changed slightly. It's all right. With me around, he wouldn't dare to do anything to Boss Wang. Furthermore, this is the territory of our Heavenly Dharma sect and Overlord sect. Furthermore, Boss Wang isn't afraid of him. Invincible battle technique wasn't worried at all when he saw the scene. Boss Wang, let's go. Invincible battle technique walked to Wang Xian and said directly. All right. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. This was the territory of Overlord sect and Heaven Dharma sect. It wouldn't be good for him to make a move. Humph. However, at this moment, a cold snort exploded beside Wang Xian's ear. A terrifying pressure pressed directly on his body. What a coincidence. Looks like my luck is not bad. King Crocodile revealed a smile as he stared at Wang Xian with a twinkle in his eyes. King Crocodile, what are you trying to do? Invincible battle technique's expression changed when he saw King Crocodile's outburst of pressure. Earlier, he had said that the other party did not dare to make a move. Now it was a slap in the face. I'm warning you, King Crocodile. This is the territory of our Overlord sect and the Heavenly Dharma sect. If you dare to touch Boss Wang, don't blame us for being impolite. Invincible battle technique pointed at him and roared. When Croc God King saw Invincible battle technique pointing at him, his face instantly turned gloomy. This God King encountered an enemy who killed my disciple and my Star Beast Tower. Naturally, I want revenge, he said with a sullen face. HMPH, that's your Star Beast Tower courting death. I'm warning you. Think of the consequences before you do anything. Invincible said coldly. Invincible, you are sect master Murong's disciple. I don't dare to do anything to you. But the person I want to kill is not someone you can stop. Haha, I'm a mighty godly monarch. If I can be threatened by you, my cultivation base can be crippled. As Croc Godly Monarch said that, he suddenly laughed maniacally. Terrifying auras formed a strong wind that blew in all directions. Croc God King, no one is allowed to make a move at the teleportation array. This is a rule set by our Overlord sect and Heavenly Dharma Gate. When the disciples of the Overlord sect and Heavenly Dharma Gate saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly as they immediately warned loudly. I'm a God King, so I can ignore some rules. Could it be that the Heavenly Dharma Gate and Overlord sect will chase after me in the future? Those who killed my godly king, Star Beast Hall, will definitely pay with their lives. Humph. Godly King Crocodile's face was grim as he swept his gaze across everyone. Finally, his gaze landed on Wang Xian. He must die. Crocodile God King, how dare you? In front of the teleportation formation, invincible battle technique, Lang Yu, and everyone from the Heavenly Dharma sect watched this scene with an ugly expression. They never expected that the Crocodile God King would actually dare to make a move against Wang Xian here. Did he not know the consequences of making a move here? Did he not know that he would offend the Overlord sect if he did so? With the influence of invincible battle technique in the Overlord sect, the entire Star Beast Tower would suffer a huge blow. Haha, of course I would dare. When Crocodile God King heard invincible battle technique's words, a cold expression appeared on his face. He stared at Wang Xian and extended his arm. It was precisely because of invincible battle technique that he shifted the center of gravity of the Star Beast Tower to Eastlake Planet, to the greater world. As an undying godly monarch and a beast tamer, even if the Star Beast building moved to Eastlake Planet, it wouldn't lack business. Since he had moved to Eastlake Planet, he, Crocodile God King, no longer had to worry about the Heavenly Technique sect and Overlord sect's face. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. He wanted to kill this guy who dared to kill his disciple with one palm. He stretched out his arm and a terrifying law condensed into a 2-meter-wide palm, which went straight for Wang Xian. Damn it! When the surrounding people saw the attack of the Crocodile God King, their expressions changed drastically. Hee hee. When Wang Xian saw the palm that was aimed at him, a smile appeared on his face instead. Buzz. At the same time, he also raised his palm and slapped at the law palm. Bang. Under the stunned gazes of the surrounding people, the law palm was directly shattered by Wang Xian. What? Lung Yu was slightly shocked when she saw Wang Xian casually defeating an Immortal King's attack. She knew Wang Xian's strength very well. There was no way he could withstand the Immortal King's attack. Ha! The Crocodile God King was also slightly shocked when he saw that his attack was blocked. You can't blame others for seeking your own death. Wang Xian looked at the Crocodile God King with a hint of mockery in his eyes. His strength had broken through not long ago. When he saw this fellow earlier, Wang Xian was still hesitating whether he should kill him or not. Now he was actually attacking him. Buzz. As Wang Xian spoke, he moved his arm and the 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. Crack. 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 In the next moment, the space that was disturbed by the black hole covered an area of more than 10,000 kilometers. This is Lang Yu, the disciples of the Heavenly Dharma Gate, and the Overlord sect revealed shocked expressions when they saw the sudden change in space. They had not received any news of what had happened in the Tianzi continent. Only the godly monarchs of the 2 great sects knew about it. Godly monarch Crocodile, how dare you be so fucking arrogant and attack Boss Wang? Do you really think that my invincible battle technique boss can be bullied by anyone? Boss Wang, kill him. When Invincible Battle Technique saw this scene, he revealed an extremely excited expression. You actually broke through to the Immortal God King realm? Crocodile God King's expression changed slightly. He stared at Wang Xian with a serious expression and growled in a low voice. Hee hee, Crocodile God King. You won't die even if you don't seek death. Wang Xian stared at him indifferently. This space can allow the Immortal God King to escape directly? The Crocodile God King sensed the space around him and his eyes sparkled. Ha ha ha, very good. You actually dared to set up such a formation. Do you really think that you can challenge me just because you have advanced to the Immortal King realm? Even if I wanted to kill you, I can still kill you easily. The one who is courting death is you, Scarlet Flame Golden and Eye Lion. The crocodile god king moved and flew to the side from the Scarlet Flame Golden and Eye Lion. Boom! 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 At the next moment, an extremely terrifying material flame shot out from the Scarlet Flame Golden and Eye Lion's body. Oh no, his battle technique is invincible. Quickly inform the people from the Overlord sect that Crocodile God King has a godly king battle pet. Furthermore, it's an old godly king. He has just advanced to the godly king realm and is no match for Crocodile God King. Long Yu immediately said to invincible battle technique. No need. Boss Wang should be able to handle it. Invincible in his battle techniques hesitated for a moment and shook his head slightly. He knew that Wang Xian would not do something that he was not confident in. Godly King Battle Pet? Wang Xian looked at the Scarlet Flame Golden and Eye Lion and revealed a smile on his face. Buzz! Roar! 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 The next moment, he waved his arm and a roar was heard. 9 gigantic Godly King sea monsters that were emitting a wild aura appeared around Wang Xian. Their cold eyes stared at the Crocodile God King and the Scarlet Flame Golden and Eye Lion. The 9 roars caused the surroundings to turn silent. Even the flames on the Scarlet Flame Golden and Eye Lion's body were reduced by a lot. Kill them. Wang Xian ordered indifferently and waved his hand. What a joke, comparing battle pets. Even if Wang Xian sold Overlord one godly monarch battle pet, there were still 9 of them. There was no need for him to make a move. 9 immortal godly monarch battle pets were enough to kill both Crocodile God King and his battle pets. How is this possible? Crocodile God King looked at the immortal godly monarch battle pets that were rapidly attacking them with a terrified expression. He couldn't believe what he saw. 9 undying war pets. That was a total of 9 war pets. This was unbelievable. Howl, howl, howl. 9 undying war pets attacked. No, how can you have 9 undying war pets? How can you have so many? Crocodile God Emperor roared in shock, roaring madly. Facing 9 undying God King war pets and a Wang Xian who had advanced to undying God King, how could they fight? Facing so many war pets attacking them, they could not hold on for long. Around them, Lang Yu and the disciples from the 2 sects looked up at the sky in shock. 9 undying God King war pets. There were not so many God Kings in the entire heavenly Dharma gate. Rumble. Everyone swallowed their saliva, their faces filled with shock. Ha ha ha. Comparing war pets with our boss Wang. Invincible fighters saw the scene and couldn't help but laugh. It was really satisfying, truly satisfying. He should have provoked the other just now and let boss Wang kill him. Even though the process wasn't very satisfying, this was definitely very satisfying. Making you arrogant. How can boss Wang have so many undyings? The cold Lang Yu asked with a stunned expression. It was already extremely rare for her to have 1 undyings in her hands, and now one person actually took out 9 undyings. How terrifying. There were originally 10. I sold 1 to my teacher. This time we are preparing to sell it on Eastlake Planet. That Crocodile God Emperor doesn't know life and death. Invincible said gloatingly. Beauty Ling Yu, the God Emperor cub in your hands is only level 1. When you reach the God Emperor level, I'll ask Boss Wang to get you a high-level war pet. He suddenly squinted his eyes, pretending to be very generous as he said to Lang Yu. His words stunned Lang Yu, causing her to panic. Invincible smiled. Who knows when Lang Yu will reach the undying God Emperor level, picking up girls. Boom, boom, boom. At the Star Source planet's teleportation formation, the sound of battle could be heard from the black hole. However, from the very beginning, Crocodile God King was completely suppressed. 9 against 2. Under the circumstance where they could not escape, they could kill the other party in 5 minutes at most. Wang Xian did not make a move. He stood there and watched quietly. He did not need to make a move in this battle. What happened here? The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of the Star Origin planet. 3 immortal godly monarchs flew over quickly. When they saw the array formation that covered the space, they were slightly shocked. Someone is fighting, and it's a godly monarch level battle. One of the godly monarchs stared at the array formation and felt the terrifying fluctuations in it. He revealed a shocked expression. Who are they? How dare they start a fight on our star origin planet? Supreme Elder Lang of Heavenly Dharma Gate immediately questioned. Are there people outside? Inside the formation, Wang Xian looked outside. Invincible in battle techniques. Lang Yu is an elder of your sect. Go out and tell them that I, Dragon King, am going to exterminate Crocodile God King today. Wang Xian spoke to Invincible in battle techniques Lang Yu and the rest. All right, I will tell the seniors. Invincible in battle techniques nodded his head. Buzz. Wang Xian waved his arm and sent them and all the disciples of the Overlord sect of the Heavenly Dharma sect out. Let's not waste any more time. Let's test our strength. Since there were people from the outside, Wang Xian didn't want to waste any more time. He moved his body and locked onto King Crocodile. Uncles, it's me, Invincible in combat techniques. Patriarch, Invincible in combat techniques. Lang Yu and the rest flew out and shouted immediately. Invincible in combat techniques had a higher seniority, so it was more casual to address him. What happened inside? An overlord saw Invincible in combat techniques. He relaxed his brows and asked him. It's that guy, Croc God King. He wants to kill Boss Wang. He'll probably be killed soon. Invincible smiled and said, Crocodile God Emperor wanted to kill that King God Emperor from Tianzhe continent. And now he's being surrounded by his 9 undying God Emperor battle pets. Lang Yu added to her ancestor. Crocodile God Emperor wants to kill Dragon King? Overlord and Heavenly Dharma Gate's 3 God Emperors looked at each other and shook their heads. That crocodile godly monarch was simply courting death. They were very clear about the situation in the Tianzhe continent and the name of the Dragon King. If the crocodile godly monarch wanted to kill the Dragon King, it was simply courting death. They could not say anything about it since it was courting death. After all, the Dragon King could casually take out 9 godly monarchs' battle pets. In addition to the godly monarch subordinates in the Dragon Palace, the Overlord sect and the Heavenly Dharma sect would not offend such a faction for no reason. Buzz. At this moment, the formation in front of them slowly cracked open. Wang Xian's figure appeared in front of everyone. Apart from him, he had already retrieved his battle pets. As for the Crocodile God King, he had already turned into a corpse. Sorry to disturb everyone. Initially, I wanted to use the teleportation formation here to head to planet Dongqi. I didn't expect the Crocodile God King to want to kill me. Wang Xian looked at the 3 godly kings in front of him and said with a smile, He, if he wants to kill you, the Crocodile God King is courting death. An expert from the Overlord sect shook his head. They were happy to see that their sect master's disciple had such a good relationship with the Dragon King. Naturally, they wouldn't have any objections to this matter. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at Invincible Battle Technique. Let's go to the East Lake planet. Invincible Battle Technique walked over immediately with Lang Yu following beside him. The 3 godly monarchs didn't say anything and left immediately. Boss Wang, it's our first time on the East Lake planet, so we have to take a good look around. I heard that it's a paradise. Invincible Battle Technique followed Wang Xian to the front of the formation and said excitedly, I've been to the East Lake planet once. It forbids any fighting and is strictly controlled. It's the only commercial planet with more than 100,000 human lives nearby. You can buy a lot of things there. Dragon King, it shouldn't be too much trouble if you want to sell the Immortal God King War Pet. Furthermore, rare shops like War Pets are tax-free. Lang Yu knew a little about East Lake Planet and told Wang Xian, Yes, I'm planning to open a Dragon Palace War Pet shop to sell War Pets in the future. Buzz. As Wang Xian spoke, he stepped into the teleportation formation. Invincible in battle techniques. Lang Yu and the rest followed him and disappeared immediately. Long-distance teleportation didn't take 1 second, but it would take half an hour. After staying in the darkness for half an hour, a bright light appeared in front of them. Some noisy voices could be heard. Welcome to the East Pool planet. Your identities were recorded when you entered the East Pool planet. Please abide by the rules of the East Pool planet. Otherwise, we will punish you according to the laws of the East Pool planet. A clear voice entered their ears. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. They were in a square and their surroundings were filled with a sense of technology. There were huge tall buildings around them, and there were S on the screen. Between the tall buildings, there were trees that were thousands to tens of thousands of meters tall. The trees were emitting a luster. Every tree was at least at the godly state. Among them, there were many divine trees that were at the level of the eternal Lord. When the people around swept a glance, 50% of them were at the level of the eternal God Lord. Everyone's attire looked expensive. The entire planet gave people a feeling of extreme prosperity. After all, it was the only commercial planet with more than 100,000 people living on it. Boss Wang, where are we going now? Invincible Battle Technique held the AI in his hand. After finding the map, he asked Wang Xian. Follow me. Wang Xian smiled and took out a jade ring. He could fly on planet Dongqi, but he could not exert his pressure. With a move, Wang Xian immediately flew into the sky. He took out the AI and searched for a location. Immediately, he flew in a different direction. Behind him, Lang Yu and the other two female disciples of the heavenly Dharma sect hesitated for a moment before following behind him. In the sky, there were all kinds of flying devices and all kinds of powerful people riding on all kinds of mounts. There were also flying on swords and flying on clouds. It was a fusion of all kinds of civilizations. The entire planet of the East Lake was huge and resplendent. The mountains and seas could already be turned into the essence of mountains and rivers. This planet was a huge treasure trove. We're here. After flying for a full hour, Wang Xian and the rest arrived in front of a lake. The entire lake was huge. In front of the lake, there were many manors. Each of the manors was about 10 kilometers in circumference. There were many divine trees planted around them. With the jade ring in his hand, he arrived in front of a manor. Buzz. When he walked to the door opened automatically. Wow, Boss Wang, didn't you say that this is your first time here? Invincible Battle Technique asked with a face full of shock. This is the property of the Crocodile God King. Wang Xian smiled. Wang Xian killed the Crocodile God King and found a lot of treasures from his interspatial ring. As the leader of a God King force, his savings were all in his immortal godly nation. Before Wang Xian killed him back then, he used the soul capture command to summon his immortal godly nation. This villa on East Lake Planet was bought here not long ago. Other than this villa, he also bought a huge shop on East Lake Planet, a war pet shop. He had planned to open it for a period of time. Now, it was a great bargain for Wang Xian. Other than these practical items, there were more than 500 immortal god-level war pets in his immortal god nation. All of them were at least level 5. Among them, 300 had been tamed. This was prepared for the opening of the Star Beast Tower. Now all of them belonged to Wang Xian. Next, Wang Xian only needed to find some waiters to prepare for the opening of the Star Beast Tower. Apart from these, there was also an invitation letter. On the invitation letter was written the Molan Divine Mansion. According to the memory of the Crocodile God King, this invitation letter was worth a lot. Wow, this manor is not bad. I didn't expect the Crocodile God King to do such a good thing after his death. Invincible in Battle Techniques entered the manor and scanned the surroundings with excitement. The entire manor was extremely luxurious. In the middle of the manor, there was an eternal main god tree that was dozens of meters tall. The main god tree's branches and leaves were emitting a bright luster, blocking off all the dust. The entire manor was close to the lake, and the scenery was very beautiful. This place is not bad. We can rest here directly. Later, we will go to the location of the shop to take a look. Wang Xian was satisfied. This Crocodile God King has saved you a lot of time, Boss Wang. Invincible Battle Technique said with a smile. I will go to the location of the shop to take a look. Do you guys want to take a look by yourself, or? Wang Xian looked at Invincible Battle Technique and the rest. They came here to settle some matters. It was impossible for them to follow him all the time. Boss Wang, give me a room here. Hee hee. Invincible Battle Technique said shamelessly. Sure. Pick one of the courtyards over there. I'll go out first. Wang Xian said to them. Following that, he moved and flew toward the shop according to the address on the AI. The place chosen by the Crocodile God King is really luxurious. It's the center of the entire East Lake planet. Wang Xian looked at a cylindrical commercial square that covered an area of more than 100 kilometers. A smile appeared on his face. The entire cylindrical building was not very tall. It was about 2,000 meters tall and was divided into a total of 10 floors. Each floor was 200 meters tall. There were only about 100 shops inside. One could imagine how expensive this place was. In order to purchase this place, the Crocodile God King had spent a lot of money. Most of his savings were spent on this shop. The entire commercial square had yet to open for business. Wang Xian entered the shop and took out his pass. He was very satisfied after entering the shop. There were at least a dozen war pets that were several thousand meters in size in this shop. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, an invitation letter that he had placed on his body suddenly trembled. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and opened it immediately. A line of words appeared on the invitation letter. The Ink Forest Divine Mansion had invited the Croc God King to come and discuss important matters. Ink Forest Divine Mansion. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he looked at this line of words. There was no such force on East Lake Planet. However, according to the memory of the Croc God King, this Ink Forest Divine Mansion had invited many beast tamers. Initially, the Croc God King did not trust the other party. However, after the other party helped him to get this shop, he could feel the other party's strength. According to the other party, they wanted to find a group of beast tamers to help tame a space beast cub. A space beast was a real space beast. Even if it was a cub, it was at the level of an undying God King. As for how strong it was, the Crocodile God King didn't know. Let's go and take a look. The other party promised to pay a huge reward if we succeed. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and prepared to take a look. This reward was comparable to an ordinary Immortal King level 2 or 3 mission. Wang Xian moved and flew towards the location of the Mo-Lin Divine Mansion, according to the address on the invitation. The Mo-Lin Divine Mansion was located in a relatively remote place. It took him a whole hour to arrive. After all, he was a godly king. There was a black bamboo forest within a radius of a few hundred kilometers. In the middle of the forest, there was a small river flowing through the center. Beside the river, there was a manor. The manor was not big, but it was not small either. It was covered by a powerful array formation. Inkwood Divine Mansion, this was the destination. Visitors, take out your invitation. Wang Xian landed in front of the manor and an old man suddenly appeared out of thin air. Ha! Wang Xian looked at the old man with a hint of surprise in his eyes. An Immortal King level 4 powerhouse was one of the top existences on the East Lake planet. A third-rate force that controlled the East Lake planet, an Immortal King level 4 powerhouse was considered a peak powerhouse. However, an old man who was guarding the door here had such strength. Buzz! Wang Xian waved his arm and passed the invitation over. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, a group of people flew over from behind. They were all wearing the same uniform with the words Heavenly Beast written on it. Wang Xian took a glance and his eyes sparkled. The Heavenly Beast Corporation. This is not your invitation letter. Where is the Crocodile God King? Suddenly, at this moment, the eyes of the old man in plain clothes stared at the invitation letter in his hand. An aura was locked onto Wang Xian. Yes, I just killed the Crocodile God King. I got this invitation letter, so I came to take a look. Wang Xian didn't hide anything and said with a smile, Grandmaster Beast Tamers are only welcome here. Leave immediately. The old man in cloth was expressionless as he said to Wang Xian directly, Roar! Just as he finished his sentence, Wang Xian waved his arm and 2 immortal godly king war pets appeared beside him. Beast Tamer Guru. A true Beast Tamer Guru. He said indifferently, Ha! The elder in cloth clothes was slightly stunned and frowned slowly. At the same time, in the small manor behind them, a middle-aged woman was standing beside a veiled woman. They were standing on the small building and were clearly watching everything outside. Miss, something happened. That Crocodile God King was killed. A young man who is a little too young came over with an invitation. A voice rang in their ears. Could it be that something has happened? We know the background of these beast tamers. There shouldn't be any problems. Now, a stranger has suddenly appeared. The lady beside the veiled lady frowned and said softly, "Let him verify his identity." The veiled lady also frowned and sent a voice transmission. His gaze landed on Wang Xian and the two immortal god king war pets beside him. He was also surprised. "Your identity does not match. Our operation this time is very important. If you can't prove your identity, you are not allowed to enter," the elder in cloth clothes said coldly. "Prove your identity and background?" Wang Xian raised his eyebrows when he heard the old man's words. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly turned around. His gaze landed on the 5 or 6 people from the Heaven Beast Corporation. A smile appeared on his face. "They know me and my identity." Wang Xian pointed at the people from the Heaven Beast Corporation and said to the old man in cloth clothes, "Ha!" The old man in cloth clothes looked at the group of people from the Heaven Beast Corporation. The 5 or 6 people from the Heaven Beast Corporation were obviously stunned. They frowned and sized up Wang Xian. "Brother, we don't know you," the old man in the lead said coldly. Buzz. As soon as the old man finished his sentence, Wang Xian sensed a sealing force appearing around him. The old man in cloth clothes stared at him and narrowed his eyes slightly. "How can I not know you? 2 months ago, your Heaven Beast Corporation came to my dragon palace to cause trouble. There should have been 2 of you there. It's a pity that I didn't treat you well and you left." Wang Xian pointed at 2 of them with a smile and said, "Dragon Palace." When the 6 of them heard Wang Xian's words, their expressions changed drastically. Killing intent surged from their bodies instantly. At the same time, they were also extremely astonished. The Dragon Palace knew that the previous incident was done by their Heaven Beast Corporation. This enmity had already been formed. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace in the Tianzi continent. Wang Xian ignored the Heaven Beast Corporation. He really didn't care about the current Heaven Beast Corporation. He looked at the elder in cloth clothes, cupped his hands and said, "Sure, let's go in." The old man in cloth clothes nodded when he saw the furious looks of the people from the Heaven Beast organization. "All right." Wang Xian smiled and walked straight in. "Eh?" Wang Xian entered the courtyard and sensed something. He looked at the small bamboo house in front of him. He swept his gaze over and saw a woman standing there quietly. He raised his eyebrows and a mysterious glint flashed across his eyes. He swept his gaze over to the position beside the woman. "Aunt Ing, he can't have discovered me, right?" On the small bamboo house, the veiled lady and Wang Xian looked at each other. She frowned slightly and said to the lady, "I don't think so. The sky-concealing veil can hide a person in a crack in the void. Unless one is an immortal king level 8 or above, one cannot see the existence of the lady. However, this young man is interesting. He seems to have sensed something amiss. Lady, I'll get someone to investigate him immediately." The woman transmitted her voice. "All right." The veiled woman nodded her head. "Interesting." The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He could not even place himself in the void crack at the moment. A lady who was merely at the level of a godlord could do it. Needless to say, she was from a wealthy family. He smiled and sensed the murderous aura coming from behind. He ignored it and continued walking forward. When he arrived at a room, there were already 7 to 8 old men sitting inside. Beside the old men were disciples and other subordinates. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. All 8 old men were at the Immortal King realm. The strongest one was a level 3 Immortal King realm powerhouse. He walked over and found an empty seat and sat down immediately. Everyone in the room looked at Wang Xian curiously. "Everyone from the Heaven Beast Corporation is here." At this moment, everyone from the Heaven Beast Corporation arrived. A few Immortal King realm powerhouses in the room greeted him with smiles on their faces. "Yes." The old man in the lead nodded at them. He glanced at Wang Xian coldly and sat at the side. "Everyone should be here, right? Where's Master?" Sitting at the first seat on the right, the level 3 Immortal King realm old man swept his gaze around and said indifferently, "Everyone, please calm down." At this moment, the old man in cloth clothes appeared in the room and said indifferently. Upon hearing the old man's words, the level 3 Immortal King realm old man nodded. He still had to respect a level 4 Immortal King realm expert. Even if his status was not weaker than a level 4 Immortal King stage powerhouse, It's my honor to have all of you beast tamer grandmasters here. At this moment, a graceful lady walked out from behind and swept her gaze across the crowd with a smile. Wuxia looked over and saw a lady and a veiled lady walking out. The veiled lady was still hidden in the void crack. No one in the surroundings had noticed him. We have invited all the beast tamer grandmasters here. We will also tell you some information. Is this young master clear about it? As the lady spoke, she looked at Wang Xian and asked, Space Beast? Wang Xian replied, That's right, Space Beast. We have found a space beast in the nearby starfield. We would like to invite all of you to help tame it. The mission is successful. We will distribute it according to your roles. At least one level 1 immortal king cub. There are many of you from the Heaven Beast organization, but there is only one beast tamer grandmaster. We can give you 2 level 1 undying god king cubs as a base. The woman spoke to everyone. Everyone nodded without any objections. If you don't have any objections, we will leave now. Before this matter is over, no one is allowed to use any communication devices. The woman stood up slowly and said in the end, All right. Everyone nodded their heads without any objections. Let's go. The woman looked at the old man in the cloth clothes and said. The old man in the cloth clothes nodded his head and waved his hand gently. He opened a black hole and stepped into it. The rest of the people followed behind and walked in. The woman and the veiled woman were the last to enter. Buzz. When Wang Xian passed through the formation, they were already in the void. There was a powerful airship in front of them. The old man in plain clothes stood at the entrance of the airship and gestured to everyone. Everyone immediately walked in. Wang Xian entered and looked around the airship before walking towards a seat. Bang. However, before he arrived, an old man was sitting there and staring at Wang Xian coldly. Heaven Beast Corporation, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Wang Xian looked at the old man and said nonchalantly, Settled the score with us? We haven't settled the score with you yet for killing the people of our Heaven Beast Corporation. At the back, 5 pairs of eyes locked onto Wang Xian with a hint of killing intent. Since the Dragon Palace knew that they were enemies, the Heaven Beast Corporation had nothing to hide or hold back. Everyone, we don't want to make any mistakes in this operation. If there are any problems due to some people, don't blame us for being impolite. At this moment, the woman's voice sounded from the back. At the same time, a wave of pressure instantly filled the entire airship. Feeling this terrifying pressure, everyone's expressions changed slightly as they stared at the woman behind them in shock. Her strength caused everyone to feel suffocated. She was much stronger than the old man in cloth clothes. We will definitely do our best. The 6 people from the Heaven Beast Corporation looked at each other and immediately said to the woman, Let's set off. The woman nodded and said directly. The speed of the airship was very fast. It was comparable to the full-speed flight of an Immortal King Level 1. The entire airship didn't say anything. The atmosphere was a little heavy. Wang Xian and the Heaven Beast Corporation were obviously enemies. The rest of the Beast Tamer Grandmasters obviously didn't have a deep relationship either. They waited in silence. Time passed slowly. The airship had flown for more than 10 hours. Aunt Ing, will it succeed this time? In the cockpit at the front of the airship, the veiled woman frowned as she looked ahead and asked softly, It will succeed, it will definitely succeed. It's a pity that I can't make a move. That sky behemoth knows my aura. Once I appear, it will immediately flee. Anding nodded her head heavily, feeling slightly helpless. If only those 2 women were willing to help us back then. Anding continued speaking, shaking her head slightly. Those 2 women are the most talented ones I've ever seen. Even the most outstanding disciples of the great sects and great religions cannot compare to them. They are much more outstanding than me. The veiled woman's gaze flickered slightly. The strongest one is still their sky behemoth battle pet. This potential is too terrifying. It might not be long before I'm no match for that sky behemoth. Anding sighed slightly. We've helped them a little. It's not bad that they can tell us about a space beast. If I can subdue it, perhaps I can bring my mother along. The veiled lady didn't finish her sentence as she looked ahead in a daze. We're almost there. At this moment, a voice sounded from inside the airship. What is this place? Wang Xian looked outside, his eyes gleaming. The Blackstone Domain. He mumbled softly. Humans were not the rulers of this resplendent starry sky. The main reason was that there were many dangerous lands. Many of these areas were inaccessible to the weak. There were desolate beasts and demonic beasts there. Sometimes, the desolate beasts in these dangerous lands would attack the surrounding planets. The Black Stone Domain was one of the fierce areas in the northern corner of the Imperial star field. There were more than 100 desolate beast planets in this domain. There was also a desolate beast called the Black Stone Monster that lived in the starry sky. This black stone monster looked like a rock. It had no intelligence and liked to devour metal. They would attack anything that carried metal. 1. At this moment, the airship stopped and a woman walked in from the front. Let me tell you the target. The woman swept her gaze over everyone, waving her arm. A scene appeared in front of everyone. It was a terrifying space beast. The beast had a snake head. Its entire body was like a huge rock. It stood in space, looking extremely terrifying. The towering snake space beast, 10,000 m long, Undying Emperor Level 2, it's currently hiding in the Black Rock domain. The space beast's characteristics: it can create its own god country, it can enter the space rift. As for searching for it, you will have to rely on your own abilities. Inform everyone when you find the space beast. Do your best to subdue it. The next step is to tame it. You should all know the difficulty of taming the space beast. The woman said to everyone, there are many Undying God King desolate beasts living in the Black Rock domain. It's not safe here. A beast tamer grandmaster frowned as he said, everyone, we are offering such a generous reward, we naturally have to pay a price. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The woman said indifferently to the beast tamer grandmaster. Of course, we will not make things difficult for everyone. In a month's time, if you don't find the towering snake space beast within a month, you can give up. Our reward will not be small either. The woman added. After searching for the space beast in the Blackstone domain for a month, regardless of success or failure, one would obtain an Immortal King Pup Battle Pet. This reward was absolutely terrifying. Even though all of them were beast tamers, they couldn't resist the temptation. Sure. Everyone nodded. Also, I would like to remind all of you not to bring your personal grudges here. Once they appear, you won't be able to bear it. As the woman spoke, she looked at Wuxia and the group from the Heaven Beast Corporation. Don't worry, we know what to do. The old man who was the leader of the Heaven Beast Corporation nodded his head lightly. Wuxia smiled and didn't say anything. Everyone, let's go. As the woman spoke, she waved her arm and opened the airship. Without any hesitation, the beast tamers flew straight into the Blackstone domain. Wuxia followed closely behind and flew outside. He scanned his surroundings and flew deeper into the Blackstone domain. Uncle Boo, let's go as well. After all the beast tamers on the airship left, the veiled lady who had been standing beside the woman said to the elder in cloth clothes, Miss, you can wait here. I will go and look for it myself. The elder in cloth clothes said respectfully to the veiled lady, I can't sit still here. I have the heaven concealing veil. I won't be in any danger. The veiled woman shook her head and said to the old man in cloth clothes, All right then. The old man in cloth clothes looked at the woman beside him and nodded slowly. Buzz. The veiled woman followed the old man in cloth clothes and flew into the Blackstone domain as well. Do I have to stay here for a month? Wuxia kept flying forward. His eyes scanned the surroundings as he thought to himself. The reason why he came here this time was firstly because the reward this time was indeed a lot. Secondly, it was because of the space beast. I can stay here for a month. If this place is suitable, I can get AO Crab and the rest to come over. Wuxia made up his mind. Since he was here, he would take a look. His understanding of this starry sky only came from the AI. Some things were better seen with his own eyes. Let's see if I can find that towering snake space behemoth and understand the desolate beasts in the Black Rock domain. He muttered and increased his speed. Soon, huge black rocks appeared in the void in front of him. Some of these rocks were real rocks, while others were black rock monsters and desolate beasts. If one had metal on their body, they might be attacked by black rock monsters. This was because of the characteristics of these black rock monsters. Even an immortal king would not be able to tell if this was a rock or a black rock monster. Furthermore, black rock monsters could only sell metal materials when they were killed. The value was not high, so very few people would provoke these desolate beasts. These black rock monsters are tonic for Ao crab and the rest. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the area. He could not differentiate between the rock and the black rock monsters. He flew straight ahead. There were more than 100 desolate beast planets inside. Each planet was not smaller than the Tianzi continent. If he were to search for ordinary desolate beasts, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, it was relatively easier to search for the space behemoths. The space behemoths were very big and had a strong suppression on desolate beasts. If one was lucky enough to encounter the space behemoth's prey, they would be able to find them quickly. Voila! On the outermost planet of the Blackstone domain, Wang Xian entered carefully. There are quite a number of Immortal King desolate beasts on this planet. There are at least 20 to 30 of them. He sensed the aura of the entire planet and revealed a serious expression. According to the information on the AI, there were hundreds of Immortal King desolate beasts in the Blackstone domain. Among them, the strongest one might be level 3 or level 4 Immortal King desolate beasts. This was a dangerous area. Furthermore, the Immortal King level C monsters in the Blackstone domain were more cunning. The Immortal King level C monsters were well hidden. Very few people stepped into this domain. I can capture some Immortal King level desolate beasts here and tame them, Wang Xian mumbled to himself. Immortal King level battle pets were extremely valuable. There was a type of black plant growing on the entire desolate beast planet. Some of the plants clearly possessed terrifying offensive power. The creatures living on the desolate beast planet were obviously more terrifying than the places where humans lived. In this place, the strong preyed on the weak. The weak would not be able to survive on this dangerous desolate beast planet. How could it be so simple to imagine the creatures that could survive on the Immortal King desolate beast planet? Wang Xian scanned his surroundings with his yin-yang 5 elements dragon eyes. He could see the hunters around him. There were poisonous snakes coiled around the trees. There were poisonous plants disguised as ordinary trees. There were some earth-type desolate beasts making traps underground. The entire desolate beast planet was filled with killing intent. Wang Xian's entire body was surrounded by the yin-yang 5 elements alms bowl. He concealed his aura and shuttled around the planet. The creatures that were courting death and wanted to sneak attack him were instantly killed. Wang Xian was not very interested in desolate beasts below Immortal God King level. Of course, if he encountered a peak God Lord level desolate beast, he would still make a move to tame it. His speed of taming desolate beasts was relatively fast. A peak God Lord level 1 could be done in more than 10 minutes. It was impossible for other beast tamer grandmasters to completely tame a peak God Lord level C monster without more than half a month. After traveling on this planet for more than an hour, Wang Xian's figure suddenly stopped. His gaze was fixed on a desolate beast that was lying on top of a volcano in front of him. It was a reminder for a desolate beast that was 2,000 meters in size. It was as though it was bathing in the lava. Immortal King level 1 desolate beast. My luck is not bad. Wang Xian sensed the strength of the desolate beast. With a move of his palm, the 5 elements millstone appeared in his hand. With a wave of his arm, the black hole disturbing formation was immediately activated. A substantial law enveloped the surrounding space. Roar, roar. The level 1 Immortal King desolate beast on top of the volcano immediately let out a low roar when it sensed the changes in its surroundings. With a move of its body, it disappeared into the volcano. Ha! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows when he saw the scene. An Immortal King desolate beast is so vigilant? Wang Xian's eyes were filled with astonishment. He undid the formation with a slightly embarrassed expression. He moved his palm slightly and continued to set up the black hole disturbance formation on the 5 elements millstone. There were 5 avatars in the 5 elements millstone who had been comprehending the formation. Although Wang Xian's speed of improvement was fast, the formation did not come down at all. His body moved and Wang Xian continued to search around the planet. 10 hours later, when a level 1 Immortal King dire beast saw Wang Xian leaving with the black hole disturbing formation, Wang Xian frowned slightly. Unlike the sea monsters that do not fight all year round in the underground sea, the Immortal King dire beast here is very vigilant. Unless he has set up a formation in advance and activated it immediately when he stepped in, it would be hard to catch him otherwise. Wang Xian thought to himself. Forget it. Let's look for that towering snake space beast. Wang Xian flew into the clouds above and surveyed the entire planet. However, Wang Xian also encountered a type of desolate beast's attack in the thick clouds. Could be said that there were dangers everywhere. In the surroundings, there were all kinds of roars from desolate beasts from time to time. The sounds of battle were endless. Wang Xian even heard the roars of the immortal king desolate beast twice. After searching the entire planet, Wang Xian did not find any signs of the towering snake space beast. He moved his body and flew deeper into the planet. Roar! 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 Damn it! Damn it! This level 3 immortal king desolate beast has locked onto me. At this moment, an angry roar came from the front. An extremely terrifying desolate beast was chasing an old man. The old man's face was filled with unwillingness. Buzz. His body moved and disappeared instantly. He left. I wonder if that fellow will return. He should be here as soon as possible. There will be no reward if he doesn't come. Wang Xian looked over and thought to himself. Seeing a god king being forced to flee back to his immortal god country, Wang Xian became even more careful. Since he couldn't get the immortal king desolate beast, it would be best if he could get the reward. Wang Xian moved his body and continued to search the surroundings. For the next 6 days, Wang Xian searched more than a dozen planets, but he didn't find any sign of the space beast. Buzz! 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 I found the space beast! I found the space beast! On the 7th day, a voice rang out from Wang Xian's communicator. Such good luck! Wang Xian was slightly stunned. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. When he saw the other party's location, he immediately flew in that direction. Miss, someone has discovered it. At this moment, on a planet, the old man in cloth clothes was delighted when he received this message. He immediately said excitedly, Uncle Boo, bring me there. Hurry up. The veiled lady said excitedly, All right. The two of them flew forward rapidly. At the same time, all the beast tamer grandmasters were flying in that direction. Be careful. Don't let them discover us. When Wang Xian rushed over, an old man warned them with a vigilant look. Wang Xian nodded his head. Soon, beast tamers flew over one by one. The 6 immortal godly kings from the Heaven Beast Corporation also rushed over. Are you sure? The old man in cloth clothes appeared and immediately asked the discoverer. The veiled lady stood by the side, but the others still couldn't see her. When Wang Xian saw this scene, he felt a little strange. He couldn't help but look at the veiled lady. To be able to hide in the void crack and look at the outside world. This treasure was definitely not simple. Senior, we have confirmed it. Everyone, get ready. I will bring you there. The beast tamer grandmaster who had discovered it nodded and carefully flew forward. The rest of the group immediately followed behind. Over there, I just saw him disappear into the lake. Furthermore, if we are careful, we should be able to detect him hiding within the spatial rift. In front, the beast tamer pointed to a valley below. In the middle of the valley, there was a huge lake. Eh? This is the towering snake space beast. Wang Xian looked down and his eyes were filled with astonishment. An undying emperor-level warrior could hide within the space fissure. A powerful undying emperor could travel within. The space beast's specialty was that even though he was only at undying emperor level 3, he could still travel within the space fissure. However, warriors of the same level could sense if there was a space fissure in the space around. If there was, attacking the space crack would cause the space crack to collapse. In Wang Xian's vision, the space beast stood in the middle of the lake. It had a triangular snake head that was about 100 meters long and 10 meters in diameter. Its eyes were closed and there was a long wound on its body. Clearly, it was heavily injured and was recuperating. It is indeed in there. Good, good. Grandmaster, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, we will give you a level 1 immortal king cub. If it succeeds, we will give you 2. The elder stared at the lake and said excitedly. When the beast tamer grandmaster heard the elder's promise, his face was filled with joy. Get ready. This towering snake space beast can escape through the void rift. This time, we cannot let him escape. The elder said to everyone around him. Don't worry, we are all beast tamer grandmasters. Our ability to capture desolate beasts is not something an ordinary godly monarch can compare to. An elder from the Heaven Beast Corporation said confidently. That's good. Make your move. Once we capture them, the reward will not be small. As the elder spoke, he flew straight into the sky. The rest of the beast-taming grandmasters immediately scattered around. Wuxia took up a position and stared at the towering snake space beast below. A level 3 immortal godly king space beast was not something he could contend against. He only needed to disrupt it a little. The main thing was to rely on the old man in cloth clothes. Buzz. The moment they flew over, the towering snake space beast in the lake suddenly opened its eyes. Wuxia, who had been watching the space beast, had a bad feeling. The others did not have his dragon eyes and could not see the actions of the towering snake space beast. Roar! When everyone was surrounding it, the giant space serpent opened its mouth and attacked the group of people on the left. Ha! The direction where Wuxia's giant space serpent was attacking didn't say anything. In the next moment, a terrifying gust of wind swept towards the group of people from the Heaven Beast Corporation. Oh no! Be careful! The sudden attack caused the expressions of the group of people from the Heaven Beast Corporation to change drastically. The expressions of everyone around also changed drastically as they reminded loudly. In the sky, the old man in cloth clothes waved his arm and a whip appeared in his hand. Lightning coiled around the whip and swept downwards. Boom! 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 The terrifying attack tore apart the space below, and the towering snake space behemoth appeared directly. Bolts of lightning landed on his body, causing fresh blood to splatter everywhere. Wuxia waved his arm and grabbed a drop of blood. Hiss! 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 The vertical snake swallowed and spat out its head. In an instant, its body sank to the bottom of the lake. It wanted to escape. Moreover, its escape was not to drill a hole in the ground. Instead, it was to break through space and travel through the cracks. In such a situation, it was completely unaffected by the ground. Attack! The elder in cloth clothes immediately roared loudly. The whip in his hand was wrapped by lightning as it swept towards the vertical snake. Boom, boom, boom. The rest of the group also immediately launched their attacks. A terrifying energy covered the area below. Space was directly torn apart. That space beast wants to enter the depths of the planet. All of you are scattered around the planet. Once it appears, immediately attack. The old man in cloth clothes saw that he was drilling towards the depths of the planet, and his expression was somewhat unsightly. Only he could keep up with the towering snake's speed. The others would find it difficult to keep up. There are many immortal god-king desolate beasts on this planet. Sealing them is impossible. We will keep watch around the planet. The moment we come out, we will immediately surround and attack. The only immortal god-king level 3 beast tamer said loudly. All right, the others nodded. They were still lacking in strength. Chu Shi's attack just now had seriously injured 2 people from the Heaven Beast Corporation. Buzz! Wuxia ignored the old man's order. With a move of his body, he dived into the lake below and followed closely behind the old man and Chu Shi. He had the 5 elements attributes and could easily travel through the soil and metal. The planet below could not hinder him at all. On the other hand, Chu Snake was severely injured and his strength was greatly reduced. Wuxia was not afraid of him at all. Eh? That Dragon King is following him. Is he an Earth Elemental Godly King? Some of the Beast Tamer Grandmasters noticed Wuxia following him and raised their eyebrows slightly. They did not pay too much attention to him. Boom! 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 The old man waved the whip in his hand and attacked the space in the entire planet. Sometimes he forced Chu Snake to reveal his body. Wuxia followed behind and was not shaken off at all. According to this situation, this space beast is going to be captured. Wuxia looked at the large amount of blood around him and thought to himself, Buzz! Hiss! 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 However, just as he finished his sentence, a green black hole appeared in front of him. The towering snake immediately dived into the green black hole and disappeared instantly. Oh no, it's this situation again. The old man's expression changed drastically when he saw the scene. The last time they captured it, they encountered such a situation. This towering snake escaped from their pursuit directly. It was the same this time. Everyone knew that it was extremely difficult to kill the space beast, but they didn't expect it to be so difficult. What kind of escape ability is this? It's even stronger than teleportation. Wang Xian looked over and his face was filled with astonishment. He moved his palm and a drop of blood appeared in it. Immediately, he set up a bloodline connection formation. Buzz. Following that, he set up another formation and displayed the image of a towering snake. Located at a spot tens of billions of kilometers away, the towering snake was hidden in the void crack in the starry sky. At this moment, the injuries on his body were clearly more serious. What a terrifying speed. He managed to escape tens of billions of kilometers in an instant. This is almost the edge of the Blackstone domain. Wang Xian was a little speechless. It escaped again. From the position in front, the furious voice of the old man in cloth clothes could be heard. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. He could find the location of the towering snake. As long as he told them, he would be able to capture it this time. Anyway, I'm selling the space beast for sale. There's no harm in telling them. After all, this is also a moral issue. Wang Xian muttered to himself. When he saw the old man flying out, he immediately flew out as well. Senior, where's the space beast? Outside the planet. More than a dozen immortal godly monarchs were staring ahead. When they saw the old man coming out, they immediately asked. It escaped. The old man said with a dark expression. How can that be? We were clearly guarding outside, we didn't see it escape. Everyone around was shocked. Their expressions ugly. The entire planet was completely sealed. Over 10 undyings were scattered around. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even if a fly flew out, they would notice it. However, a 10,000 laughing space beast escaped. They didn't notice it. This made them a little embarrassed. They couldn't believe it. I placed some lightning law fragments on its body, and I can confirm that it is not on this planet. I can confirm that it is rapidly disappearing in front of us. The cloth-clothed old man's expression was also incomparably gloomy. Towering snake space beast was incomparably intelligent, but at the same time it was also incomparably vigilant. The next time it appeared near it, it would immediately flee. Beside, the veiled lady clenched her fists tightly, filled with unwillingness. She had paid a huge price to get this towering snake. In the end, it still escaped. Has it escaped from the Black Rock domain? The Undying God King Level 3 Beast Tamer Master frowned and asked. No, it should be recuperating in this domain, but I'm afraid that when we find it, the towering snake space beast will be able to escape again. The old man shook his head helplessly. The Black Rock domain was huge. To find the space beast again, it might have already recovered quite a bit, and it could still use that escape technique again. If that was the case, it would be too hard to catch it, unless there were tens or hundreds of undyings working together. But was it possible? Even if there were hundreds of immortal kings working together, such a huge commotion would attract the attention of others. Once someone knew that there was a young immortal king space beast here, those big forces would definitely swarm over. I can find the location of that towering snake. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was flying over, heard their conversation and said with a smile, "Ha!" Everyone was slightly taken aback. They immediately looked at Wang Xian with astonishment on their faces. You can find the towering snake? Dragon King, if you can find it, we will definitely reward you handsomely. The elder in cloth clothes paused for a moment and said hurriedly, I can already lock onto the location. Let's go, we will head over immediately. Wang Xian smiled faintly and pointed in a direction. Huh? You? How can you be sure? The people from the Heaven Beast organization looked at Wang Xian and said coldly, Hee hee, you'll know once you go. Just because you guys don't know doesn't mean I don't know. Wang Xian glanced at them and said mockingly, HMH, do you think? All right, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way, Dragon King. The people from the Heaven Beast organization wanted to say something but were immediately interrupted by the elder in cloth clothes. Wang Xian moved and flew straight towards the towering snake space beast. The group of people immediately followed closely behind. The veiled lady in the crack in the void stared at Wang Xian with a gleam in her eyes. A hint of hope appeared on her face. There is still a distance of 5,000 kilometers. Once we get close to the towering snake, we might be able to sense it. I have set up a formation that can seal the towering snake for less than a second. In less than a second, we must surround it. Wang Xian suddenly stopped in midair and said to the Beast Tamer Grandmasters, "Everyone, listen to the Dragon King's arrangements." The old man in cloth clothes said immediately, "Buzz." Wang Xian took out the 5 elements millstone. With a move of his arm, the black hole interference array formation rapidly covered an area of 20,000 kilometers. With his current strength, the black hole interference array formation could only interfere with the towering snake for less than a second. However, in less than a second, it was enough for them to seal it. "Follow behind me and prepare to surround it." Wang Xian growled and flew over at a terrifying speed. His yin-yang and 5 elements dragon eyes stared ahead. What kind of formation is this? Why do I feel that I have lost contact with the outside world? Hiss, as expected. The towering snake is right in front of us. When Wang Xian flew forward, the group of beast tamers looked at the formation around them in shock. Within this formation, they felt as though they were cut off from the world. However, at this moment, they didn't think too much and directly attacked the towering snake space beast. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the towering snake sensed the group of people attacking it, it spat out its blood-red tongue. Its eyes were filled with coldness. Wang! Its body trembled, and the formation around it immediately cracked like glass. Crackle! At this moment, the old man in cloth clothes stared at the towering snake space beast with a burning face, and the lightning whip in his hand directly coiled around it. Spirit trap! In the surroundings, many beast tamer grandmasters displayed their skills, and all kinds of binding attacks attacked the towering snake space beast. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The towering snake space beast was already heavily injured. Now that it was facing the attacks of the Elder and the other beast tamer grandmasters, it was panicking. It shook its huge body and quickly fled into the distance. "If you want to escape, trap." At this moment, a female voice suddenly sounded. A water pillar suddenly appeared in the sky. The water pillar immediately split into 8 and descended from the sky, surrounding the space serpent beast. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The space serpent beast shook its body frantically, but the water current was getting closer and closer, completely binding it. So powerful! The group of beast tamers narrowed their eyes at this sight, and they looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared. "Good, we've finally caught her, haha!" The old man in cloth clothes shouted excitedly. The woman who had suddenly appeared also heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Her face was filled with smiles. Wang! With a wave of his arm, the bracelet in his hand flew towards the head of the towering snake space beast. Hiss, hiss. The towering snake roared furiously, filled with unwillingness. "Thank you all for helping us catch this space beast. Next, we would like to invite all of you grandmasters to help us tame it. If any of you grandmasters can tame it, we are willing to pay more," the woman said directly. "Let me give it a try." As soon as the woman finished speaking, an old man from the Heavenly Beast Corporation moved and immediately flew towards the towering snake space beast. With a smile on his face, he immediately sent his mental energy towards the towering snake. The first thing a beast tamer had to do was to communicate with the towering snake, lure it, and then slowly tame it. Pooh! However, just as the Heavenly Beast Corporation's Immortal God King Level 2 Beast Tamer Master flew in front of the towering serpent, his body flew over and he spat out blood. The space beast's spiritual energy is too violent. We can't communicate at all, the old man said with a pale face, his expression extremely ugly. There are very, very few space beasts to be tamed as war pets, even in the entire Emperor star field. Not only is it because space beasts are rare, but it's also hard to tame. The difficulty of taming a space beast was something that all beast tamers understood. "Let me do it." An undying Emperor Level 2 Beast Tamer Master had just communicated with his spirit and was immediately heavily injured. The rest of the beast tamers looked at each other. They didn't have much confidence. The strongest undying Emperor Level 3 Beast Tamer Master hesitated for a while, flying towards the towering snake space beast. Wang! He extended his palm, dropping healing pills onto its body, trying to gain the towering snake's trust. When the pills landed on its body, the towering snake's resistance was indeed much weaker. He tried to communicate, but after over 10 minutes, the towering snake did not react at all. No, unless I take out more pills to treat its injuries, I cannot gain its trust. The space beast is even more ferocious than normal desolate beasts. Unless we encounter a stronger space beast, it will be hard for it to submit. After half an hour, the Undying God King Level 3 Beast Tamer Master said with an ugly expression. With his ability, taming a desolate beast of the same level would take at least a few years, and it would be even harder for him to help others tame it. If he wanted to tame the space beast now, he did not have the confidence to do so for decades. No, once his injuries are treated, he might just run away. The woman immediately shook her head, her expression changing. Such a level of space beast, unless an Undying God King Level 7 or 8 Beast Tamer Grandmaster is involved, it's impossible to tame it. The Undying God King Level 3 Beast Tamer Guru shook his head and said with a heavy face, "An Undying God King Level 7 or 8 Beast Tamer Guru? There's only one in the entire Imperial Star Field? In the entire greater world, the only one who can tame this space beast is probably the Magus Beast Pavilion's top beast tamer." The guru continued, "That's right. This space beast spirit is too violent. It's too difficult to tame a beast of the same level. Even a powerful beast tamer guru might need a lot of time." The old man from the Heaven Beast organization said as well. The others looked at the space beast hesitantly, shaking their heads and not wanting to try anymore. It was too difficult. That Undying God King Level 3 warrior was already the strongest beast tamer grandmaster in the vicinity. There was still a huge gap between them. If he couldn't do it, the others naturally couldn't. The woman's expression slowly sank when she saw the scene. They had spent a lot of time and money to capture this space beast. Now, they were in a desperate situation again when it came to taming it. "I can tame it." Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and shook his head slightly. He said with a smile on his face. Wang Xian's words made everyone look at him. "Young man, your realm is much lower than mine. Can you tame a space beast at level 3 of the Immortal King realm?" The beast tamer looked at Wang Xian and shook his head lightly with a look of disbelief. "Let's give it a try and find out." Wang Xian revealed a look of confidence. "Control the towering snake space beast well. Don't let it resist," he said to the woman and the elder in cloth clothes. With a move, he flew to the front of the towering snake space beast. Wang Xian didn't hesitate at all. His arm turned into a dragon claw and smacked heavily on the top of its head. A drop of fresh blood was placed on his palm. Bang! A tremendous force smacked on its head. A powerful dragon's might charged directly at its body. "Surrender and absorb this drop of fresh blood." Wang Xian's voice resounded in its mind. When his palm landed on its head, fresh blood immediately oozed out from the top of its head. Hiss! 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 Being attacked by Wang Xian, the towering snake space beast stuck out its tongue. Its eyes were filled with violent killing intent. Bang! 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 Wang Xian did not hesitate at all. His dragon claws kept attacking the towering snake. "What are you doing?" "Attacking a giant beast that you want to tame. How can you make it submit to you?" "Even if it is just a temporary submission, there is a high possibility that it will kill its master." The expressions of the surrounding beast tamers changed slightly when they saw Wang Xian's violent taming method. An expert from the Heaven Beast Corporation could not help but roar. "Hee hee! How can your Heaven Beast Corporation compare to my beast taming method?" Wang Xian revealed a confident expression. His dragon claw directly grabbed into the head of the towering snake and fresh blood flowed out. "Submit!" At the same time, he roared at the towering snake in a stern voice. "With this method of yours, you killed it before it could be tamed. HMPH, how can someone like you be called a beast tamer grandmaster?" A person from the Heaven Beast Corporation said with disdain. "This method is impossible." The other beast tamers shook their heads. "If we continue attacking, we might really kill it," the level 3 Immortal King Beast Tamer Grandmaster said with a frown. "Dragon King, stop!" The old man in cloth clothes shouted at Wang Xian immediately. Hiss! 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 At this moment, the towering snake space beast, which felt the threat to its life, felt the threat of death. could feel the fearful pressure coming from Wang Xian's body. The towering snake let out a plea. Fresh blood flowed into the top of its head. Sensing Wang Xian's terrifying killing intent, it lowered its head slowly and didn't dare to resist anymore. The dragon's blood was successfully absorbed. "It's done," Wang Xian said with a smile when he saw the dragon's blood being absorbed. "Ha!" Everyone was slightly stunned and looked over in astonishment. At this moment, all the beast tamer grandmasters saw a scene that they couldn't understand and were shocked. The towering snake lowered its head slowly and respectfully expressed its submission to Wang Xian. "Release the restraints on its body," Wang Xian instructed the woman and the elder in cloth clothes. Both of them opened their mouths with shock written all over their faces. When they saw the obedient behavior of the towering snake, they realized that it had made all the restraints stand out. Buzz. Wang Xian stepped on the head of the towering snake. Waves of thick dragon energy were transmitted into its body to heal the injuries on its body. Boom. Hiss. 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 The Chu snake let out a low roar of joy. It slowly straightened its huge body and looked ahead arrogantly. How is this possible?" A powerhouse from the Heaven Beast Corporation exclaimed in disbelief. Even the Level 3 Immortal King Beast Tamer Master was in disbelief. This was completely against the rules of beast taming. But he did indeed tame a space beast, and it only took a few minutes. This was too terrifying. How did he do it? A Heaven Beast Corporation expert roared softly. Everyone only saw him continuously attacking the towering snake space beast. This action, which they thought was extremely stupid, and even mocked him just now, had actually tamed this space beast. Could it be that he has a special beast taming technique? Everyone couldn't help but guess. Only this special beast taming technique could tame a space beast so quickly. If the space beast was so fast, what about the other Undying God Emperor level desolate beasts? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with heat. "Dragon King, are you sure you have tamed it completely?" The woman stared at Wang Xian with a face full of shock. Her eyes were filled with joy. The veiled woman at the side was also filled with excitement. She stared blankly at the towering snake space beast in front of her. "What do you think?" Wang Xian patted the head of the towering snake space beast. The towering snake lowered its head slowly and looked at the woman. "This? Dragon King, can you help the others tame this space beast?" The woman asked immediately. "As a beast tamer, I can naturally do this." Wang Xian nodded his head. All right. Dragon King, can you please come with us? Regarding the remuneration, we will definitely satisfy you," the woman said excitedly. "Sure." Wang Xian nodded his head. "Old Boo, you handle the remuneration for the others. I will take Dragon King away first," the woman immediately said to the old man in the cloth clothes. "All right, leave this to me." The old man in the cloth clothes nodded his head. "Dragon King, please follow me." The woman gestured to Wang Xian. "Sure." Wang Xian nodded his head and patted the giant space serpent. It immediately followed closely behind. It didn't look like it had just been tamed. Instead, it looked like a partner that had been tamed for tens of thousands of years. He actually tamed it. The group of beast tamers exclaimed in shock when they saw Wang Xian and the rest leaving. "Everyone, this is the reward that you deserve." The old man in cloth clothes also looked at the figure of Wang Xian who was standing on the towering snake's head. He turned his head and said to them. He took out the Immortal King pups that he had prepared beforehand and gave them to them one by one. Everyone didn't hesitate and immediately accepted. "Everyone, please abide by our rules and don't tell anyone about this," the old man in cloth reminded everyone before turning around and disappearing instantly. Not bad. Getting an Immortal King pup in a dozen days. This kind of opportunity might not come once in a few tens of thousands of years. A beast tamer grandmaster looked at the Undying God King cub in front of him, his face full of smiles. The other beast tamers also had smiles on their faces. Don't be happy too early. If that Dragon King enters the battle pet industry on East Lake Planet, everyone's battle pet shop should be prepared to close down. An old man from the Heaven Beast Corporation was not in a good mood at the moment. Even if they did not expend much effort to obtain 2 immortal God King cubs, they did not feel the slightest bit of joy after seeing the terrifying Dragon King. The terrifying ability to find immortal God King desolate beasts. The terrifying beast taming ability. Nothing could be compared to an ordinary beast taming grandmaster. Such a powerful enemy was a huge threat to their Heaven Beast Corporation. We don't have any enmity with the Dragon King. What we need to worry about is your Heavenly Beast Corporation. A beast tamer master looked at them and said indifferently, "Hee hee. Just based on the other party's beast taming ability. Do you think there won't be any repercussions in the future?" The Heavenly Beast Corporation's expert said coldly. Furthermore, you should have seen the array formation just now. It can trap an Undying God King. I'm sure that there will be many Undying God King battle pets that haven't appeared in hundreds or thousands of years. This has nothing to do with you? You're deceiving yourself. Another expert from the Heaven Beast Corporation added with a sneer. His array formation and beast taming methods are indeed terrifying. Even the Magus Beast Pavilion is only SOSO. However, don't even think about us helping you deal with them. The Undying God King Rank 3 Beast Tamer Master said indifferently. With that said, his body moved and he flew away instantly. The rest of the group fell into deep thought and left as well. Now that the Dragon King had not touched their interests, they could not act now. No one would be willing to provoke someone who could contend with the Heaven Beast Corporation for no reason. However, everyone had already remembered the formation and beast taming abilities that the Dragon King had displayed today. Dragon King, I'll have to trouble you to help someone tame this towering snake space beast. We can help you to raise your level by another level. At the periphery of the Blackstone domain, the woman brought Wang Xian to the side of the airship and spoke. Are you helping the beauty beside you? Wang Xian stood on top of the snake's head and glanced at the position beside the woman as he asked with a smile. The woman's pupils contracted slightly and her expression changed slightly. You can see it? She stared at Wang Xian with a serious expression. I've been following you and that elder in cloth clothes all this while. Wang Xian smiled and didn't answer her directly. The result was obvious. Even an Immortal King level 8 powerhouse might not be able to discover me. How did you do it? At this moment, the veiled lady beside the lady appeared and stared at Wang Xian with a twinkle in her eyes. Her figure couldn't be seen through her dress, but one could guess her delicate and fair arms. Her veil covered most of her face and her yin-yang and 5 elemental dragon eyes couldn't see through it. I can even tame a space beast that even an Immortal King level 8 beast tamer grandmaster might not be able to tame. Wang Xian looked at her and smiled faintly. His eyes were sparkling. Your aura is very young, but I can't believe that you can actually advance to the Immortal King level without 10,000 years. The veiled lady looked at Wang Xian with interest and said, not to mention the treasures you have on you, you are already at level 7 of the Eternal God Lord at such a young age. You are the daughter of heaven and are from a wealthy family. Wang Xian looked at her and commented, help me tame this towering snake space beast. I will pay you a satisfactory reward. The veiled lady said to Wang Xian firmly, you do need to pay me a lot of money. I was also the one who helped you tame the towering snake that I found for you. Wang Xian nodded his head as expected. He touched the head of the towering snake and said, it hasn't reached the mature stage yet. A mature towering snake has the strength of a peak Immortal King. Even a celestial emperor might not be able to kill it. You. What do you want? I can't take out too many treasures. The veiled lady's expression changed slightly as she spoke with a frown. This time, it was all thanks to this man in front of her that she was able to obtain the space beast. I'm not going to ask for too much. Furthermore, what I need is very simple. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. I need you to cooperate with me on a few things to compensate the space beast. What? You? I didn't expect you to be a pervert. Let me tell you. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, the veiled lady's expression changed drastically. She immediately pointed at him and scolded him in excitement. Then don't misunderstand. I'm asking you to help me attract Immortal King-level desolate beasts so that I can capture them. Wang Xian's face turned black when he saw her agitated expression and said in a deep voice. The veiled lady was stunned as well. Following that, her face continued to turn black. Let her attract an undying emperor beast? Use her as bait? This? Wuxia didn't pay much attention to this girl who had a treasure and could hide in the crack in the void. However, when he wanted to capture the immortal king desolate beast, he realized a problem. If he wanted to capture a sea monster of this level, he needed a bait. It was a bait that was as invincible as his previous battle techniques. Ordinary desolate beasts had very strong vigilance. Even if they encountered experts of the same level, they would not risk their lives if they did not risk their lives. This meant that if you wanted to catch a desolate beast, you had to be 3 or 4 levels stronger than it, or you had to set up a trap and surround it. And to set up an array in advance, to let a desolate beast enter, you needed a bait. This bait's strength could not be very strong. If it was strong, the desolate beasts would not dare to chase. However, there was another problem: the weaker bait would be killed by the desolate beasts. The most perfect bait was the invincible battle technique, the type that the sea monsters could not even kill. However, the invincible battle technique bait had already been eliminated, making him attract the undying god king desolate beasts was simply sending him to his death. However, the veiled lady in front of him was different. She had a treasure that could hide within the space rift. If she hid, even an undying level 8 warrior would not be able to detect her. If she was used as bait to attack the undying emperor desolate beast, the desolate beast would definitely teach this ant a good lesson. And she only needed to use some defensive treasures, along with the ability to escape in the space rift. It was a bait that was comparable to invincible battle techniques. As long as she was willing to be the bait, there was no need for her reward. With her as the bait, wouldn't capturing a level 1, level 2, or even higher immortal king level desolate beast battle pet be more than her reward? Wuxia thought as he narrowed his eyes and sized up the veiled lady. When the veiled lady heard Wuxia's words, her expression changed drastically. When she saw his gaze, she was even more furious as she clenched her fists tightly. She was a grand Dragon King, please change your condition. We can help you raise 1 level. After that, we can give you a war pet of the same level. How about that? The woman frowned and said while clenching her teeth. 2 years. Be my bait for 2 years. Oh no, 2 years as a partner. I'll help you tame the towering serpent space beast. A matured towering snake will be invincible in the entire Imperial Star Field unless the Celestial Emperor of the Imperial Court makes a move. It is totally worth it to pay just a little. Wuxia said directly to the woman. To help him advance 1 level and give a war pet of the same level, the reward was absolutely terrifying. However, to Wuxia, in the long run, it was totally not worth it to let the veiled woman be his bait. His words made the woman fall into deep thought. 2 years of time in exchange for a tamed space beast cub was totally worth it. Even if they could find an immortal king level 7 or 8 beast taming grandmaster, it would still take a few years to tame this space beast. Sure. The veiled lady's changing expression slowly disappeared. She also knew that this matter would be more beneficial to her. 2 years, any time. When Wuxia heard her words, a smile appeared on his face. It is only limited to assisting you in capturing the desolate beasts. The veiled lady stared at Wuxia and said, Of course, since we are now in the Blackstone domain, let's get familiar with it. Wuxia smiled and looked at the Blackstone domain in front of him. I want to capture the immortal king desolate beast. You need to lure it over. With your strength, you will definitely be hit. Do you have any defensive treasures? He asked the veiled lady. Don't worry. Even a level 5 immortal king desolate beast can't hurt me. The veiled lady said coldly. Very good. Then we will head over now. We will return in half a month. Wuxia said immediately. All right. I have some matters to attend to in half a month. I need a few days to settle them. Once everything is settled, there will be no more problems. The veiled lady nodded her head coldly. Miss. At the side, the woman said to the veiled lady with some heartache. You can't follow me. Once the desolate beasts sense your strength, they will escape immediately. You can follow me, but she has to rely on herself to attract the immortal king sea monster. Wuxia immediately said to the woman. It's all right, Anting. This treasure on me is enough to withstand the constant attacks of the immortal king level 5 desolate beast. The desolate beasts here can't hurt me. The veiled woman pursed her lips and said to the woman, "Sigh, all right?" The woman nodded her head helplessly and looked at Wang Xian unhappily. If she didn't have a favor to ask of him, she would definitely teach this guy a good lesson. "Let's go. I know a few places with level 1 Immortal King level desolate beasts." A few days ago, Wang Xian had searched many planets and roughly knew where there were Immortal King level desolate beasts. He moved and immediately flew towards a planet in front of him. The veiled woman was hiding in the void crack. Her speed was also a little strange. The woman was following behind Wang Xian. After entering the planet, Wang Xian immediately became alert. "Be careful. This place is filled with danger. Follow me and keep moving." Wang Xian reminded the veiled lady and quickly flew towards a direction. "Wait here. I'll clean up the surroundings." After flying for more than an hour, they arrived at the front of their destination. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the place. He wanted to set up a formation here so that other dire beasts would not disturb him. The veiled lady looked at him standing in the crack in the void without moving. The lady beside him kept frowning. Clearly, she was very displeased to have her young miss as bait. Buzz. Following that, Wang Xian began to set up array formations one after another. The 5 clones in the 5 elements millstone only had the strength of a level 1 Immortal King. In other words, the array formation he set up could only resist a level 1 Immortal King desolate beast. He did not have the time to master an array of a higher level. Even if it was a black hole disturbing the space, it could only trap a level 1 Undying God King, and above level 1 could only interfere. However, this was enough. He still had the Towering Snake Space Beast. With the Towering Snake, he could also capture a level 2 Undying God King Desolate Beast. This was a level 1 Undying God King Desolate Beast. He did not need to set up many arrays. "Miss, this God King named Dragon King isn't simple." Looking at Wang Xian, who was setting up the arrays, the lady said to the veiled lady, "Yes." The veiled lady nodded her head and stared at the busy figure in front of her. Powerful array attainments and terrifying beast taming abilities weren't simple even in the Emperor's star field. "All right." 10 minutes later, Wang Xian set up some arrays and inspected them with a smile on his face. "Pretty lady, there should be a level 1 Immortal King level desolate beast in front of us. No matter what method you use, lure it over. Let's go," Wang Xian said to the veiled lady excitedly. Once he succeeded, it would be as easy as drinking water to increase his strength and the strength of the Dragon Palace in the future. Humph! When the veiled lady heard Wang Xian's words, her face turned extremely gloomy. "Beauty? Go to hell, this guy." She glared at Wang Xian fiercely and immediately flew forward. Wang Xian didn't care about her expression. He continued to look at her with a smile. He glanced at the lady beside him and gestured at her. "Don't bully our lady." The lady looked at Wang Xian deeply and said expressionlessly, "I'm not bullying her," Wang Xian said indifferently. The lady nodded her head coldly and flew towards the back. Wang Xian didn't want her to stay here for fear of being discovered by the alert Immortal King Desolate Beast. The lady could only distance herself from this place helplessly. "This damn bastard, he wants me to be the idol of the tens of billions of people in the Emperor Star region, the goddess of countless people's dreams. How dare he use me as bait?" The Emperor Star lady flew straight in with a dark face and said through gritted teeth, "If it wasn't for the Towering Snake Space Beast, she wouldn't have suffered such grievance." Humph! She snorted and hid within the space crack, searching for the Undying God King Desolate Beast. Emperor Star Lady's speed within the space crack was very fast. As she passed through the crack, no living being could attack her. The ground and trees didn't affect her at all. The journey was smooth. After walking around for half an hour, she saw an Undying God King Desolate Beast lying in front of a resplendent grass. That resplendent grass was wrapped in substantial laws, and the grass emitted a fatal attraction. And the Undying God King Desolate Beast beside her was green in color like a green lizard. Its body wasn't very big, only about 20 meters. It had black lumps on its body. It looked disgusting. "It's this Undying God King first-level Desolate Beast. It's disgusting." Emperor Star Lady looked at the desolate beast in front of her, her face pale. After all, her strength was only at the God Lord realm. This desolate beast was much stronger than her. Although her realm was at the peak of her age, she had never participated in battles. nor had she personally hunted desolate beasts. Now that she had attracted the attacks of an undying god king desolate beast, her heart was filled with fear. If I take away the grass beside it, it should chase after me. Emperor Star Lady gathered her courage and took a deep breath, reaching out to grab the undying god king level 1 divine grass. Her body appeared and she grabbed the divine grass, grabbing it in her hands. However, as she was too weak, she couldn't pull it out. Ayo ayo ayo. But at that moment, a muffled roar sounded. Emperor Star Lady looked up and saw a huge pair of ice-cold eyes staring at her. Ah! She exclaimed and hurriedly ran forward. But at the next moment, the lizard-like desolate beast's tongue reached out and swallowed it. At that moment, she was on the verge of collapse. She was actually instantly swallowed into the disgusting stomach. She resisted the feeling of vomiting as her veil became slightly illusory. She entered the space rift and easily passed through the desolate beast's body. Bait? Her face was pale as she clenched her fists. She gritted her teeth and continued to appear. Ayo ayo. The undying god king desolate beast that was about to lie down was stunned. Following that, it opened its largest mouth and bit at her. Wang! Her body moved and immediately flew into the space rift, flying forward. In a short second, she appeared over 100 kilometers away. Ayo ayo ayo. The undying's king desolate beast saw that an ant dared to provoke it and roared angrily. It flew straight ahead, its terrifying claws tearing a rift in space. Di Xingnu's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly fled in the direction where Wang Xian was. Bang! However, the next second she felt a claw landing on her body. She felt herself spinning in the sky. She had done at least dozens of somersaults. This made her extremely embarrassed. It was too shameful. Too shameful. Buzz. Seeing that she was about to crash into the tree in front of her, she hurriedly dove into the crack in the void. Crack. Crack. However, the next moment she felt the void beside her being torn apart and her entire body flew forward again. This time, if she landed on the ground, she would definitely land face first. Emperor Star Lady was so aggrieved that she almost cried. She held back her tears and looked behind her. Bang! What greeted her was an incomparably huge tail that directly swept her out. If not for the treasures on her, she would have been killed. Ayo ayo ayo. Behind her, the roar of the undying godly monarch desolate beast sounded. Emperor Star Lady felt the sky turn black. She once again escaped into the spatial rift. Pung! However, she was followed by another claw that slapped her out of the spatial rift. Bastard, all of you are bullying me. Tears welled up in Di Xingnu's eyes as she gritted her teeth and flew towards Wang Xian with all her might. The immortal king desolate beast was attacking continuously from the back. It could not believe that it could not even kill an ant. Oh, he's here. At this moment, Wang Xian noticed the commotion coming from the front. He squinted his eyes slightly. Bang! Next, he saw a beautiful figure flying horizontally towards him. He took a glance and locked onto the level 1 immortal king desolate beast in front of him. Well done. Less than an hour. Wang Xian smiled and got ready. Buzz! When he saw the immortal king desolate beast entering the space where the formation was located, Wang Xian moved his arm. Boom boom boom. At the next moment, all the formations that were set up here were instantly activated. Buzz! At the next moment, the black hole disturbance and the two binding formations were instantly activated. The immortal king desolate beast that was enveloped by the formation was slightly shocked. It immediately wanted to escape. However, it was too late. Entering the area of the formation and Wang Xian using the formation to trap it were two different concepts. At this time, even the immortal king desolate beast did not have the time to escape. Boom boom boom. Two binding arrays immediately wrapped around the body of the desolate beast. The immortal king desolate beast that was in the black hole was completely bound. Hiss hiss. Wang Xian waved his arm and the towering snake appeared at the side. He looked down at the immortal king desolate beast that was being wrapped up. Ayo ayo. The desolate beast let out two terrified cries and lowered its head, shivering. Not bad, well done. Wang Xian turned his head and saw Di Xingnu, who was standing at the back with a changing expression. He spoke to her. After saying that, he moved his body and immediately began to tame the level 1 Immortal King Desolate Beast. I've succeeded. I'm going to be rich. Wuxia was extremely excited. At the back, Imperial Star Lady was clenching her fists. Just now, when she was being chased by the Immortal King Desolate Beast, it was a huge humiliation. Empress Star could vaguely remember that under the Desolate Beast's attack, she was flying in various poses in the sky. In this lifetime, it was the first time she felt so angry and so powerless. Looking at the fellow who was excitedly taming the Desolate Beast, her face turned black. This was only the first day. She could already imagine the torture she would have to endure for the next 2 years. All right, haha. 10 minutes later, an ear-piercing laughter rang out. The surrounding array formation slowly disappeared. The Desolate Beast that had been chasing her was tamed. At this moment, it was lying beside that fellow. Not bad. Wuxia kept his tamed battle pet and spoke to the Empress Star Lady again. In the next 2 years, with such a bait, Wuxia could tame quite a number of Immortal King-level Desolate Beasts. If these Desolate Beasts were to be sold, the resources obtained would be terrifying. As long as you are satisfied. Upon hearing his praise, Di Xingnu replied coldly, "It's all right, but next time before you come, inform me loudly. Also, be careful. If the Desolate Beasts stop chasing after you, attack them. This Desolate Beast is a little lacking in vigilance. When I have time, I will introduce someone to you. In the past, he was my partner. He is more experienced. Let him share some of his experience with you," Wuxia said to him. However, every word he said caused Di Xingnu's expression to change continuously. Her eyes were slowly filled with killing intent. When she came over just now, she was attacked by the Desolate Beasts. She was already in an extremely miserable state. This fellow wanted to make her even worse. Continue. Let's go to another place. Wuxia didn't care about her expression and continued to speak with a smile. Di Xingnu followed by the side with a dark expression. "Miss, are you all right?" Very soon, the woman flew over and asked worriedly when she saw Di Xingnu, who was in a terrible state. "I'm fine, Aunt. I'm fine." Di Xingnu shook her head and followed behind Wuxia without saying a word. 2 hours later, the same trick was used again. Wuxia set up the formation and signaled Di Xingnu to set off. This time, it took a longer time. Di Xingnu drew a beautiful arc and landed heavily at the position of Wuxia's formation. Wuxia glanced at her and paid no more attention to her. His gaze was fixed on the Immortal King Desolate Beast in front of him. In the past, when invincible battle technique was used as bait for him, he was in a much worse state than the Empress Star. At that time, invincible battle technique was used as bait to attract the sea monsters. She was treated like a rubber ball. When the sea monsters clashed and attacked, she was much better now. Pa pa pa. Patting the soil that did not exist on her body, the Empress Star looked at Wuxia, who was taming the Desolate Beast in front of her with a dark face. She felt so wronged that she wanted to cry. "One day, I will make you pay tenfold for today's humiliation." The Empress thought to herself, "Don't bully a young lady who is poor." A lot of time passed after that. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Wuxia looked at the time and his harvest. He had been in the Blackstone domain for nearly a month. It's time to go back. After I go back this time, I will make use of all my battle pets. I will be able to upgrade by 1 level. Wuxia's eyes sparkled. In half a month's time, Wuxia had tamed 10 Immortal King level 1 battle pets and 1 Immortal King level 2 battle pet. These resources were enough for him to upgrade his level. In addition, he still had a lot of resources left. The remaining resources were enough for the Dragon Palace to increase the combat strength of more than 10 Immortal King level battle pets. Alright, it's over this time. Be prepared for the next time. You can't just call me any time, but you can't waste too much time either, Wuxia said to Di Xingnu, who was beside him. For the past half a month, this pretty lady had not paid any attention to him. Clearly, as a lady from a wealthy family, she had the intention to kill him. Wuxia did not mind it. Wasn't he very resistant to being invincible in the beginning? "I have some matters to deal with. It will take about 3 days," the Imperial Star Lady said coldly. 3 days is fine. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at the woman who was flying over. Oh right. Are you guys going back to Dongqi planet? Yes. The woman nodded her head at him. It's on the way then. Let's go together. Wang Xian smiled. The other party had an airship. How could flying on his own be more comfortable than riding on an airship? Sure. The woman nodded her head and brought the Imperial Star Lady to the airship. When they entered the airship, the old man in cloth clothes was waiting there. This time there were fewer people. Wang Xian sat inside and sipped his tea leisurely. He was in a very good mood. In half a month's time, I've obtained 11 Immortal God King war pets. How impressive. Even the Witch Beast Pavilion can't achieve such speed. Within the cabin of the ship, the woman exclaimed, "This guy is indeed powerful. The towering snake space beast is like an obedient baby in his hands. He can do whatever he wants." Emperor Star Lady said sincerely. Even though he was extremely unhappy with the Dragon King, his terrifying beast taming abilities were too heaven-defying. Another point is, according to my scanner, that Dragon King's age is only 30 years old. I don't know what's wrong. The woman shook her head and said, "How is that possible? It's impossible to reach Undying Emperor level in his 30s. He must have some hidden methods." Emperor Star Lady shook her head in disbelief. However, his aura is indeed very young. This cannot be hidden no matter what. At this time, the old man in cloth said slowly, "This isn't too important. Miss, we'll stay here for 2 years. The other side will definitely take note." The lady frowned slightly. "Just say that I'm about to break through. I'll need to train for 2 years. 2 years isn't too long. There shouldn't be any problems." Emperor Star Lady pondered and said, "Aunt Ing, how are the arrangements for the concert this time?" At this time, she asked, "The concert is arranged by one of the Undyings here. We just need to take a look and see if there are no problems. Tomorrow night, we have enough time." The lady replied, "That's good. Also, Aunt Ing, do you have any movement skills? I want to learn them." Emperor Star Lady nodded, suddenly saying, "Yes." The woman looked at her in a daze and nodded her head. Naturally, she knew why the Imperial Star Lady was learning movement skills. She had witnessed the tragic state of her young miss. After the conversation, the Imperial Star Lady took out her AI and looked at the information about her concert. Her mood was finally a little better. The speed of the airship was very fast. After Wang Xian arrived at planet Dongqi, he flew directly to his residence. Next, he had to prepare for the opening of the Dragon Palace's pet shop. It would be best if he could become famous in one shot. This would save him a lot of time. "Boss Wang, you're finally here. What a coincidence." When Wang Xian entered the manor, the voice of invincible battle techniques rang out. "Huh? You're still here?" Wang Xian looked at him in astonishment. Hee. How can I leave now? It's the concert of the Star Lady tomorrow. I'm his #1 fan. Wang Xian had left the manor for more than a month. Invincible in combat had also stayed on planet Dongqi for more than a month. This guy didn't leave for such a long time just to watch a concert? Watch a concert? You didn't go back for more than a month just to watch a concert? Wang Xian looked at him, whose face was flushed with excitement. He asked in astonishment, "Boss Wang, you don't know that the Star Lady is holding a concert on the East Lake planet tomorrow. Do you know about the Star Lady? She is one of the most famous female stars in the entire Imperial star field. She is as beautiful as a fairy, especially her singing voice. It is filled with healing and intelligence. She is simply a rare lady in the world and hard to find in the heavens. Come. Let me show you her video." Invincible Battle Technique took out his AI excitedly and said to Wang Xian, "No need. I don't have as much free time as you." Wang Xian shook his head speechlessly. "I don't want to either, Boss Wang. I've improved too quickly. My master asked me to stabilize myself for a period of time. I've spent a lot of effort to get a few tickets for the recent concert. Boss Wang, let's go together." As Invincible Battle Technique spoke, he showed the few tickets on his AI. He was filled with pride. "There's no need for that. I need to prepare for the opening of the pet shop." Wang Xian shook his head, indicating that he was not interested. Oh right, are you familiar with this place? Get me a few service staff. I want someone at the level of the eternal Godlord. Hehe, Boss Wong. Although I've only been here for a month, it's not wrong to leave the matter to me. I'll help you settle the matter of the service staff. Boss Wong. Invincible battle technique patted his chest and promised. All right. Wang Xian nodded and immediately flew towards the shop. Hey, Boss Wong, I'll go with you. At this moment, Invincible battle technique suddenly followed by the side and shouted loudly. Didn't you want to help me look for the waiter? Also, has the girl you like, Langyu, gone back? Wang Xian looked at him and asked. Boss Wang, why do you need me, Invincible battle technique, to personally look for a waiter? I'll hand it over to some underlings. Langyu is not my girl. Now that my horizons have grown, I can't be too bad, let alone someone like Stargirl. Invincible battle technique raised his head slightly and said confidently. Little brother? Sure, did you get a little brother here? Wang Xian looked at him in astonishment. Ha, Boss Wang, it's not that I'm invincible battle technique bragging. In this star field, among the younger generation of the hundreds of thousands of life planets, which one of them is my invincible battle technique opponent? Invincible battle technique used only a month's time to make a name for myself. My brothers are spread across hundreds of thousands of planets, and I have quite a number of little brothers. Invincible battle technique raised his head and said proudly. In this month, Invincible battle technique had indeed made a name for himself. In his pocket, he had many god stones from his master, and he was also a personal disciple of a fourth-rate force leader. His own strength had already reached the eternal God Lord level 5, and he even had a level 2 undying God King Cub, and now the cub's strength was the same as his. At his age, his strength could only be compared to the disciples of the Big Sex and the Void God Kingdom who had the Emperor of God. In this star field, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was invincible among those of the same level. Coupled with his high-profile character, he had made quite a name for himself in a month. Background, strength, and money. This was the portrayal of an invincible battle technique. Hee. Wang Xian looked at him and smiled. Oh right, Boss Wang, aren't you going to sell the Immortal God King battle pet? I can introduce some business to you. Many of my brothers and underlings have good backgrounds. Maybe they will really buy it. Invincible in battle techniques said to him. Oh? Sure. Then introduce some business to me. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. Perhaps unrivaled battle technique could really introduce him to a lot of business, even though he didn't really need it. Boss Wang, the shop is here. Wow, this place is right next to the concert tomorrow. It would be a waste not to come tomorrow night. When Wang Xian brought unrivaled battle technique to the side of the shop, he scanned the surroundings and pointed to the sky beside him as he spoke. Boss Wang, it's right there. It's already set up. This is too close. Let's go to the concert tomorrow to relax. I can guarantee that if you see Star Lady, you will definitely fall in love with her. Also, I can introduce some of my brothers and underlings to you tomorrow. Invincible battle technique continued with a smile. He was prepared to bring Wang Xian along. When the time came tomorrow, he would directly say that this was his boss, an Immortal King boss, and a boss with 8 or 9 Immortal King battle pets. Just imagine how cool it would be. When the time came, would those guys still be more polite and respectful to him? If there's nothing else, I can go with you. Wang Xian nodded his head. Ha. All right. Invincible battle technique nodded his head excitedly. After staying in the shop for a while, Invincible battle technique brought Wang Xian around the East Lake planet and ate some food. Apparently, Invincible battle technique knew a lot about Dongqi planet. He brought Wang Xian around leisurely. Since the waiters were not in place yet, Wang Xian was not in a hurry to relax. Let's go, Boss Wang. I'll introduce my brothers and underlings to you later. We'll enter the venue together later. More than 20 hours passed quickly. Invincible battle technique said to Wang Xian. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly and followed invincible combat style towards a huge temporary square in the sky. The entire temporary square was extremely huge. There were at least tens of millions of people standing there. This time, there were a total of 20 million people who came to watch the so-called Star Lady concert. The entire temporary square was filled with people. There were young, middle-aged, and even quite a number of old people. Among them, there were many young men and women holding signs in their hands. Their faces were filled with excitement. There was a huge screen at the front. On the screen, there was a beautiful woman. It's a little familiar. Wang Xian looked at the beautiful woman. His eyes sparkled. She was indeed very beautiful. Boss, the friend I made here is here. At this moment, the voice of Invincible in battle techniques was heard. Wang Xian looked over and saw a young man flying over on a sword. There was a young man in full body armor. He looked extremely cool. There were also a few young men and women who were hugging beautiful ladies. They looked extremely dashing. There were more than 30 young men and women in total. Judging from the equipment on their bodies, there was not a single ordinary disciple. Invincible little brother. One by one, young men and women flew over and warmly greeted Invincible battle technique. Come. Let me introduce my boss to you. Invincible battle technique waved at them and said with a smile. What? Our invincible young master and our boss. I don't believe it. A young man walked over with a smile on his face and said, Hurry up and come over. Cut the crap and let me introduce you to my boss, the Dragon King. You can just call him the Dragon King. When Invincible saw the young man walking over, he patted him on the shoulder and looked at the rest of the crowd. The Dragon King? He looks similar to US and became the king? Invincible, is he stronger than you? A long-haired young man walked over with a smile on his face. He sized up Wang Xian from head to toe and was a little curious. They knew what kind of character Invincible battle technique had. This person was someone who dared to be tough with the disciples of other powerful factions. To be able to make him call him boss, he would definitely be convinced. Strong? Dragon King. That's the immortal godly king. Quick. Come over and greet my boss obediently. Invincible battle technique said to the young man and waved his hand. He looked like he was in a hurry. Huh? Undying godly king. The group of young men who walked over were stunned. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. Hurry up. How can I lie to you guys? The level 2 Undying Godly King war pet in my hand was given to me by Boss Wang. Soon, Boss Wang will open a war pet shop on East Lake Planet. He wants to sell a few Undying's war pets. If your sect needs them, come to my shop to buy them. Invincible battle technique raised his head and said to them, The real Undyings? Well, hello, Boss Dragon King. The young man who was patted on the shoulder by Invincible battle technique looked at Wang Xian in shock and immediately shouted respectfully, Greetings, Dragon King. The rest of them opened their mouths and immediately walked over to shout as well. Even though Invincible battle technique looked like an unrestrained character, his words were still very reliable. There's no need. If you buy a battle pet, you can go to the Dragon Palace in a few days. The highest level is Immortal King level 2. Wang Xian glanced at them and said with a smile, Immortal King level 2 battle pet. Everyone looked at each other with awe in their hearts. Yes, Dragon King. We will inform our family immediately when we return. The group of young men and women nodded their heads. Let's go. We can enter the concert venue now. Let's go. Invincible battle technique raised his head slightly and smiled when he saw this scene as he said to the group, Hey, Invincible, is this Dragon King really Immortal King? He looks similar to us. How can he be Immortal King? Are you really selling an Undying God Emperor battle pet? You aren't making fun of us, right? The moment they left, a few youths pulled Invincible over and asked softly, Invincible won't lie to you, you'll know in 2 days. Invincible said seriously. The crowd was somewhat convinced, nodding slightly. As soon as they entered the concert hall, Invincible took the tickets and walked straight to the front of the stage. The stage was at the front, looking extremely gorgeous. In front of the stage, there were hundreds of seats. These seats were different from ordinary seats. There should be sofas and dining tables. Invincible and the others were sitting at this seat. Boss Wang. I won this seat from an arrogant guy. This seat is only 200 meters away from the Star Lady. Invincible battle technique patted the seat in the front row and said proudly, You're doing well. Wang Xian smiled and sat on a seat. Move. At this moment, a voice came from the side. The young man who was padded by invincible battle technique staggered and took a few steps towards them. Ha! Invincible battle technique sensed it and extended his arm to stabilize the young man. He looked at the dozens of young men and women who were walking over. Hee. I thought it was someone who was so arrogant. Turns out it was a defeated opponent. Invincible battle technique stared at the young man in front of him and said disdainfully, Invincible battle technique, don't be so arrogant. Do you think you are great just because you beat me once? The yellow-haired youth stared at Invincible battle technique angrily and growled in a low voice. Haha, if I beat you once, then we can continue to play other games. Let's see who wins and who loses. I'm just afraid you won't dare to play. Invincible battle technique looked at him provocatively. You. The youth's expression changed drastically as he stared at Invincible battle technique with killing intent. Trash. Invincible battle technique continued to speak with disdain. You are that new Invincible on East Lake Planet. It's best not to be arrogant. At this time, beside the yellow-haired youth, the tiger-robed youth turned and stared at Invincible and said indifferently, Then you should take care of the trash beside you. Without the ability, you still dare to cause trouble? Invincible looked at the tiger-robed youth and said coldly, Invincible. He is the son of an emperor from the Eastly Undying Dynasty. At this time, a youth beside Invincible reminded him softly, The son of an emperor, I thought he was a god. Invincible said indifferently, returning to his seat. Wang. The emperor's son's expression changed. He immediately looked at his middle-aged man. The middle-aged man swept a cold glance at Invincible in battle tactics. A glint flashed across his eyes. Bang! Invincible in battle tactics sat beside Wang Xian. There was a bottle of water placed on the table in front of them. The bottle of water suddenly exploded and rushed towards Invincible in battle tactics. Ha! The sudden change of events stunned Invincible in battle tactics. He didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant as to dare to use his skills here. However, his opponent was obviously very strong. It was too late for him to dodge. The expressions of the surrounding people changed when they saw the crisp sound. They quickly looked over. Buzz. Invincible in battle. Are you here to watch the concert or to fight? Wang Xian, who was sitting at the side, looked helpless when he saw the scene. He waved his arm and the broken water bottle recovered. Not a single drop of water was left into the water bottle. He took a look at the middle-aged man's eyes and spoke to Invincible battle technique. Boss, I'm really here to watch the concert. I just didn't expect this bastard to actually dare to set me up. Furthermore, he sent his subordinates to set me up. As Invincible battle technique spoke, he stared at the young man and greeted him directly. Ha! The young man's expression changed slightly. He ignored Invincible battle technique and looked at Wang Xian. That move just now was not something that could be done under normal circumstances. The surrounding people also looked at Wang Xian, who was sitting there. Their eyes were sparkling. Young Royal Highness, he is the Immortal King. I'm going back. At this moment, the middle-aged guard who made a move just now suddenly covered his eyes. He whispered with an embarrassed and terrified expression. What? The young man looked over and saw blood oozing out from the place where the middle-aged man was covering. His expression changed drastically. Immortal Godly King? His heart sank and he looked at Wang Xian in fear. You go back first. The young man growled in a low voice. His expression changed and he walked straight to his seat. The young men and women around him also looked at Wang Xian in shock and left in fear. This Boss Dragon King is really an immortal god king. This is too strong. Just now, Boss Dragon King didn't even make a move himself. With just a glance, that middle-aged man should be a God Lord level 9 powerhouse. His eyes went blind. Boss Dragon King is too cool. I want to be your little brother too. The group of youths around Invincible in battle technique did not dare to say anything when they saw the other party return to his seat dejectedly. They looked at Wang Xian and said excitedly. Just now, they had some doubts about whether the Dragon King was an immortal god king. Now, they were completely sure. The group of youths looked at Invincible in battle technique with envy. He was the boss of an immortal god king. The Dragon King seemed to be a relatively young immortal godly king. With such a boss, who would he be afraid of if he went out? Immortal godly king was the realm of the patriarchs of their families and sects. However, their patriarchs couldn't hang out with them and watch the concert together, right? Wang Xian gave them a faint smile and didn't say anything. Humph, I've said that you still have some doubts. What about now? In the future, I think all of you should hang out with Invincible Battle Technique. There will be benefits for all of you. Invincible in Combat Techniques said proudly to the few young men beside him. Among this group of young men, some of them had backgrounds that were not weaker than Invincible in Combat Techniques. What benefits? The group of young men immediately asked him. Cough cough, let me tell boss. If you buy a battle pet, I will give you a 20% discount. A 20% discount for a god-level battle pet is not a small amount. Invincible Battle Technique coughed and smiled at Wang Xian. Boss Dragon King really has many immortal god-level war pets? A young man couldn't help but ask Invincible Battle Technique. Of course, why would I lie to you? You should know by tomorrow. Oh right, who's he? How's the waiter I asked you to find? Invincible Battle Technique said with a smile. Invincible boss, I've already found him. You can call him over anytime. The young man called Hu Zi immediately smiled and nodded his head. Wang Xian smiled from the side. Invincible Combat Technique knew these young men with deep backgrounds. It was quite beneficial. Who is that guy? However, at this moment on the left, the heir of the prince was sitting there with a gloomy face. He asked the yellow-haired young man beside him. Brother Hao, I don't know either. That arrogant fellow has an undying beside him. That warrior is also idle, he actually came here. The yellow-haired youth shook his head bitterly. Even if an undying wasn't a sect, a pillar of the god dynasty, how would he have the time to come here to watch the concert? They had unfortunately met. Damn it! Dongli Hao roared angrily, clenching his fists. However, he was after all only a descendant of a dynasty emperor. Even if his talent wasn't bad, he wouldn't dare to provoke an undying emperor. Even the youths in the group didn't dare to give him face. Even though the other party was weaker than them, he was a core disciple of a faction. In terms of status, he wasn't weaker than them. In fact, he was even higher. The young men and women beside Dongli Hao also had ugly expressions. They came from different factions, but they did not dare to provoke the immortal king. It's about to start. It's about to start. At this moment, a host walked over from the stage. The concert was about to begin. Invincible Battle Technique looked forward with excitement. He touched Wang Xian's arm and said excitedly. Wang Xian looked at him speechlessly and looked forward. Star Goddess, please. At the back of the stage, a group of people followed behind a young lady who was wearing a long dress and had her hair draped over her shoulders. They looked at her and said passionately, "Okay." The expression of Star Goddess seemed a little cold. She nodded her head and leaped lightly toward the stage. Then, she floated away. She's simply too beautiful. Behind her, a young man said with a face full of infatuation. She's not someone an ordinary person can covet. A middle-aged man beside him looked at his son and said softly. After saying that, he also looked at the background with a face full of infatuation. Although he was old, he was still moved. Xingnu. 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 When Emperor Star Lady floated onto the stage, the tens of millions of people below the stage shouted at the same time. One by one, the young men and women stood up excitedly. W.A. 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 Star Lady, I love you. On the side, Invincible Battle Technique was also shouting loudly. I didn't expect that star chasing here would be so crazy. Wang Xian shook his head slightly and sized up this figure from head to toe. It's really her. She's also known as the Goddess of Stars. I heard that she has a very deep background. Wang Xian recalled some of the comments regarding the Goddess of Stars in the AI. Hello everyone. An ethereal voice came out from the mouth of the Goddess of Stars. Without a microphone, she didn't need a microphone with her strength. Oh. Invincible Battle Technique heard the voice of the Goddess of Stars and howled like a wolf again. The Emperor Star Lady, who was very close to Invincible Battle Mage, also noticed this unrestrained fan. She looked over with a smile on her face. When she saw Wang Xian sitting there, she was slightly stunned. Her expression paused for a few seconds. Her eyes were sparkling. This is the first time that Star Lady has come to this territory. Thank you for the enthusiasm of all the fans. Next, I will open with an ethereal opening. Star Lady waved her hand and suppressed her voice. The cheers around her quickly stopped. Following that, she waved her arm and a musical instrument appeared in her hand. The ethereal and beautiful singing voice quickly spread throughout the entire concert venue. This is? The singing voice can affect people's hearts. It is somewhat similar to the sound waves of Yin. When Wuxia heard the singing voice, he was astonished. This kind of sound wave could guide one's mental strength and even cause one to fall into an illusion. Her singing and music could affect the hearts of everyone. Her singing was beautiful and it made people feel comfortable. Amazing! She is indeed a popular star in the entire Imperial Star field. Wuxia was slightly amazed. Even he felt comfortable when he heard the music. During the concert period, she sang a total of 20 to 30 songs. After each song ended, she was greeted with countless cheers. Alright, it's time for our final stage. It's also the stage of interaction. I will invite 2 fans, 1 male and 1 female. 1 in the front row, 1 in the back row, to interact with each other. At the end of the concert, Imperial Star Lady swept her gaze across the tens of millions of people in front of her and said with a smile on her face. A crafty look appeared on her face. Me. When everyone heard her words, they could not help but stretch out their hands and shout loudly. Invincible Battle Technique, who was at the front, was about to jump up. For the audience members at the back, I will randomly call out a seat number. Row 1203, number 152. What about the lucky fan at the front? Yes, it's this audience member who is sitting there without moving. It's you. I can see that you are so calm and familiar with me. Do you not like my singing? At this moment, the Empress shouted a slogan and pointed it at Wuxia. Wow, Boss Wang, you were actually chosen by the Celestial Queen. Your luck is simply too good. When Invincible Battle Technique saw that Wuxia was chosen by the Celestial Queen, his face was filled with envy. He shouted at Wuxia excitedly. I'm not interested. You can go on my behalf. Wuxia shook his head and said to Invincible Battle Technique. Really? Invincible Battle Technique's eyes lit up as he said immediately. Really? Wuxia nodded his head. Star Goddess, I'll go up on his behalf. I'll go up on his behalf. Invincible Battle Technique immediately raised his hand and shouted excitedly. What's wrong? Young Master Wuxia, I've already recognized you. Are you feeling guilty? Aren't you coming up? On the stage, when Di Xingnu saw that Wuxia was not going up, she raised her eyebrows and stared at him mockingly. Buzz. At this moment, the lights on the stage landed on Wuxia, and the image of Wuxia appeared in front of everyone. Ha! What was this pretty girl trying to do? Wuxia frowned slightly when he saw that Wuxia was intentionally making him go on stage. Pretty girl. Why am I feeling guilty? Wuxia shrugged his shoulders and appeared beside the Empress in a flash. Oh, I thought a scumbag like you wouldn't dare to go on stage. HMPH, you abandoned your wife and child. To think that my friend likes you so much. All of a sudden, Di Xingnu spoke to Wuxia. Her words stunned Wuxia as he stared at her with widened eyes. It's good that you're here today. Let my song cleanse your soul. Humph. As she spoke, she even winked at Wuxia playfully. Wow, fuck, there's such a thing. What's going on? The Star Lady actually said that the man is a scumbag and that the goddess wants to avenge her sister. Since the Star Lady said that the man is a scumbag, he must be a scumbag. I didn't expect that this guy is not bad looking and is actually a scumbag. Holy shit. Star Lady is such a gentle and graceful woman, but she said that guy is a scumbag. That guy must have done something that made people and gods angry. When everyone below heard Star Lady's words, they were slightly stunned and then they shouted in agreement. This. When Invincible Battle Master saw the scene, his face kept changing. How did this Boss Wang become a scumbag? Also, how did Boss Wang get to know Star Lady? Damn. Invincible. The Dragon King knows Star Lady? And he was called a scumbag by Star Lady? Wow, to be called a scumbag by Star Lady. The Dragon King is also very powerful. Did he really do something that made people and gods angry? The brothers beside Invincible Battle Technique were shocked and gossiped as they asked him. I don't know. Boss Wong probably doesn't know Celestial Maiden. This is too fucking awesome. Invincible Battle Technique didn't know how to explain it either. Should he believe in Boss Wong or Celestial Maiden? Of course, he should believe in Celestial Maiden. Boss Wong was a scumbag. I didn't expect Boss Wong to be such a person. Invincible Battle Technique muttered. At this moment on the stage, Wang Xian looked at Celestial Maiden in front of him with a dark expression. Humph. When the Star Lady heard the words of her fans, she smiled smugly. How dare you use me as bait? After today, you will be completely famous. Everyone in the entire Imperial Star region will know that you are a scumbag. Wherever you go, you will be labeled as a scumbag. In the future, even women will not get close to you. Humph. When she thought of this, her mood became much better. The corner of her mouth curled up slightly. You have a friend series? Why didn't you say that the friend is you? I saw you dancing so beautifully on the stage. But why are you so ugly in private? You're so messy. I didn't do anything to you. Wang Xian looked at Imperial Star Lady with a dark expression and said directly. Everyone could hear his voice clearly as well. I have a series of friends? They are all messed up in private? What the hell, what does this mean? You. When Di Xing heard Wang Xian's ambiguous words, her expression changed. However, she quickly restrained her emotions. Let's not talk about anything else. Next, let's begin our interaction with this friend. Next, Di Xing began to interact with a female fan. She ignored Wang Xian throughout the entire process. Wang Xian did not continue to stand there and walked towards his seat. Who is he? How do you know the Empress Star? Behind the stage, the people from the Dongli dynasty saw this scene. Their expressions changed slightly as they frowned and asked, Go and check the identity of that young man. A young man hesitated for a moment before speaking. He's the son of deity. A middle-aged man beside him nodded. He actually knows Star Lady? Is she from a powerful faction or? The youth muttered. They didn't know much about Star Lady's background. But just the guards by her side weren't existences they could contend against. Knowing Star Lady, was she also from a powerful faction? Interesting. Little sister went to that remote place to hold a concert, but she actually knows a man. Is she going there specifically for this youth? At this moment, on a faraway planet, a few young men and women were sitting in a room at the side. As they watched the scene of the concert, the corners of their mouths curled up slightly. Little sister doesn't have any friends in private. This man might really have nothing to do with little sister. She wants that position. It's not rational for her to fall in love at this time. HMPH, she still wants to compete with us. She's just an actress. An actress is still an actress after all. The other young men and women said coldly, Send someone to check out the background of that young man. We can't let our guard down at this crucial moment. One of the young men said. The rest of the people nodded their heads. Wang Xian didn't know that he had fallen into a trap because of Di Xingnu's actions tonight. Now he knew that he had been scammed. Boss Wang, I didn't expect you to be such a person. However, how do you know Xingnu? Can you call her over so that I can get to know her? As soon as Wang Xian returned to his seat, Invincible in Combat stared at him and said passionately, Get lost. I see that you are asking for a beating. This guy is deliberately trying to trick me. Wang Xian placed a slap on his shoulder and looked at Di Xingnu on the stage. Yes, it was Celestial Maiden who set you up. However, I believe in you, Boss Wang. No one else will believe it. Boss Wang, you are really famous today. You should wear a mask when you go out in the future. The corner of Invincible Battle Technique's mouth twitched in pain as he squeezed out a smile. Wang Xian's face turned black as he ignored him. Based on her fame and attention, he was indeed popular this time. Furthermore, he was unable to defend himself. The opening ceremony will be held in 3 days. Let her be my etiquette lady. Now that she has something to ask of me, how dare she set me up? Wang Xian looked at Di Xingnu on the stage and said in his heart, Let her know that if she had a favor to ask of someone, she had to be obedient. Otherwise, she wouldn't know who was the boss. The concert ended very quickly. Wang Xian teleported away instantly. Invincible. I'm afraid the Dragon King is going to be famous. Seeing Wang Xian leaving instantly, the group of young men beside him looked at each other in dismay. One of them said with a twinkle in his eyes, "He's not just famous. I took a look at the AI just now. It's insane. Boss Wang is directly ranked first on the scumbag men's roll. How pitiful." Invincible Battle Method curled his lips and said directly, "Then, your boss has become famous in one shot. In the future, I won't even dare to get close to you. People will say that those who get close to you will be slandered." A young man teased, "Fuck off. I admire Boss Wang now. He even knows Star Lady. I wonder if he has the chance to have a meal with her." Invincible Battle Technique glared at them and said, "That's true. It's also an honor to be called a scumbag by Star Lady." The young men beside him echoed, "Let's go and have a drink together. Invincible, ask Boss Dragon King if he's coming. We'll just book the place and it'll be fine." A young man said with a smile as the crowd walked out, "Miss, isn't it a little bad to offend that Dragon King like this?" In the backstage area, the woman saw Emperor Star Lady walk out and said softly with a slight frown, "It's fine. In any case, we are helping him capture desolate beasts. What else can he do?" "Humph." Emperor Star Lady shook her head and snorted coldly. The woman shook her head with a smile. Her miss was starting to throw a tantrum. However, when she thought of her miss's revenge, a smile appeared on her face. After today, most of the Imperial Star region would probably know that there was a scumbag in this remote place. It's that guy's bad luck. Who asked him to make young Miss look so miserable? The woman muttered softly, "Huh." At this moment, the Star Lady beside him took out her communication stone plate with a frown. When she saw Wang Xian's message, she suddenly had a bad premonition. 2 days later, go and capture the Black Dock Beast. Get ready, pretty lady. It was a very simple message, but when she saw the Black Dock Beast, her expression began to change. "What is it, miss?" The woman noticed the Emperor Star Lady's expression and immediately asked, "That fellow actually said to capture the Black Dock Beast 2 days later." The Emperor Star Lady said through gritted teeth. The woman was stunned when she heard her words, but soon after, her expression began to change. The Black Dock Beast was a desolate beast that lived in a swamp. This was not important. What was important was that the Black Dock Beast had black mucus all over its body. It was black and ugly. Its tentacles looked extremely disgusting. Most importantly, it could spit out saliva that was extremely poisonous and disgusting. This desolate beast was not weak, but no one was willing to treat it as a battle pet. If the Imperial Star Lady was used as bait to attract the Black Dock Beast, the scene would be unimaginable. This fellow did it on purpose. Following that, the Imperial Star Lady clenched her fists and growled, "This." The woman did not know what to say and sighed helplessly. "Miss, ask her if she can change to another." She hesitated for a moment and said to the Imperial Star Lady, "If Celestial Lady was the bait for the Black Dock Beast, she might as well kill her." "Okay." Celestial Lady gritted her teeth and nodded her head heavily. Her palm was trembling as she sent a message. "This guy asked me to attend the opening of his pet shop." Soon, Celestial Lady received this message, and she was slightly relieved. It was better to attend the opening than to be the bait for the Black Dock Beast. This bastard is doing it on purpose. Following that, she said angrily, that Dragon King was taking revenge on her. The woman beside her shook her head bitterly and didn't say a word. "Hee, I agree. That's a good girl." With a big celebrity helping to promote her, coupled with the 20 immortal godly monarch battle pets in her hands, it will definitely shake the entire starry sky. Wang Xian looked at the message sent by Celestial Lady D, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. When the time comes, Celestial Lady D would be the etiquette lady in his shop. Naturally, some rumors would be destroyed. "How dare you take revenge on me?" Wang Xian said indifferently. Time passed very quickly. Even if the concert of Celestial Lady D was held in a remote place, it still caused a huge sensation. Especially the incident with the scumbag, Wang Xian's popularity spread throughout the entire Imperial Starfield. The entire AI was filled with pictures of Wang Xian, and they were even made into motion pictures. When Wang Xian looked at the AI for the past 2 days, he nearly vomited blood. He was thinking about how he could make the Star Lady pay the price in the future. Boss Wang, the waiters have been found. I have also told my brothers that there will be a large number of Immortal God King battle pets being sold this time. The opening tomorrow will definitely be extremely popular. At this moment, Invincible Battle Technique walked over and said with a smile on his face, "All right." Wang Xian nodded. "I'll have to trouble you for the next 2 days. Tell your brothers that they want to buy God-level battle pets. You can give them a 30% discount." Hee, all right, all right. Invincible Battle Technique immediately nodded his head excitedly when he heard his words. Wang Xian giving them a 30% discount was all out of respect for himself. Wouldn't that bunch of guys be thanking Invincible Boss every single time? Early the next morning, Wang Xian rushed straight into the shop. Looking at the completed signboard and the fresh flowers arranged around it, Wang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. "Boss." A few waiters had already arrived at the shop. When they saw him entering, they immediately greeted him respectfully. Wang Xian nodded his head. Everything had been prepared. Next, as long as he placed his war pet in the shop, he could start his business directly. "Brother Hao, this is the place. According to the information we received, the Godly King opened a war pet shop here." At this moment, a group of young men stood not far away from the shop and spoke to the young man in the distance. "Zhe Yu and your Heaven Beast Corporation are traveling together. Later on, remind some people not to let them enter this shop to buy war pets. Tell them what I said." Dongli Hao looked at a young man and said indifferently, "Yes, Brother Hao. I'll inform you about this." Du Ziyu immediately nodded. "Oh? Brother Hao, look over there. Look, it's the Star Goddess. It's the Star Goddess." At this moment, a young man suddenly pointed to a spot in front of him and shouted excitedly, "What?" The group of young men immediately looked over, their eyes shining brightly. It's true. The Star Goddess hasn't left yet. Everyone looked over in astonishment. Where is she going? At this moment, Dongli Hao and the others saw the Star Goddess walking straight into the shop that had not opened for business. All of them widened their eyes. Didn't the Star Goddess say that the Godly King was a scumbag? Why is she going to his shop now? To cause trouble? A young man widened his eyes slightly and said with a face full of shock, "Cause trouble? Is that possible?" The other young men were slightly dazed. The possibility of this was very small. "Dragon King, I'm here." In the Dragon Palace's war pet shop, Celestial Emperor Lady walked into the shop under the stunned gaze of the service staff. She spoke directly to Wang Xian, who was inside. She wasn't wearing a veil today. Whether she was wearing a veil or not, she couldn't hide it from the people who were paying attention to her. "Oh, I didn't expect the pretty lady to be a big celebrity. I really didn't expect that." Wang Xian watched as Di Xingnu walked in. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said indifferently, "Humph." Di Xingnu snorted softly when she saw his appearance. "My shop is about to open in a while. You can host the opening ceremony and help to promote the Dragon Palace's war pet brain shop. You can just stay by my side for the rest of the time." Wang Xian smiled at her and looked at the woman beside him. The woman looked completely different from the last time he met her. However, he could vaguely sense that this was the woman from the last time. Apparently, she had changed her appearance the last time. "All right." Di Xingnu's expression kept changing when she heard his words. He wanted her to host the opening ceremony? He wanted her to follow him for the rest of the time? To treat him as a servant? However, it seemed that a servant was better than bait. At the thought of this, her face turned black as she stared at Wang Xian. "There's no need to look at me like that. Your little face is slightly red and you look like you are gritting your teeth. Others will think that I'm a scumbag who abandoned you." Wang Xian smiled faintly. With a wave of his arm, he immediately released the Immortal King level battle pets one by one. Howl, howl, howl. In an instant, the entire store was filled with 15 undyings. The staff were shocked as they looked at the undyings. 15. They were all undyings. Every one of them was a battle pet that could only be seen at the auction. An undying's war pet was an extremely valuable existence in the entire Emperor Star field, and now there were a total of 15 of them. This is the price. All the customers who came in, tell them to settle it on the spot. Also, Tell the customers that there are 5 Immortal King level 1 battle pets in the shop that cannot be placed. Wuxia waved his arm and gave each of the waiters a price list. It's the boss. Each of the waiters nodded their heads respectfully. Their hearts were filled with shock. What kind of background did the boss have to be able to call the star goddess over? To be able to take out 20 undyings at once? Invincible boss. I've brought my brothers over. At this time, Invincible's voice could be heard from outside, followed by over 10 silhouettes walking in. Damn. The moment Invincible entered, he felt a stifling pressure. He scanned his surroundings, and when he saw the undying war pets, his eyes widened. My god, Boss Wang, these are all undying war pets? Didn't you only have 8? Why are there so many now? Invincible roared in shock. As for the youths beside him, they were all stunned. Invincible battle technique had already learned that the Dragon King had 8 Immortal King level battle pets for sale. Back then, they were extremely shocked. But now, there were a total of 15 of them. And the one in the middle seemed to be a level 2 Immortal King level battle pet. This was insane. In the past few decades and hundreds of years, there might not be anyone selling Immortal King level battle pets. Now there were more than a dozen of them. I tamed a little more recently. Wuxia said indifferently. It's about time. Let's have a simple opening ceremony. Let's go. Wuxia looked at the time and gestured to Di Xingnu, who was beside him. Humph. She snorted in dissatisfaction and walked out. This is. At this moment, everyone noticed Di Xingnu, who was beside Wuxia. She opened her mouth slightly. Star goddess. Gulp. The group of young men and women gulped. They looked at Di Xingnu and then at Wuxia. Go outside. Wuxia looked at the group of stunned young men and waved at them. He brought Di Xingnu to the entrance and waved his arm to create a simple stage. Be more professional. Wuxia gestured to Di Xingnu and reminded her. You don't have to say it. Di Xingnu said to him coldly and walked to the stage in front of him. Hello, everyone. I am Xingnu. An ethereal voice rang out, causing the passers-by to pause for a moment. Damn. Xingnu. It's him. It's him in person. Wow. Xingnu actually appeared here. Quick. Quick. Who did I see? Am I blind? The passers-by in the surroundings looked in their direction in shock. Immediately after, they swarmed over. When Di Xingnu saw this scene, she smiled faintly and glanced at Wuxia as though she was showing off. The star goddess, these 3 words indeed possessed a powerful magical power. Because of her magical songs and music, she had countless fans. Many elderly people liked her songs very much. Her appearance immediately caused countless people to rush towards her. In less than 3 minutes, nearly 10,000 people had gathered in front of her. There were also many people who were asking questions and were flying towards her. Some staff members of the shopping mall had already rushed over and were ready to maintain order. Boss Wang, tell me, what is the relationship between the star goddess and you? Could it be that the friend she mentioned yesterday was herself? She is your child? At the front of the stage, Invincible battle technique hugged Wuxia's arm tightly as he shouted excitedly. Get lost. Wuxia kicked him away. I am invited to host the opening of the Dragon Palace Battle Pet Shop today. I welcome everyone to support me in the future. The Dragon Palace Battle Pet Shop has just opened. The price would definitely be the most affordable battle pet shop in the Emperor Star field. Currently, there are 20 Immortal King level desolate beasts in the shop. One of them is at level 2 Immortal King level, and there are also a large number of Eternal God level battle pets. We'll sell the Undying Emperor Desolate Beasts for now. Everyone can enter the shop to take a look. 3 days before the opening, only Pinnacle God Lords have the right to enter. Emperor Star Lady looked at the surrounding customers and said, when everyone heard her words, they shifted their attention from her face to the War Pets shop. It wasn't that they wanted to shift their attention, but the news that Emperor Star Lady had said was too unbelievable. 20 Immortal God King battle pets. How is this possible? At the back, an elder couldn't help but growl in a low voice. Buzz. At this moment, Wuxia waved his arm and the entire battle pets in the shop were displayed above the shop. One immortal god king battle pet after another was clearly displayed. Grandpa, don't you believe my words? Then, please take a look for yourself. Emperor Star Lady smiled and pointed at the scene behind her. How is this possible? More than a dozen immortal god king war pets, this. Hidden amongst the crowd, Dong Li Hao and the others, Du Zheyu roared in disbelief. His ancestor was the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation. Their Heaven Beast Corporation was one of the top existences in terms of war pets in this region. However, since the establishment of the Heavenly Beast Corporation, they had not sold more than a dozen immortal god king war pets. A war pet shop with 20 undyings. Is this crazy? Right now it seems like the Shaman Beast Pavilion only has 1 undyings. There seems to be some problems that haven't been sold yet. These are undyings. How many undyings do we have here? All the war pet shops in our region. Even the warpet groups added together can't compare to this Dragon Palace war pet. It's not just comparable, it's not even worthy of carrying shoes. Everyone looked at the situation within the war pet, their eyes wide open. In this region, the third-rate forces were the pinnacle. However, the third-rate forces only had 20 to 30 undying emperors. The strongest East Border God dynasty only had 30 undyings. Just like that, the East Border God dynasty controlled dozens of life planets. They were invincible. However, this shop sold 20 undyings. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. An undying's war pet to a relatively weaker force, it was a life-saving straw. Some planets had always been under the threat of desolate beasts. If there was an undying God Emperor war pet, it could definitely make many planets facing the threat resist the crisis and resolve it. 20 undying God Emperor war pets. How strong is the background of this Dragon Palace war pet shop? Dong Li Hao's expression was dark as he growled. A few days ago at the concert, his attack had caused his subordinate's eyes to be heavily injured. He had always held a grudge. As one of the top powers in this region, he wasn't too afraid of a God Emperor. However, today, seeing his battle pet shop with 20 undying God Emperor level battle pets, it was simply terrifying. Other than that, he could even invite Star Lady to host. His background definitely wasn't that simple. There really is an undying God Emperor battle pet. Everyone make way. Right at this time, a shocked voice came from behind. Dozens of middle-aged men walked over. Their auras shook slightly. Everyone in front made way. It's the warrior from the vast sect. There's an undying warrior. That's the 9th peak undying. Are they here to buy a pet? Everyone looked over and were shocked. Congratulations on the opening of the Dragon King Dragon Palace's War Pet Shop. They were the forces behind Invincible in battle techniques. They rushed over after hearing the words of the disciples of their sects and families. When they saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. The few immortal godly monarchs who were in the lead cupped their hands politely and waved at their subordinates behind them. All the middle-aged men immediately took out their opening gifts. Welcome everyone. If you wish to purchase a war pet, please come in. Wang Xian saw some factions coming over and invited them with a smile on his face. Sure. The Immortal Kings were also very polite. A faction that could purchase 20 Immortal Kings war pets was absolutely terrifying. Wang Xian led the group into the shop. Di Xingnu took a look and did not continue to stand on the stage. She followed them into the shop. Inform the lords of the Celestial Empire immediately and tell them what happened here. There are many factions on the AI that are looking for the Immortal God King war pet. They will definitely rush over once they know about it. The Dragon Palace war pet shop is going to be popular. Everyone was discussing in shock when they saw everyone entering the shop and Celestial Queen leaving. However, very quickly, the information about the Dragon Palace pet shop spread madly through the AI. An undying God Emperor pet was definitely a rare and precious treasure. Many powers were willing to spend some resources to buy a pet. This was much easier than nurturing an undying God Emperor. The Dragon Palace pet shop swept through the surrounding 100,000 human planets at a terrifying speed. All those who had received the news and were interested immediately rushed to the East Lake planet. Damn it, we have to tell the Elder Ancestor and the others immediately. At the entrance of the Heavenly Beast Corporation, Du Zhiyu roared and immediately sent the news to the Heavenly Beast Corporation. Here's where enemies. The rise of the Dragon Palace's battle pet shop was a fatal blow to the other battle pet shops. Everyone has received the situation of the Dragon Palace pet shop, right? An hour later, the chairman of the Heavenly Beast Corporation was sitting in the mechanical beast on the Heavenly Beast planet with a gloomy face. More than 10 people were sitting around him. This time, all the undying godly monarch warriors of the Heavenly Beast Corporation had arrived. The situation of the Dragon Palace pet shop was even more serious than the last time. 20 undying Emperor war pets. An elder sighed slowly, his face filled with envy and helplessness. If they can take out 20 undying Emperor war pets to sell, then their force's undying Emperor-level combat strength definitely won't be lower than 40, or even more. Sky Beast Corporation's Bei Zong roared with a dark expression. His battle pet, the Sky Valley King Beast, had died at the hands of the Dragon Palace. Now that he saw how powerful the enemy was, his heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. Most importantly, we have a grudge against the Dragon Palace. An elder's face was filled with helplessness. Who would have thought that the person they had offended was so powerful? They are selling undying God King battle pets. It doesn't have much of an impact on our market right now. Maybe the situation isn't as bad as we thought. The only female God King said. Oh. Just as he said that, the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation, who was sitting at the front, suddenly stood up after receiving a message. Damn it, the price of the Dragon Palace's battle pet shop is out. Immortal God King level 1 battle pets have 50 pills of the same level or desolate beast corpses of the same value. The other God Lord level battle pets will also be sold at this standard. Damn that fellow. His price is actually so low. His expression changed as he roared. What? Everyone's expression changed when they heard the chairman's words. This price is 10 to 20% lower than the current market price. Most importantly, his undying Emperor Warpit's price is actually so low, 20% lower than the recent auction price. An old man beside him stood up with his eyes wide open. Has the Dragon Palace Warpet shop gone mad, or is it stupid? Doesn't it earn money? Below 10 to 20% of the market price, this was a benefit to the buyers, but to their peers it was a huge blow. They could have sold it at a high price, yet they sold it at this price. Was this a deliberate attempt to suppress them? Was it to completely monopolize the market? The moment the Dragon Palace pet was sold at such a price, the other pet shops could only lower their prices. Most importantly, the Dragon Palace Battle Pet Shop was powerful. They could get 20 Undying God King battle pets. Godlord level battle pets would be much easier. This was pushing them to their deaths. Even if they sell it at a lower price than us and disrupt the market, what can we do? In the headquarters of the Heavenly Beast Group, an old man said bitterly. They had a grudge with the Dragon Palace Pet Shop, but the other party's strength was not something they could contend with. Even if they were suppressed by the Dragon Palace Pet Shop in terms of business, they couldn't do anything about it. Now that the Dragon Palace's pet shop is selling it at such a low price, it won't disturb us anymore. The entire market will be disrupted. If we're not satisfied, will the other great master beast tamers be satisfied? Humph, if he sells it at such a low price, he's going against all the great master beast tamers. Just because our family can't deal with them doesn't mean that he can deal with all the great master beast tamers. Director Bei swept his gaze around and suddenly said in a low voice with a gloomy face. The rest of the people were slightly stunned and revealed a thoughtful expression. Director Bei, go and contact all the great beast tamers in our area. Invite all the great beast tamers who are selling their battle pets. The chairman of the Heavenly Beast Corporation raised his head to look at the old man and ordered him. Good. Although there are few master beast tamers, there are more than a dozen of them in the whole area. Besides, there are two forces that can compete with the Heavenly Beast Corporation. I don't believe that they can compete with all of us. President Bei immediately stood up and said with a cold face, That's right. The Dragon Palace's war pets are not only offending our interests, but also the interests of all master beast tamers. If we can work together, even the East Border Dynasty will have to be wary. An elder slapped the table and stood up to shout. The premise is that they agree. Let's contact them first. The Heaven Beast Corporation's chairman's eyes flickered as he said. Everyone nodded and left immediately. The appearance of the Dragon Palace's 20 undying God King war pets shocked everyone. However, when the Dragon Palace's price was announced, everyone's faces revealed shock. As a war pet with a high price but no market, the undying war pets, everyone thought that the Dragon Palace war pets would be sold at a high price, or the higher price would be auctioned off. However, what everyone didn't expect was that the price was completely the same. Whoever bought it first would get it. This price was even 20% lower than the last auction. That was a full 20%. 20% was a huge fortune for an item of this level. Soon, the Dragon Palace War Pet announced that the price of the Eternal God Lord War Pet was 10% lower than the other War Pet shops. When everyone got the price, countless people were stunned. No one expected the price to be so low. This caused many people to cheer and get excited. The value of the War Pets had always been very high. Even if it was 10% cheaper, it was still a lot of God stones. This made many people rush towards East Pool Planet, flying towards the Dragon Palace's War Pet shop. Unfortunately, the first 3 days were only selling Undying God King War Pets. Only peak God Lords and above had the right to enter the shop. In an instant, the popularity of the Dragon Palace's War Pets completely suppressed the Emperor Star Lady's popularity. TSK, even if we didn't invite the superstar today, the Dragon Palace's War Pet would still be exceptionally popular. Wang Xian stood in the shop and looked at the experts who came in one after another. When he saw their shocked expressions, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said indifferently, "Humph." At the side, the Empress Star glanced at him when she heard his words and snorted coldly. Why didn't he call me over? Of course, she would not say it out loud. She had already seen how narrow-minded this fellow was. Boss, it's on fire. The Dragon Palace battle pets are simply too popular in the AI. Invincible Battle Technique ran over and said to him excitedly. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. Next, he only needed to help them tame their battle pets. As long as he sold the Immortal King Level 2 battle pets, his strength would be able to increase by another level. Time slowly passed. More and more warriors came from all over the planet to the Dragon Palace War Pets. In the 10th hour, the Level 2 Undying War Pets were immediately bought by an Undying Level 3 warrior from the Eastly Dynasty. In the 18th hour, all the Undying War Pets were sold out. When the Dragon Palace War Pets announced that all the Undying War Pets were sold out, everyone was excited. It was too terrifying. Following which, the Dragon Palace announced that they had sold over 500 Eternal God level war pets. They also announced that within 2 months at most, the Dragon Palace would release the second batch of Undyings and sell the second batch of Godlord level war pets. When this news was announced, it caused another huge commotion. Does this Dragon Palace have so many Undyings? Crazy, this is simply crazy. Undyings that might not appear once every few decades to 100 years, now they are being sold in bulk. Such a suitable price. It's much lower than the other shops. Ha ha ha. I need to save up to buy a mount from the Dragon Palace. Let the other shops go to hell. Amidst the shock, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. It was a good thing for their customers that the price was low. When the Dragon Palace's pet shop was being sold at a low price, people scoffed at the other pet shops. Now, even a fool knew that they had to buy a pet shop from the Dragon Palace's pet shop. As for the other pet shops, let them die. Boss Wang, this is bad. More than 20 hours later, Invincible Battle Technique suddenly ran in and shouted at Wang Xian, who was helping his customers tame their pets. What's the matter? Wang Xian looked at him and asked with a frown. Just now, an immortal king from the Heaven Beast Corporation came over and asked me to give you an invitation card. He said that you should go to the Dongqi Hotel tonight. Invincible Battle Technique walked over and gave Wang Xian an ordinary invitation card. Heaven Beast Corporation? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and opened the invitation card to take a look. Then he waved his arm and caused it to disappear. Ignore it, he said faintly. Boss Wang, it's a group selling war pets. I feel that they have come with ill intentions. Invincible Battle Technique whispered to Wang Xian. It's all right. It's just a small Heaven Beast group. Ignore it. Wang Xian didn't take it to heart. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, they weren't afraid of the Heaven Beast group at all. When the Dragon Palace became stronger, Wang Xian was prepared to take action and destroy them. He had yet to take revenge for what had happened back then. That's true. Boss Wong is invincible in the universe. It's just a small heaven beast corporation. Invincible in combat chuckled and did not take it to heart. They are not here yet. In the evening, in a private room on the top floor of the East Pool Hotel, more than 10 people were sitting there. Everyone looked at the time, their expressions extremely dark. An undying emperor had personally sent out an invitation, yet the other party hadn't come. They don't put us in their eyes at all. On the top floor of the East Lake Hotel, the chairman of the Heavenly Beast Corporation looked at everyone with a gloomy face and said coldly, "They don't put the Heavenly Beast Corporation in their eyes, right? The Dragon Palace's battle pets have a grudge against the Heavenly Beast Corporation." An old man said to him indifferently, "The invitation clearly states everyone's strength and names. It's true that he didn't give our Heavenly Beast Corporation face, but he didn't give you any face either. Why don't you all go and invite him?" The chairman of the Heavenly Beast Corporation looked at the elder and said, "All right, now is not the time for us to fight. I'm sure everyone is very clear about the blow the Dragon Palace Battle Pet Shop has dealt to us. Now we want to call him over to talk, but the other party ignored us. What should we do next?" An elder waved his hand and reminded them, "What should we do? If they don't give us face, we have to give them face. With so many of us, even if the Dragon Palace has another 20 undying God King pets, we can still destroy them," the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation said with a face full of killing intent. The dozen people in the room represented the dozen or so factions in the region that were selling their pets. It was no exaggeration to say that if all of them joined forces, they could gather 50 to 60 undying godly monarchs. There were also 3 to 4 level 3 undying godly monarchs. The Heaven Beast Corporation had great confidence in destroying the Dragon Palace's war pets. The Dragon Palace's war pets aren't weak. It's obviously impossible to make a move without even discussing it. The old man who had waved his hand earlier glanced indifferently at the chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation. "Now that the other party doesn't want to talk to us, should we go over and beg him?" The chairman of the Heaven Beast Group said somewhat angrily. "Since he doesn't want to give us face, we don't have to give him face anymore. However, it's impossible to directly make a move. It depends on the Dragon King's attitude. Since he doesn't want to come, then we'll let him come obediently." An old man knocked on the table. "Senior Fong is right. If we can avoid falling out, let's not. It's not good for us either. We can teach them a lesson first and let them come to talk to us first." A middle-aged man nodded with a smile. Other than the Heaven Beast Group, the other war pet groups and forces would not become enemies with the Dragon Palace's war pets unless they were forced to a certain realm. They could get 20 Immortal God King war pets, and there might even be another 10 or 20 war pets. Once the battle started, there might be Immortal God Kings dying. This was something they did not wish to see. "I've investigated the Dragon Palace's war pets and the Dragon King. He has a subordinate called Invincible in battle. Let's capture him and have the Dragon King come over for a chat. What do you think?" An old man pondered for a moment and said, "Sure, send some people from each force." The rest of the people nodded in agreement. All the forces sent people to prevent any accidents from happening. Interesting. The Heavenly Beast Group and the other war pet shops are going to join hands to deal with the Dragon Palace's war pet. A few hours later, a group of young people gathered in an entertainment venue. The east fence in the middle of the hall glanced at the young people around it indifferently and said with a smile, "It's the Dragon Palace's pet that doesn't follow the rules. It can't blame anyone else." Du Zuin said indifferently, "Yeah, Brother Hao, don't you want to see the owner of the Dragon Palace's pet suffer?" The young people next to him said to Dong Lihao with a smile, "Humph, I've been displeased with that invincible battle technique for a long time." Dong Lihao's face darkened when he saw the other young people's mockery. "Make your move as soon as possible in the next 2 days. When the time comes, Dong Lihao, remind the people from the scouting system not to come and capture us." A young man said with a smile, "Don't worry. With all of you allied together, even if we, the Immortal King, know about it, we will at most give you a reminder." Dong Lihao nodded his head coldly. Time passed slowly. The Dragon Palace battle pets continued to be popular for 3 days. In just 3 days, all the battle pets were sold out. Wuxia also used these 3 days to help a group of powerhouses tame the Immortal King war pets as well as the ordinary war pets. It might take some time for the Immortal King war pets to be tamed, but the taming of the ordinary war pets would be fast. Therefore, he managed to tame all the war pets in 3 days. Phew, it's finally done. Next, I have to increase my strength. In addition, after my strength has increased, I will continue to hunt desolate beasts. Next time, it would be best if I can capture a level 3 Immortal King desolate beast. This way, my strength can be improved again. The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He looked at the resources in his interspatial ring. These resources could increase his strength by 1 level. It could increase the combat strength of more than 20 Immortal King level experts in the Dragon Palace. Let me increase my strength first. Wang Xian waved his arm and sat cross-legged in the empty shop. He put the pills into his mouth one by one. Boom, boom, boom. When the pills turned into dragon energy one by one, half an hour later, the divine dragon was circling around Wang Xian. Ding! Congratulations to host for increasing your level. You have reached level 7 of the Eternal Lord. Name Wang Xian. Race, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Man-Dragon Unity. Level 7 of the Eternal Lord. The 6th form of the Divine Dragon Transformation. Origin, 24, 344/100, 000. Ability, rules the water tribe below its level. Devours creatures to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, dragon transformation. Ability, soul-absorbing, spirit-attaching, yin-yang 5 elements dragon eyes. Aspect, 5 elements grinding, dragon kingdom in the palm, dragon head under the heavens, dragon body of 10,000 miles, yin-yang poles, yin-yang 5 elements alms bowl, dragon tail swing. Law metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light and darkness. Level 7. Kingdom of God, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace possession. Level 7. Member of Dragon Palace. 177,693. Roar, roar, roar. A dragon's roar came from his bones. Wang Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, was like a human-shaped divine dragon. If he didn't have any scruples, he would definitely transform into the body of a divine dragon and roam the 9 heavens. Immortal King Level 3 Combat Strength. Looking at his attributes, Wang Xian clenched his fists and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he dared to show himself as a divine dragon and wasn't afraid of others coveting his divine dragon inheritance. Continue to strive and become stronger. Wang Xian's eyes were sparkling. Sorry, Dragon King. Sorry to disturb you. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded at the entrance. Oh! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked outside. Bang! I'm sorry for inviting the Dragon King out of courtesy last time. The middle-aged man at the door smiled. He waved his arm and threw an item on the ground. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he turned around and prepared to leave. Ha! Wang Xian was slightly stunned. When he saw the item that was thrown on the ground in front of him, his expression changed. Bang! The next moment, Wang Xian's pupils contracted slightly. The middle-aged man who was about to leave was directly grabbed by Wang Xian's side. The door was instantly closed. Dragon King, what are you doing? I am representing the Heaven Beast Corporation, the Heaven Tiger Sect, and the 10,000 Beast Hall to deliver something to you. The middle-aged man saw his figure appearing in front of the Dragon King in an instant. When he saw the cold expression on the Dragon King's face, his expression changed drastically. Immediately, he shouted with a stern face but a weak heart. Do you represent the Beast Tamer Grandmasters in this area? Wang Xian's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his arm, the item on the ground appeared in his hand. There was an arm on the ground and a note on the arm. There was only an address written on it. There was nothing else. However, Wang Xian knew that this arm was invincible in battle techniques. He was captured by someone. The people who captured him were obviously members of the Heaven Beast Corporation. They were the beast tamer grandmasters and the pet shop in this area. Have I offended their interests? Wang Xian's eyes were cold as he stared at the middle-aged man who was imprisoned in front of him with murderous intent. How dare a level 9 master god act so arrogantly? Wang Xian stared at him and asked coldly, "You, what are you trying to do? Let me tell you, I represent many godly kings. Furthermore, this is East Lake Planet. Even if a godly king kills someone, he will have to pay the price." The middle-aged man mustered up his courage and reminded Wang Xian. Bang! However, the moment he finished his sentence, his entire body collapsed. There was only a head left. Ah! A miserable scream came out from his mouth. He stared at Wang Xian with a face full of fear. "Don't kill me, don't! Don't kill me!" The middle-aged man shouted with a face full of fear. "Soul Catcher!" Wang Xian waved his arm and the middle-aged man's body trembled. He slowly widened his eyes and his gaze gradually lost its luster. Phew! Wang Xian digested his memories as his eyes sparkled. With a casual wave of his hand, the middle-aged man was completely annihilated. He walked out slowly. Jihuang Manor was a private manor. It was located not too far away from here. Wang Xian stood in front of the main door and scanned his surroundings. "Who are you?" The two guards saw Wang Xian walking over and asked coldly. Wang Xian ignored them. A demonic look flashed across his eyes as he walked straight into the manor. "Ha!" The two guards wanted to stop him, but a voice rang in their minds. They immediately stopped. Wang Xian walked straight into the manor and soon, he arrived at a hall. There were more than a dozen people sitting in the hall. Among them, 3 old men sat in the center while the rest sat on both sides. Wang Xian walked in and swept his gaze across them. When more than a dozen people saw him enter, they revealed faint smiles on their faces. "How about invincible in battle techniques?" Wang Xian asked coldly. "He's just a nobody. Don't worry, he's still alive. It's too difficult to meet the Dragon King. We have no other choice." An old man said faintly, "Hee, you can come and visit me directly if you want to. I don't think I will stop you guys outside." Wang Xian said coldly, "Hand over the invincible battle technique to me first. Dragon King, don't be so arrogant when you come to us. You'd better be sensible." The chairman of the Heaven Beast Corporation said coldly, "Chairman Do." Just as he finished his sentence, the 2 elders beside him looked at him with dissatisfaction. "We will not be involved in the grudges between the Heaven Beast Corporation and you. We are not here to invite the Dragon King over for the Heaven Beast Corporation's matter. The Dragon King should know the details clearly." An elder in the middle said, "Hand over the invincible battle technique to me first." Wang Xian spoke coldly as usual. The old man frowned slightly and waved his arm. Bang! Very soon, a figure was thrown beside Wang Xian. "Wow, Boss Wang, those little brats actually tricked me. Boss Wang, you have to avenge me." The figure hugged Wang Xian's thigh and shouted with an aggrieved expression. Wang Xian looked at him. His entire face was almost disfigured from the beating. Only half of his severed arm had recovered. His entire body was filled with injuries. It was obvious that he was badly beaten up. Furthermore, invincible battle technique had a treasure on him. To be able to grab it, it was obvious that there might be an expert who had made a move in the dark. Buzz. Wang Xian waved his arm and healed the injuries on his body. "You go back first," Wang Xian said to invincible battle technique. "All right, boss, be careful. None of these guys are good people." Invincible battle technique nodded his head and swept his gaze across the dozen immortal kings around him. He shrunk his head slightly and said, "Buzz." As soon as he finished his sentence, his figure flashed and he returned directly to his immortal nation on the star origin planet. "Speak. I'll give you 3 minutes." Wang Xian looked at invincible battle technique and said coldly as he swept his gaze across all of them. His words caused the expressions of the dozen of them to turn slightly ugly. "Dragon King, I won't say much. The ones sitting here today are all the beast-taming grandmasters and pet traders from the hundreds of thousands of planets in this region. We are not envious of the fact that your Dragon Palace's pet can get so many immortal God King pets. However, we hope that you can sell them at the market price. In business, harmony brings wealth. The market price will not affect you. On the contrary, you will earn more. Let me be clear. Offending us will not benefit you. The elder in front warned him directly. I feel that my price is the market price. Wang Xian shook his head lightly when he heard his words. In that case, are you sure you want to offend us? The chairman of the Heaven Beast Group said directly with a cold face. Haha, offend you guys? In business, of course, I make my own decisions. If I want to sell, I will sell. If I don't want to sell, I will not sell. It is my freedom to sell at any price. You guys are also in business. Don't you understand this? If you don't understand, you might as well not do business. Besides, you guys can sell it at my price or even lower than mine. I will sell it at the same price in the future anyway. Wang Xian gave them a mocking smile. Naturally, he could set the price of his battle pets at will. He was also deliberately selling it at the market price. He captured the battle pets and tamed them quickly. For the sake of business, he naturally had to sell them at a lower price than others. The business world was like a battlefield. This group of people obviously didn't understand. Dragon King. Does that mean there's nothing left to talk about? An old man in front stood up slowly. On both sides, there were also old men who stood up coldly and stared at Wang Xian. All of you are begging me, yet you still dare to kidnap my friend. How interesting. I will repay this debt very soon. If all of you still dare to cause trouble, the Dragon Palace will take care of it together. Wang Xian swept his gaze across all of them and smiled sinisterly. Following that, he turned around and left immediately. A bunch of people who were courting death actually dared to kidnap Invincible in combat and make him come over to threaten him. They were not qualified to do so. Even with the current strength of the Dragon Palace, they were not afraid of them. If they were to go head-to-head, who would be afraid of who? Dragon King, you should consider the consequences. Don't force us. Another old man at the front saw Wang Xian turn around and leave. He was furious and shouted coldly. Bang! Damn you, arrogant fellow! In the Nine Desolation Manor, the experts from the Heaven Beast Group, the Heaven Tiger Sect, the Thousand Beast Hall, and other factions saw that Wang Xian did not pay any attention to them as he continued to walk out. Their faces were filled with fury. The sect leader of the Heaven Tiger Sect could not help but slam the table heavily. His face was gloomy. From the moment the other party arrived to the moment he left, he did not put them in his eyes at all. I already said that we don't need to embarrass ourselves. We should have let him know the consequences of offending us from the beginning. The chairman of the Heavenly Beast Group sneered when he saw this scene. Now, shouldn't everyone follow my method? The corner of the mouth of the chairman of the Heavenly Beast Group curled up slightly as he said indifferently. He was happy to see this scene. Sect Master Elder Hua, who went to the Dragon Palace's war pet shop to deliver the news to the Dragon King, has disappeared. His divine kingdom has also fallen into silence. It seems that he has already fallen. At this moment, a figure walked in and reported with an ugly expression. What? He actually dared to directly kill our messenger. The Sky Tiger Sect Master's face changed and he roared in a low voice. The rest of the people's faces changed and turned gloomy again. Can you bear it now? We only have 3 choices now. One is to kill the other party or get the Dragon Palace's battle pets out of our area. The second is to get far away from the other party. And the third is to give up the business of battle pets so that there won't be any impact. The chairman of the Heaven Beast Group said coldly. Everyone in the hall looked gloomy. The Dragon Palace's pet didn't put them in its eyes. Now, one of them had to win or lose. Either the Dragon Palace's pet died or left, or they died or left. However, how could they be willing to leave a place that had stood for hundreds of thousands of years? How could they be willing to give up the business of taming war pets? Everyone, this might be an opportunity for us. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has a powerful array formation. I'm sure that some of you have already seen it. In addition, the Dragon King seems to have mastered the ability to tame war pets quickly. You should know this ability clearly from his taming of the space beasts. If we can get these treasures, we will be able to rise up. At that time, all of us will form a force. Before long, we will be able to step into the center of the Imperial Starfield and not need to be in this remote place. The Heavenly Beast Group's chairman's eyes flickered as he spoke. The expressions of everyone around changed and their hearts were moved. But the other party's strength is not weak. The myriad beast hall master muttered. Wealth comes from danger. If you want to get a huge opportunity, how can you not fight? I really don't believe that all of US combined are not a match for the Dragon Palace. The chairman of the Heavenly Beast Group said coldly. The Dragon Palace's battle pet shop killed the disciple who went to report to us. Now, send someone to assassinate all the staff in his shop. If that Dragon Palace's war pet knows what's good for him, we'll give him a chance. If he doesn't know what's good for him, then we'll see who's really powerful. I don't believe that our Sky Tiger sect has been standing in this area for millions of years, and will be afraid of a new rising power. The Sky Tiger sect's sect master said coldly at this time. One of the people nodded slightly. The chairman of the Heavenly Beast Group revealed a smile on his face. Although everyone had yet to agree, he was not in a hurry. Based on his understanding of the Dragon King, the person who killed him would definitely not let the matter rest. Boss Wang, are you all right? Not long after Wang Xian came out from the 9 Desolation Manor, he received a message that his battle techniques were invincible. I'm fine. Who kidnapped you? Wang Xian immediately asked. Boss Wang, it's Du Ziyu and the rest. Damn it, they took away my protective treasure and all my divine stones. Invincible battle technique said angrily. Oh, send me their specific information. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and said to Invincible Battle Technique, Boss, you want to avenge me? No need. I want to avenge these bastards myself. I want to kill them next time. Invincible Battle Technique immediately shook his head and replied, Mem, that's up to you. I'll get you an Immortal King Level 2 battle pet after a period of time. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and said to him, Invincible Battle Technique was kidnapped because of his own matter. He might as well get him an Immortal King level battle pet. It was just a waste of time for him anyway. What? Boss Wang, what did you say? Get me an Immortal God King level 2 battle pet? Am I seeing things? Wow. Boss Wang, I love you so much. I'm going to find you now and hug your thighs. On the Star Origin planet, Invincible Battle Technique, who was initially extremely angry, jumped up in excitement when he heard Wang Xian's words. This time, he was kidnapped and an expert had snatched away his defensive treasure. This treasure was worth a lot and was no less valuable than a Pinnacle God Lord battle pet. In fact, it was even a little more valuable. Now, Boss Wang actually said that he wanted to give him an Undying God King level 2 battle pet. He was practically flying into the sky. His master was only an Undying God King level 1 battle pet now. You don't have to come over. It's not safe here. The battle pet will probably take 1 to 2 months. You can just wait for news on the Star Origin planet. Wang Xian said directly to Invincible Battle Technique. Alright, don't worry, Boss Wang. I'll wait for your news here. Invincible Battle Technique nodded his head. His face was filled with excitement and excitement. Buzz. After he finished talking to Invincible Battle Technique, Wang Xian immediately contacted Prime Minister Gue. Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui's image appeared and he shouted at him respectfully. Get Ao Yao and Ao Jian to bring a few people over. Wang Xian immediately said to Prime Minister Gue. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue immediately nodded his head. What's the current situation in the Dragon Palace? Wang Xian continued to ask. Dragon King, Ao Crab has led his subordinates to the surrounding planets for missions. We have found a few good missions to assist the other planets in suppressing and wiping out the desolate beasts. With Ao Crab and the rest, our Dragon Palace will gain a lot every time. After the other members of the Dragon Palace have cleaned up the underground sea, they will also go out to carry out missions. Prime Minister Gue said with a smile. Yes, that's fine. Tell Ao Crab that if he can capture some Eternal God Lord level desolate beasts alive, try to capture them alive. Don't kill them and keep their divine kingdoms. Wang Xian nodded his head with a satisfied look on his face. In this starry sky, there were many desolate beasts. The Dragon Palace could definitely hunt desolate beasts to improve quickly. Furthermore, the Immortal Deity King could imprison the Eternal Deity Overlord Desolate Beast and capture it alive for sale. The value would be even greater. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gue nodded. Next, I'll capture the immortal deity king sea monster myself. I'll leave this to Ao Jian and Ao Yao. Wang Xian thought to himself. He immediately contacted the Empress Star Lady and got ready to work. However, at night, Wang Xian received a piece of news. All the staff members of the Dragon Palace's pet shop were assassinated. Boss, my friend sent me a message saying that all the staff members of the Dragon Palace's war pets that he had asked for were assassinated. Boss Wang, be careful. Those damn fellows might want to deal with you. I heard from my master that they are very strong. In the manner, Wang Xian was looking at the image of his invincible combat skills. When he heard the news that he had reported, his face turned gloomy. I got it. I will handle this matter. He nodded with a gloomy face. All right, Boss Wang. Be careful. Although the safety of Eastlake Planet is very high, it is still possible for an expert to assassinate someone. Moreover, that group of people is not weak. If they join forces, even the East Border Dynasty might not dare to offend them too much. Invincible reminded him a few more times before hanging up the call. They actually assassinated all the employees of my Dragon Palace shop. Good, very good. Wang Xian's eyes were icy cold as he sat in the manor and waited quietly. Buzz. Greetings, Dragon King. 3 hours later, a group of figures flew over. Ao Jian brought 3 dragon guards with the combat strength of immortal godly monarchs, while Ao Yao brought 5 dragon species with the strength of immortal godly monarchs. I'm here. This is some information regarding the Heaven Beast Corporation, the Heaven Tiger Sect, the Thousand Beast Hall, and the other factions. What you have to do next is to assassinate everyone on the East Lake planet. There's no need for Immortal King-level experts to take action for now. Leave no one else alive. Wang Xian passed a piece of information to Ao Yao and instructed him. It's the Dragon King. Leave this to us. Ao Yao nodded his head. Be careful. This is the territory of the Eastern Border Dynasty. No killing is allowed. Don't reveal your identity. Wang Xian reminded him. Don't worry, Dragon King. These technological detection methods won't be able to detect us. Ao Yao nodded his head confidently. The formation was ineffective against them. These technological detection methods wouldn't be able to detect them. Moreover, they had the combat strength of an immortal king. It was too difficult to detect them. All right, I'll leave the matters here to you guys. I still have other matters to attend to. Wang Xian nodded his head. The fight with the Heavenly Tiger Sect and the Thousand Beast Hall had yet to reach the point where they would fight to the death. Since the other party was killing some of his people as a warning, Wang Xian would kill his way back to warn them hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times over. If the other party still dared to attack, he would continue. Of course, this was also the situation where Wang Xian had no other choice at the moment. It was very difficult to kill an immortal king. Even if he had the black hole spatial disturbance formation, he could only kill a few immortal kings at most. After all, the other party also had many level 3 immortal king powerhouses. If they were to fight, the Dragon Palace could win. However, it would be difficult to completely destroy them. He was waiting for the Dragon Palace's strength to improve further. If he wanted to fight, he would destroy all of them. It's the Dragon King. Ao Yao Jian and the rest nodded their heads. I'm a little late. The next morning, at the entrance of the manor, Wang Xian looked at Di Xingnu, who was late, and said indifferently, You're only a few minutes late. HMH. Where are you going? Di Xingnu's face darkened when she heard his words and said with a dark expression. Now she was a little angry when she saw Wang Xian. This fellow was simply too despicable. Let's go to the Lualman Beast Park. Wang Xian said. All right. As long as she wasn't going to capture the Black Dock Beast, she didn't care about going to other places. Let's go. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. His body moved and he immediately flew towards the teleportation formation. The Lualman Beast Park was the largest beast park in this region. It was also the biggest threat to this region. The Lorman Desolate Beast Garden was extremely huge, and it had a special characteristic. That was that the Lorman Desolate Beast Garden would gradually expand. There was a plant that lived there, and this plant had a special characteristic. Could reproduce crazily, growing crazily. Once it was not artificially treated, every year, The Lorman Desolate Beast Garden would expand tens of millions of kilometers to the outside world. Tens of millions of kilometers a year in the vast starfield was indeed not much. But what about 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years? Once this void plant expanded, it was a very good habitat for desolate beasts. The Lorman Desolate Beast Garden had always occupied the living space of humans. It was the greatest threat to the entire region. The number of desolate beasts living in it was endless. Occasionally, there would be beast tides. There were a few hundred life planets that were completely destroyed by the beast tides. As a paradise for desolate beasts, it naturally had many treasures. God tree, God fruit, desolate beast cubs. The treasures that were once taken over by the Lorman Desolate Beast Garden. Some of the undying godly monarchs that died in the Desolate Beast Garden, the undying godly nation. Desolate Beast, undying godly nation, and so on. The Lorman Desolate Beast Garden also attracted many warriors and adventurers to enter. Many experts had obtained opportunities inside and stepped into the Immortal King level. Wang Xian had set his target here mainly because there were more desolate beasts here. The number of Immortal King level desolate beasts in the entire Lualman Desolate Beast Park could reach up to 10,000, which was more than all the Immortal King level desolate beasts in the entire area combined. There was a teleportation array to arrive at the Lualman Desolate Beast Park on planet East Lake. Welcome to the Lorman Desolate Beast Park. I wish all the brave warriors a triumphant return. When Wang Xian and the rest arrived at the planet closest to the Lorman Desolate Beast Park through the teleportation formation, a voice was heard. He turned his head and saw a beautiful lady not far away. The voice came from this lady. Wang Xian nodded his head lightly at the lady and looked ahead. The location of the formation was located at the peak of an extremely huge mountain. The entire mountain was over 100,000 meters tall. Looking ahead, there was no starry sky. There was only a type of black tree. This type of tree was located in the starry sky ahead. It was densely packed and endless. At a glance, it was extremely oppressive. On the right, there were towering flames burning in the void. There were experts burning the black trees. Let's go there directly, Wang Xian said to the Imperial Star Lady and flew straight into the void ahead. There were many people in the surroundings. Many of them were exuding an extremely strong murderous aura. Some of these people came from other planets to take risks and seek treasures and opportunities. Some of them were from the nearby life planets. In front of the Lorman Desolate Beast Garden, there were over 100 human planets. In the past, there were about 500 to 600 life planets nearby because of the expansion of the Lorman Desolate Beast Garden. A few hundred of them led their planets to escape. And the over 100 planets that remained here, every one of them was incomparably huge, several times bigger than the Tianzhe continent. Even an undying emperor would find it hard to escape with the planets. Now, all the humans on these hundreds of planets were working together to defend against the invasion of the Lorman Desolate Beast Park. This time, I'll see if I can capture the Level 3 Immortal King Battle Pet. Once I capture it, I'll be able to upgrade once again, Wang Xian mumbled. Just as he was heading to the Lorman Desolate Beast Park, Ao Yao Ao Jian and the rest started to search for information on the East Pool planet. According to the information we received, the Dragon King has gone to the Lorman Desolate Beast Park. He should have received the news of the death of the staff of his Dragon Palace's war pet shop, but he did not react. Maybe the Dragon King knows the consequences of offending us. In the Nine Desolates manor, everyone was sitting in the hall. Hearing the information their subordinates had received, they smiled faintly. The employees were killed without any reaction. It was obvious that they were afraid of their strength. This was a normal phenomenon. After all, if they really joined forces, the Dragon Palace's pet shop would definitely not be their match. We can't be completely sure yet. This is only the first day. The chairman of the Heavenly Beast Group frowned slightly. He did not expect the Dragon King to leave this place directly. He wouldn't dare to offend all of us even if he had the guts. He's still arrogant in front of us. He should just leave now. As long as he's not stupid, he should know what to do. An old man said calmly, his face full of confidence. Offending them was obviously the wisest choice. The rest of the people nodded slightly. They didn't want to be enemies with the Dragon Palace's battle pets unless they had no choice in the end. Let's not make too much of a decision now. The Dragon Palace's battle pets said that the next sale will be in 1 to 2 months. We will look at it in 1 to 2 months. The leader of the Sky Tiger sect said slowly. All right. The rest of them replied. The area of the Lorman Desolate Beast Park is very, very large. It is thousands of times larger than the Blackstone domain. If we search for it ourselves, it will take a very long time. We can buy information here first. Wang Xian was floating in the air as he read the information on the artificial intelligence system. Previously, he had explored the Blackstone domain for 7 to 8 days before taking action. However, the area of the Lorman Desolate Beast Park was too huge. It would take a long time to explore it. The best way was to buy some information. The artificial intelligence system suggested that they could go to the Iron Blood Alliance to buy information here. Let's go to the location of the other mountain peak in front. Wang Xian said to Celestial Queen and flew straight to a relatively short mountain peak in front. The entire mountain peak had the words, Iron Blood Alliance written on it. The Iron Blood Alliance was an alliance among the hundreds of planets in the vicinity. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Iron Blood Alliance was the strongest except for the Eastern Border Dynasty. However, even though they were strong, the pressure was immense. They rarely left the hundreds of planets around them. As they were facing the threat of the Lorman Desolate Beast Park, the godly monarchs here did not move around. Welcome to the Iron Blood Alliance, sir. Are you here to receive a mission or not? Wang Xian landed on the mountain peak and a lady immediately asked respectfully. Purchase information regarding all the Immortal King Desolate Beasts that you know in the Lorman Desolate Beast Park. Wang Xian immediately replied. Sir, please come in. I will inform the person in charge of the information department. The female staff was slightly stunned and led them inside. Information of this level was extremely valuable. Half an hour later, Wang Xian walked out from the Iron Blood Alliance with satisfaction. This time, he spent a lot of money. The value of the information was comparable to the value of more than a dozen peak-stage god-level war pets. However, it was totally worth it. This Iron Blood Alliance is indeed worthy of being in existence that has been fighting against the Lorman Desolate Beast Park for millions of years. They actually have more than 100 pieces of information regarding the immortal God King Desolate Beast. Wang Xian revealed a satisfied expression. Looking at the map in his hand, he moved his body and flew straight into the Lorman Desolate Beast Park. Remember these locations first. You have to go in and investigate later. Wang Xian told Di Xingnu, who was located in the crack in the void, about the map. I know. Di Xingnu rolled her eyes at him and said coldly, Don't be so cold. After all, we have a mutually beneficial relationship. If you want to buy a war pet in the future, you can come and look for me. Wang Xian smiled when he saw her frosty look. Di Xingnu glanced at him and didn't say a word. Buzz. The next moment, they plunged into the vast Lorman Desolate Beast Park. The entire huge forest was like an ocean reaching a height of millions of kilometers. Although it couldn't be compared to the underground sea, the area was indeed terrifying. Let's go to the first place first. Wang Xian said to Di Xingnu and flew forward quickly. His speed was very fast. Once he had a target, he didn't need to stay in other places. Let's go and investigate first. If we can find the Immortal King-level Desolate Beast, we will come back immediately. Wang Xian gestured to Di Xingnu and the two of them split up. In this area, according to the information from the Iron Blood Alliance, there was a level 1 Immortal King Desolate Beast active. As long as he could find it, Wang Xian could set up an array and start capturing it. The black trees were abnormally lush, causing the space around them to not be too big. There were all kinds of desolate beasts living here. There were desolate beasts the size of ants that could cause fatal danger to the eternal God Lord. Wang Xian relied on his ability to conceal himself in the light and darkness to carefully search for his pursuers. All right, let's try to sense these branches with the wood attribute. Suddenly, he had an idea and placed his palm on the branches. With the ancestral tree, Wang Xian's sense of the wood attribute was far superior to the other attributes. Furthermore, he also had the mystical branches such as the Fuchang tree, the inexhaustible wood, the soul-returning wood, and so on. The spirit-imbued Fuchang tree might be useful here. Wang Xian had an idea. A tree branch appeared in his palm, and he placed it on the black tree. In the next moment, the endless black tree branches in front of him appeared in Wang Xian's mind like a network. In just an instant, he felt that he could sense everything within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. I didn't expect it to be so useful. The spirit attached to the branch gave it a hint of spirituality. This spirituality could act as Wang Xian's eyes. I found it. Ha ha ha. It seems like I have gained a lot this time. Wang Xian revealed an excited expression and immediately sent a message to Di Xingnu. You found it so quickly. Di Xingnu had only left for less than 5 minutes when she rushed back after receiving Wang Xian's message. She asked in astonishment, I found it. I'll set up the formation first. You go over and attract it over later. Wang Xian said to her and immediately set up the formation. More than 10 minutes later, Di Xingnu went over to attract it. The process was relatively smooth. When she saw an ant jumping around in front of her, the immortal king desolate beast naturally attacked her directly. The following taming was also very smooth. It was not the first time Wang Xian had done such a thing. He easily captured it. Haha, it was too smooth. Let's go, let's continue. Wang Xian said excitedly to Di Xingnu. This guy is really crazy. He managed to tame an immortal king battle pet in such a short period of time. If he is given enough time, wouldn't he be able to build an army of more than 100,000 immortal king battle pets? Emperor Star Lady looked at Wang Xian, her heart filled with awe. The fourth one. After more than 10 hours, Wang Xian tamed the war pet in front of him. A faint smile appeared on his face. It had only been more than 10 hours since he arrived at the Lorman Desolate Beast Park, but Wang Xian had already tamed 4 immortal God King war pets. If other beast taming grandmasters were to find out about such a terrifying speed, they would definitely go crazy. If the Heaven Beast Corporation's Heavenly Tiger Sect knew that Wang Xian had such an ability, they would probably go all out to dig out the secret of beast taming. Next, we have to go deeper. Wang Xian looked at the map and said to Di Xingnu, Up to you. Di Xingnu said to him indifferently, Let's go. Wang Xian quickly shuttled through the Lualman Desolate Beast Park. With the ancestral tree, he shuttled through the forest. It gave Wang Xian the feeling of a fish swimming in the sea. This time, after flying for a few hours, Wang Xian saw an incomparably huge bird nest from afar. Yes, it was a huge bird nest built by desolate beasts and birds. There were countless birds in the entire nest. There's a level 2 Immortal King level battle pet here. Go and lure it out. Wang Xian looked around and sensed a level 2 Immortal King level desolate beast inside. He said to Di Xingnu, This desolate beast in front is a group creature. If I go and lure it out, it will definitely make its subordinates attack. Emperor Star Lady looked ahead and her face slowly turned dark. It's all right. Those desolate beasts that are not at the Immortal King level will not be able to attack you. Wang Xian shook his head. Let's go. I'll wait for you here. Bastard. Emperor Star Lady cursed in a low voice and braced herself to fly forward. She could already imagine the consequences that would follow. She would be grabbed and attacked by countless birds, and the feathers on her head would flutter. Don't blame me for not showing mercy to the fairer sex. Wang Xian watched her fly forward and waited quietly with a smile on his face. Seniors, young masters. This is the nest of the desolate beast vermilion bird. There are millions of vermilion birds living here. The strongest one has reached level 2 Immortal King, and there are quite a number of eternal god lords. And at this moment, on the other side of the vermilion bird nest, more than a dozen people were flying over. Not bad. Not bad. It's this type of desolate beast. A youth looked at the desolate beast flying ahead and smiled. If this young master wants to catch a few, it's very simple. When the time comes, you can find a beast tamer to help tame them. The middle-aged man who spoke at the beginning said with a smile, The resources here are extremely rich, and it's not too dangerous. The old man standing in the middle of the group of young men, with a folding fan in his hand, looked around and said, Senior, this is a huge threat to you and the Iron Blood Alliance. If you are willing to help us, let's talk about this in the future. As the middle-aged man spoke, the old man with the folding fan interrupted him. When the middle-aged man heard this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Ga. At this moment, ear-piercing sounds suddenly came from the front. The sound shook the sky. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and he immediately looked forward. It's the Vermilion Bird King. It seems to have been alarmed. When he looked over, his pupils constricted slightly. Oh, there's a human figure inside. The elder beside him raised his eyebrows and immediately looked over. An undying god level 2 desolate beast soared into the sky, its aura extremely terrifying. In front of the Vermilion Bird Emperor, a figure was like a small boat under a huge wave, floating in front of it. What was strange was that despite facing so many terrifying attacks, that figure wasn't killed. Oh! The group of youths looked over, their faces filled with shock. Although the figure was not fleeing from them, the distance was getting closer and closer. How strange. That figure can actually flicker. Does she have any treasures on her? A youth took out a mirror and placed it in front of him, looking at it, his face filled with shock as he said, "There should be some treasure that can actually dodge an undying level 2 desolate beast's attack. This treasure is extraordinary." The old man holding the fan had a glint in his eyes. Ga. At that moment, the Vermilion Bird Emperor let out an urgent sound. The sound covered the huge bird nest. Ga. The next moment, countless vermilion birds attacked the silhouette. They could see that the figure was surrounded by countless vermilion birds. She was like an insect, being attacked and attacked. What a strong defense, what a strange treasure. After a long time, the old man with the folding fan said with a face full of amazement. The figure in front of them had been attacked by countless vermilion birds for more than 10 minutes without any injuries. She was still running away. Obviously, the treasure on her was very strong. It seems to be a woman. As they got closer, a young man said in surprise, "Great-grandfather, should we save that woman?" The young man who was watching through the mirror said to the old man. The old man with the folding fan hesitated slightly. "We can form a good relationship." He nodded slightly. "Let's go and take a look." As the elder spoke, he waved his arm and brought them forward. "Oh, there's actually someone here. This is too embarrassing." At this moment, the Emperor's Star Lady, who was covered in bird feathers, saw someone looking at her. Her expression changed slightly. She waved her arm and a veil covered her face. "We are almost at that guy's array formation. The rest will be left to that guy. This desolate beast is too disgusting." Emperor Star Lady flew forward with a dark expression. "Miss, do you need support?" As the old man and the others approached, a youth immediately said, "No need." Emperor Star Lady was slightly stunned when she heard the voice, but she immediately replied coldly. She was in a very bad mood. "We're here." At this moment, she looked forward, and her dark expression eased a little. "This." The group of people who heard the words of the Imperial Star Lady were also slightly stunned. However, in the next moment, they saw an incomparably huge array formation suddenly appear a few hundred kilometers ahead of them. The array formation had just enveloped the area in front of them and almost enveloped them as well. "This is." The old man with the folding fan was slightly stunned and raised his brows slightly. That woman earlier was intentionally luring Vermilion Bird Emperor over? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, his face filled with shock. "This? Grandfather, what array is this?" A youth asked in shock. "I don't know, it should be an array that restricts Undying God King Desolate Beasts. Elder Gong, do you know anything about it?" The old man asked the middle-aged man. "No." Elder Gong shook his head. "This is the first time I've encountered it. Our Iron Blood Alliance doesn't have any records either." "Should we go in and take a look?" A youth said with interest. That's not good. We entering the other party's array for no reason. That's a huge taboo." Elder Gong immediately said. "What's there to be afraid of? What can the other party do to us?" The young man said indifferently. In this area, they were really not afraid of anyone. "This?" Hearing the young man's brazen words, Elder Gong frowned slightly. To be able to break through the other party's formation so recklessly, it could be said to be an attack. If the other party were to find it difficult to speak, a battle might ensue. However, when he looked at the old man with the folding fan beside him, his expression changed and he remained silent. This old man is a little curious as well. Let's take a look. The old man felt the array in front of him and hesitated before reaching out. In this region, they really had nothing to be afraid of. Even though his strength wasn't invincible in this region, an undying level 3 was still considered top tier. And with their actions, he was extremely shocked. Maybe there was some chance. Elder Gong sighed helplessly when he saw that the old man was about to make a move. He didn't dare to stop him. Crack, crack, crack. An energy palm appeared in front of the old man. It landed on the black hole, disturbing the air formation and made a glass-like sound. Ha! At this moment, Wang Xian, who was inside the formation, was taming the Vermilion Bird King. When he sensed that the black hole disturbing the air formation was being attacked, he frowned slightly. You're courting death. Sensing the group of people outside, Wang Xian's eyes turned cold. Attacking the formation he set up was clearly a blatant provocation. Towering snake. His palm pressed down on the body of the Vermilion Bird King beneath him. With a thought, the towering snake space beast appeared at the side. Once it's broken, attack immediately. Wang Xian gave him an order. Under the suppression of the dragon's might, the Vermilion Bird King trembled and began to absorb the dragon's blood. Eh? They actually attacked the formation. Is this a provocation? Is it that group of people? Not far away from them, the Imperial Star Lady also sensed that the formation was being attacked. She looked over in puzzlement. Crack, crack, crack. In the sky, the formation began to crack slowly. A hole slowly appeared. It's going to break. Outside, the old man with the folding fan said faintly, hiss, hiss, hiss. Then, as soon as he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura rushed toward them. Oh no! The old man's face changed dramatically and he immediately raised the folding fan in his hand. The folding fan immediately shot out a terrifying flame. Not good. Elder Gong felt the aura inside, and his face turned pale. He flew backward in fear. Bang! However, at this moment, an enormous head came charging at them. The triangular head, which was hundreds of meters in size, smashed heavily in front of them. Because they were too close to each other, everyone was covered by the head. Crack! 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 When the head of the towering snake landed on the flame, the folding fan in the old man's hand started to collapse. Damn it! This caused him to feel a wave of shock and anger in his heart. But he could not avoid it. Once he did, the few descendants by his side would instantly be annihilated. Bang! No! In the next moment, his entire body was sent flying backwards, and the folding fan in his hand completely crumbled. This was a treasure that he had spent a great price to obtain. The old man let out a wild roar, protecting the few youths beside him as he immediately flew backwards. What made him feel relieved was that the gigantic monster did not continue to attack. Why is there another monster in here? What is going on? The group of young men looked at the towering snake that had crawled out of the formation with shock and anger on their faces. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian's figure appeared above the towering snake's head. He stared at the group of people in front of him with a cold gaze. Are you looking for death? Wang Xian stared at them with murderous intent. It's a misunderstanding. Elder Gong's expression changed drastically when he saw the scene. He quickly said to Wang Xian, "Isn't the formation set up by the attack looking for death?" Wang Xian glanced at him and locked onto the old man. Immortal King Level 3. The old man looked at the desolate beast under Wang Xian and then looked at Wang Xian. A hint of fear flashed across his eyes, especially the terrifying gigantic beast under him. It made him feel a sense of threat. We are from the Blazing Sun Immortal Dynasty. How dare you attack us? Behind them, a young man saw Wang Xian making a move and roared with a face full of shock and anger. Buzz! When Wang Xian heard the young man's words, there was no hesitation on his face. He waved his arm and the law of annihilation attacked them directly. At the same time, the gigantic body of the towering snake attacked them once again. You! When the young man saw Wang Xian launching an attack directly, his face was filled with shock. He quickly hid behind the old man. Brother, it's our fault this time. Please give the Iron Blood Alliance some face. Elder Gong, who was at the back, had a drastic change in expression as he shouted hurriedly. When the old man saw Wang Xian's attack, his expression changed drastically. He quickly led the group of young men to the side to hide. "We have no ill intentions." At this moment, the old man also spoke with an embarrassed expression. "Scram!" Wang Xian shouted at them coldly. "Go!" When the old man saw Wang Xian's murderous look, his face darkened. With a low growl, he left immediately. The group of young men followed behind with extremely embarrassed expressions. This fellow's strength seems to have increased. At the beginning, he seemed to be at level 2 Immortal King. Or could it be that he has been hiding his strength all this while? How old is this bastard? Regardless of his aura or behavior, he doesn't seem to be too old. At the lower position, Di Xingnu looked at Wang Xian's figure with curiosity and doubt in her eyes. Very soon, she shook her head and stopped thinking about it. These guys really don't know what's good for them. Wang Xian looked at the group of people who had left and said coldly, "If that old man wasn't a level 3 Immortal King, he would definitely have been severely injured by the attack of the towering snake. Attacking his formation for no reason was either arrogance or courting death. The reason why he didn't kill him was because the other party wasn't weak. Let's go. Let's continue to the next place." Wang Xian said to Di Xingnu and headed to the next place. He didn't take the small incident to heart. Elder Gong. Who are they? The old man and a few young men who had left the previous location asked Elder Gong with gloomy faces. This junior really doesn't know that our Iron Blood Alliance rarely goes to other planets. Elder Gong shook his head bitterly. Wang Wang Wang. Just as he finished speaking, the communication device on his body trembled. Seeing the information on it, his expression changed slightly. "Senior, our Iron Blood Alliance has discovered a powerful Desolate Beast movement in the depths of the Lorman Desolate Beast Park. I have to rush over." Elder Gong immediately said. "Yes." The old man nodded with a dark expression. Elder Gong bowed apologetically and left immediately. "Grandfather, what desolate beast did that huge beast belong to?" When we reported the name of the Blazing Sun Undying God Dynasty, he actually dared to attack. A youth thought about the attack and said solemnly, "Forget it." The old man looked at the broken weapon in his hand and clenched his fist. An Undying level 3 warrior with an Undying level 3 battle pet with such strength, it was too hard to kill him. Could it be that they had sent the Sun Dynasty warriors to kill him? Was that possible? The 15th one. In the Lorman Desolate Beast Park, Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the level 2 Immortal King Desolate Beast into his mother nest. His face was filled with smiles. Today was the 20th day since he came to the Lorman Desolate Beast Park. It was much slower than when he first tamed the desolate beasts. The main reason was that the deeper he went, the more complicated it became. The accuracy of the information was lower. Many places did not have any Undying God King Desolate Beast activities. It was possible that the desolate beasts had returned to their own Undying God countries to train, or they might have entered other places. In just 20 days, he had tamed 15 Undying God King war pets. 3 of them were at level 2. That was already very terrifying. Even Emperor Star Lady could not help but click her tongue. His gains for the day was equivalent to her having a concert. "Let's eat something to satisfy my craving." Wang Xian flew to a branch and set up a table with a satisfied expression. He took out a piece of Immortal King-level desolate beast meat. Pouring a cup of tea was extremely refreshing. He gestured to the Emperor Star Lady and said with a smile, "Auntie Ying." The Emperor Star Lady hesitated for a moment before shouting at the lady who was following behind them. The woman was a few million kilometers away from them. This was Wang Xian's request to prevent any Immortal King or Desolate Beast from being alerted. Over the past few days, the Imperial Star Lady's attitude towards Wang Xian had improved. There was no other way. It was only the beginning. There were still 2 more years. "Young Master Wang." The woman flew over and greeted Wang Xian with a smile. She was not as unfamiliar as before. She was full of admiration towards Wang Xian. She was certain that if the powerhouses of the Imperial Court were to find out about his ability, they would definitely recruit him immediately. If they failed to recruit him, they might obtain his secret at all costs. His taming speed was simply heaven-defying. If it wasn't for the woman's good self-control, and the fact that Wang Xian had helped her to tame the towering snake space beast. She couldn't help but want to kidnap Wang Xian and force him to reveal the secret of his taming. Eat something and rest for a while. Wang Xian smiled at the woman and poured her a cup of tea. Thank you, young Master Wang. The woman nodded and sat at the side. Roar. However, before Wang Xian and the rest could rest for long, roars suddenly came from the depths of Lualman. Eh? The first one to react was Auntie Ying. She immediately flew into the sky and looked into the depths. There are some strange movements among the desolate beasts in the Desolate Beast Park. A large number of desolate beasts from the depths are flying towards this direction. The woman's eyes were sparkling as she said, "Oh." Wang Xian also looked into the depths. Ka ka ka. A sound that sounded like the wind blowing down leaves could be heard. Wang Xian saw a huge plant-type desolate beast that was tens of thousands of meters in size rushing towards this direction. Behind it, there were at least millions of similar desolate beasts. Immortal King Level 2 Desolate Beast with Type Plant-type Desolate Beast. What is it doing? Wang Xian asked with a face full of surprise. Look in the other direction. The woman pointed to the left and right sides. The leader was still the Immortal King Desolate Beast. Her own race followed behind and flew out. The brain says that the expansion of the Lorman Desolate Beast Garden is due to the increase in the strength of the desolate beasts in the Desolate Beast Garden. The moment a desolate beast breaks through to the Undying Emperor realm, it will definitely occupy a huge territory. As time passes, there will be more Undying Emperor desolate beasts. Lorman will have to expand. If the Lorman Desolate Beast's expansion speed slows down or is stopped, it will cause the Undying Emperor Desolate Beasts to fight for their territory. To prevent such a situation, the Undying Emperor Desolate Beasts will team up and launch the Beast Tide. The Beast Tide is for the Lorman Desolate Beast to expand faster. It is also to eliminate some Immortal King Desolate Beasts. Wang Xian mumbled. It should be more or less the same. Powerful desolate beasts usually do not fight. Sometimes, they have to fight to either launch a beast tide or expand crazily. The woman nodded her head slightly. Aunt Ying, please leave this place. I want to set up an array formation here. Wang Xian licked his tongue. He did not care why the desolate beasts were in such a situation. However, the Immortal King Desolate Beast was flying towards him. It was simply waiting for him. As long as he set up an array formation, the group of desolate beasts could enter and easily tame it. All right. Aunt Ying nodded and immediately retreated. Star Lady, I don't need you this time. You can watch from the side. Wang Xian said to Di Xingnu. She was weaker and couldn't see the situation clearly. Di Xingnu pursed her lips and hid in the space crack. Wang Xian didn't say anything and immediately started to set up the formation. It's here. In less than 3 minutes, a savage aura charged at Wang Xian. Faced with this terrifying aura, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. I have to end this battle quickly. Wang Xian locked onto the Immortal King plant-type Desolate Beast and muttered. Endless groups of desolate beasts flew over in a mighty manner. They did not think that there would be anyone here to ambush them. We're here. Formation, rise. Wang Xian let out a low growl and the black hole disturbing formation immediately rose up. This time, the area covered by the formation he set up was not very big. It was only about 1,000 kilometers or so. It just happened to cover the Immortal King Desolate Beast within. Hiss! 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 The towering snake space beast was released. Wang Xian immediately unleashed the strength of a level 3 Immortal King. Pong! The terrifying pressure caused the level 2 Immortal King plant-type Desolate Beast to reveal a look of shock and anger. It immediately turned around and wanted to escape. Pong! Pong! However, in the next moment, Wang Xian's dragon claw grabbed onto his head. The towering snake's body wrapped around its back. Surrender! Wang Xian's body trembled and the aura belonging to the ancestral tree rushed out immediately. Bam! 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 The branches on his body smacked and he surrendered immediately. Wang Xian smiled and dripped a drop of the divine dragon's blood. Buzz! The entire process didn't take more than a minute. Even after witnessing Wang Xian's beast-taming speed, the Imperial Star Lady was still stunned this time. This speed was too terrifying. Don't worship me so much. I already have a wife. Wang Xian took a glance at the Empress Star Lady and teased her in a good mood. Scram! However, the Empress Star Lady's face turned red as she roared. Hee hee. Wang Xian moved his body and immediately deactivated the formation. When the group of plant-type dire beasts saw their king disappear, they started to panic. Roar, roar, roar. However, at this moment, a roar came from the back. The group of dire beasts continued to fly forward. This roar. Wang Xian was slightly shocked as he looked towards the center of the right. It should be an Immortal King level 4. His eyes revealed a hint of shock. An Immortal King level 4 dire beast. With such an existence, who would be able to withstand this area? Regardless of anything else, be it the Beast Tide or the Beast Riot, this group of desolate beasts cannot really be considered as a group. I just need to take this opportunity to capture more Immortal King level desolate beasts. Wang Xian shifted his gaze away from the level 4 Immortal King level battle pet. He hid in the void and observed his surroundings. There's more behind us. We need to continue setting up the formation. Wang Xian looked further behind. Behind this plant-type dire beast, there was a species of flying beasts. The leader was a level 1 Immortal King level dire beast. These are all plant-type dire beasts. If I set up the formation myself, I will be surrounded by these dire beasts. However, it's easy to solve. Wang Xian had a thought. The level 2 Immortal King level plant-type dire beast that had just been tamed shook its aura. All the dire beasts within a radius of 1,000 kilometers immediately made a detour. Wang Xian smiled and began to set up the formation. After the formation was set up, Wang Xian continued to wait for the arrival of the dire beasts behind him. Soon, more than 10 minutes later, a group of flying beasts flew over. Wang Xian looked at the leader of the flying beasts and narrowed his eyes slightly. He hid under the trees and waited. Buzz. This time, everything went smoothly. When the flying beasts flew over, the formation was immediately activated. This time, it did not take too long to tame it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. However, this time, after the flying beast king disappeared, the entire flying beast race was in complete chaos. Roar, roar. On the right, a majestic roar sounded. A huge 5,000-meter-tall desolate beast flew over. Not good. That desolate beast is flying over. Dodge. Wang Xian did not hesitate and immediately fled into the distance. How many desolate beast groups are there? There should be at least dozens of Immortal King desolate beasts, right? Wang Xian kept his distance from the Immortal King level 4 desolate beast as he observed his surroundings. His face was filled with astonishment as he exclaimed. Dozens of Immortal King desolate beasts were leading their groups. All the desolate beast families had a total of more than 1 billion. Among these billion, the strength of the desolate beasts was not something that the underground sea could compare to. Furthermore, this was only what Wang Xian could see. Behind him, there was a race of desolate beasts that he could not see. Wang Xian even doubted if there were more than 100 Immortal King level desolate beasts. If there were more than 100 of them, coupled with the level 4 Immortal King level desolate beasts, which faction would be able to withstand them? I should just fish in troubled waters and tame more war pets. Wang Xian thought to himself and immediately flew forward. The speed of the desolate beast horde was not too fast because it was the entire race. The Immortal King level desolate beast speed was about the same as that of the Eternal God Lord. Wang Xian quickly flew to the front and began to set up an array formation to wait for the opportunity. Needless to say, his actions were very effective. In just an hour, Wang Xian had tamed 3 more. From the moment he arrived here, he had tamed 20 Immortal King level battle pets. Reporting to Alliance Leader, a large number of Immortal King level desolate beasts are leading their race towards us. According to the current detection, there are already 50 Immortal King level desolate beasts. At this moment, at the edge of the Luo Erman Desolate Beast Garden, a steel wall battle weapon was arranged 1,000 kilometers away. Above the steel wall battle weapon, there were over 10 billion people. One couldn't see the end. The entire battle line was over 1 billion kilometers long. At the center, an old man reported to the white-bearded old man dressed in blood-red clothes. 50. The white-bearded old man was the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance. He slightly clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying light. How many undying Emperor level 4 desolate beasts are there? The Iron Blood Alliance leader asked softly. Leader, so far we've only found 2. The old man replied softly. We've already resisted the wild expansion of the Luo-Erman Desolate Beast Garden for over 1,000,000 years. It seems like we've angered many powerful desolate beasts. However, our Iron Blood Alliance isn't that easy to bully. Go and inform the 3 seniors. This time, we will let the Lorman Desolate Beast Park know how powerful our Iron Blood Alliance is. The Iron Blood Alliance leader roared in a low voice. Yes, the elder immediately nodded. His face filled with blood and fighting spirit. His body moved and he immediately disappeared. Everyone thought that in this region, the Eastern Hedge Divine Dynasty was the strongest faction, the only third-rate faction. But in the eyes of the Iron Blood Alliance, the Eastern Border Dynasty was nothing more than that. The world did not know the true strength of the Iron Blood Alliance because they were facing the threat of the terrifying Lorman Desolate Beast Park. Their experts rarely went to other planets. After hundreds of thousands of years of fighting and accumulation, their strength had long surpassed everyone's imagination. This time, the Iron Blood Alliance wanted to truly display their strength. I never expected that we would encounter a beast tide this time. Not far away, an elder and a few youths looked ahead and slightly raised their eyebrows. Grandfather, the Iron Blood Alliance has begged us many times to help them resist the Lorman Desolate Beast Garden. Should we help them? A youth transmitted his voice to the elder. Hee. The elder smiled and shook his head slightly. Although they were a second-rate faction, it was impossible for them to completely destroy the Lorman Desolate Beast Park, and the price of helping to defend it was too high. The other party could not afford to pay such a price. Hence, this time, their negotiations had broken down. If the Desolate Beast invasion this time causes them to suffer heavy losses, the Iron Blood Alliance might pay an even greater price to invite us to help. The old man thought of this and revealed a smile. Wong. At this time, the old man suddenly saw 3 figures landing in the middle. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance bowed respectfully to the 3 figures. HM? This is the Iron Blood Alliance's final trump card? 3 undying level 4 warriors. Even in a third-rate force, they are considered average. The old man muttered. The beast tide has erupted. Today's battle, with me invincible, there's no way to survive. A roar came from the Iron Blood Alliance leader's mouth, shocking the world. This beast tide was the strongest beast tide in over 1,000,000 years. However, the Iron Blood Alliance's strength wasn't something they could compare to over 1,000,000 years ago. With me invincible, there's no way to survive. All the warriors raised the weapons in their hands and let out a roar. The entire sound spread across the entire starry sky. This was the history of the war between humans and desolate beasts. In this resplendent starry sky, humans were not the only main characters. It was the same in the Tianzi continent and the Iron Blood Alliance. Oh? Are these desolate beasts going to attack the territory of the Iron Blood Alliance? Are they going to attack the 100 over planets? At this moment, Wang Xian, who was in the Lorman Desolate Beast Park, was slightly stunned when he heard the roar coming from the edge. We are about to reach the edge of the Lorman Desolate Beast Park. The Immortal King Desolate Beasts are starting to gather. Wang Xian heard the sounds coming from outside. He looked ahead and muttered to himself. He did not linger on and turned around to fly outside. However, just as the beast tide erupted in the Lorman Desolate Beast Park, an incident that shook the entire planet erupted on East Lake Planet. East Lake Planet, the only commercial planet amongst the 100,000 human planets. It was also the only planet with the best security. The entire planet was guarded by the Eastly Undying Dynasty. No one dared to cause trouble here. However, in these 2 days, an incomparably terrifying assassination case happened. Within a short 2 days, over 20,000 people were assassinated on East Lake Planet. The moment this happened, it shook the entire planet. For a moment, everyone was panicking. Pong! Within 9 Desolation Manor, a chair was thrown onto the ground, instantly turning into dust. It's that Dragon King. It must be that Dragon King. He actually killed all of our Heavenly Tiger Sect disciples on East Lake Planet. I want to kill him. An angry roar came from the Heavenly Tiger Sect leader. As an undying level 3 God King warrior, to be able to make him so angry, one could imagine the severity of the matter. Kill him, we must kill him. We definitely can't let this go, kill. Beside them, the Sky Beast Group's chairman also roared with a face full of rage and killing intent. More than 20 days had passed. They all thought that the Dragon King had surrendered and did not dare to be their enemy. However, what they never expected was that last night and today all of their subordinates on Eastlake Planet had been killed. Not a single one was left alive. Among them, there were many experts at the peak of the Divine Lord realm. The Eastlake Planet had their businesses and many of their disciples. There were also their descendants. In a short span of more than 10 hours, all of them had been killed. Not a single one was left alive. And the disciples and descendants who had specifically killed them could be imagined. They were from the Dragon Palace's war pet shop. Even though the Heavenly Beast Corporation knew a little about the Dragon King's character, they were extremely furious when they received the news this morning. His descendants, the elite disciples of the Heavenly Beast Corporation, and hundreds of godlords were all killed. It must be those two strange creatures. Everyone, aren't you going to join hands at this time? The chairman of the Heavenly Beast Corporation glanced at everyone around with bloodshot eyes and growled in a low voice. Immediately break into the lair of the Dragon Palace's battle pet shop. Chairman Du, you should know where the Dragon Palace's lair is. The sect master of the Heavenly Tiger sect directly said to the chairman of the Heavenly Beast Corporation. I know, but I'm not completely confident. Don't make a move for now. We have to kill the leader of the Dragon Palace's battle pet shop, the Dragon King, first, and then destroy all of his subordinates. It's fine if we don't make a move, but once we do, we absolutely can't let the Dragon Palace's pet live anymore. The chairman of the Heavenly Beast Group growled with a gloomy face and waves of killing intent shot out from his body. How long do we have to wait if we don't make a move now? Beside them, more than 10 middle-aged elders were furious. They suppressed the anger in their bodies and roared. Thinking back to more than 20 days ago, they thought that the Dragon King was afraid of them. Little did they know that they were actually searching for their information and taking crazy revenge on them. Buzz. Suddenly, as they were talking, figures suddenly appeared. Who is it? Sensing the fluctuations outside, the group of experts immediately looked over. Come and check the situation. Outside the hall, 5 or 6 figures came uninvited. They were all dressed in black. When they saw the 6 of them, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed. The leaders of the Eastly Undying Dynasty. May I know why you are here? The Sky Tiger sect leader's expression changed as he asked. Why are you asking even though you know the answer? All the disciples of all your battle pet shops have been assassinated. A total of over 20,000 people. The entire Eastlake planet is shaking. Right now many people are questioning the security of our Eastlake planet. As a commercial planet with such a huge incident happening, we naturally have to investigate. The leader of the enforcers walked straight in, ignoring everyone sitting in the center. Speak. What's the exact situation? The Eastly Undying looked at everyone and asked coldly. Everyone looked at each other with uncertain expressions. Everyone from the Eastly Immortal dynasty has a huge opportunity. I wonder if you are willing to get involved. The chairman of the Heaven Beast Group gritted his teeth and suddenly said. The rest of the people were stunned, their faces filled with shock. Following which, they fell silent. That Dragon Palace battle pet was able to assassinate over 20,000 of their disciples within 10 hours. One could imagine its strength. Perhaps, in order to have complete confidence in suppressing it, it was time to join forces with a stronger existence. Wang Xian did not know what happened on Eastlake Planet. Wang Xian was not worried about the situation there. Ao Yao and the rest would handle it very well. When he flew out of the Lorman Desolate Beast Park, he immediately saw countless people standing on the Steel City wall in front of him. This situation is so similar to the Tianzhe continent back then. Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. He thought of the Tianzhe continent back then. Back then, the entire human race of the Tianzhe continent was fighting against the sea monsters. It was a life and death battle. In order to protect their homeland. It was still the same here. However, can they defend it? One must know that there are no less than 50 Immortal King-level desolate beasts invading. The Iron Blood Alliance is weaker than the Eastli Immortal Empire. Even the Eastli Immortal Empire might not be able to defend. They can. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. Looking at the warriors there, he felt a little sympathetic. It was unknown how many people would die in this battle. Aunt Ing. The beast tide is about to attack. The people here are too pitiful. Help them later. Miss, absolutely not. Once I make a move, others will know that we are here. They will investigate the situation here. Auntie Ing, so what if they're investigating? Enough, miss, I'm a selfish person. I won't make a move and I won't let you. Don't order me. There are too many humans dying every day in the greater world. There are even human planets being destroyed every day. We can't save so many. As long as you're safe, that's enough. At this moment, the conversation between Imperial Star Lady and Aunt Ing came from behind. The conversation ended very quickly. Wang Xian turned around and glanced at the countless warriors. His body moved and he flew to the side. He didn't leave. He wanted to see if the Iron Blood Alliance had the ability to withstand the attack of the Beast Tide. If it was a one-sided war, he would leave immediately because his ability was limited. Just as Auntie Ing had said, in this vast world, humans were not the masters of this world. Tens of millions of people died every moment. Without absolute strength, he could not save too many people.